Good morning or afternoon for some of you. I am Christy, and behind me is Scott. Woo! He's going to be doing the journal read starting January 2025. I will let him go.
Hello, everyone. Ooh, that count jumped from 2 to 6 immediately. Hello, everybody. It's always good to see you for these things. My lovely wife, Christy, is handling production credits in the background. Yam is making her first appearance of the day. You may be able to hear her.
I think you should be able to see any questions in the chat.
As they come up?
Yeah.
All right, there's nothing in the chat yet. If anyone,
Yeah.
If anyone cares to chat, I can see if I'll see it. Otherwise, I'll be accepting text throughout the day. It's one of my favorite things with the family and friends that just show up. Oh no, we dropped to 0 people. What happened?
It's just a blip. They'll be back.
This is one of my favorite things to get to the family and friends. I'm not clear if everybody get kicked off or not, but I very much enjoy doing this every year and getting feedback and conversation with all of you. And I appreciate that the number of people seems to grow every year. All right. Kitten, you want to come up here? All right, first the journals. This is also the last year for these lovely Enigma journals that I've used the entire time I've been journaling. It's sad, but they came in from, because of the tariffs, the guy who was doing it in Taiwan stopped. And so I can't really get them anymore. So I'm going to be switching to a new journal for next year, but I hope these guys come back at some point. Everything good?
That was my ring.
Oh, no. I'm not married anymore. All right. This is this time last year. I guess I'm far away. Holding up photos will be hard, but there will be some photos at some point. January of 2025. Long, long ago. The 1st of January was a Wednesday. I get up about 9, but start coffee. After we finish, Christy takes a long bath, and we restart Dune Prophecy, which I think we ended up not enjoying ultimately.
No, we did not.
And from the news, a man in a pickup truck drives intentionally into crowds in New Orleans, kills 10, injures 30. A Cybertruck, oh yeah, remember that? A Cybertruck explodes at Trump Tower, and there are no damages. That seems so long ago. Both vets in Cybertruck were from Fort Bragg. And here's a picture of Yam on the chair.
Ooh, should I move the thing?
Yeah, I don't know the best way to do it. You can see our layout from last year because that's what the photos are of.
Yeah.
Hang on, everybody. We're going to be sliding a little bit.
What do you think?
That's probably good. Is that too bad for you?
No, that seems great for me.
All right. Yeah, I think that works. Here's a photo of me last year. Our layout and such. It was a 7-hour stream. Had to redo it after a lot of crashes. Is that going to work? That's really tight on the plug.
There you go.
That's better. Not as tight on the plug.
Sorry. Tech issues.
All right.
All good. Except for that, I guess.
I have bulbs attached, internet lights that are supposed to be, and I guess they just are losing the Wi-Fi.
That's pretty funny.
Because one of them, that's so frustrating. One of them is like, there are 3, and one of them came back, and one of them went out. We're in a bad place with technology, everybody. I don't have to buy 3 new bulbs. Yeah, I'm visit for a time, some really good memories, but some weeping too. And we only found out that pizza and tiramisu arrived because the door camera goes off and Christy has to run down. So if you're with us, Ariella, thank you. And then the 2nd of January was a Thursday with a rare sideways layout. Christy goes out to work. Jim Jack loved the stream. Did we send this to Jim Jack?
Yeah.
Okay.
I told him to come by, and he said I might.
Oh,
I said I don't think he will, but it would be exciting.
The chat is empty. I don't know how chat works anymore.
Your mother says she's here.
Oh, good. Hello, my mother. But I don't remember if YouTube chat is only for like members or something. So.
No. It's fine. People will chat if they want.
I'm live here. You can't just hand at me. But we get up at 8. We go to Olympia Coffee. I get a chocolate lemon croissant for myself and bring back stuff for Christy. Silent reading night is canceled due to a tragic loss with friends that ends up getting weirder throughout the year. We get dinner at Hot Pot World, Conveyorville Hot Pot place. That seems like it was ages ago.
Hot Pot World? Anyway, it was great.
It was Hot Pot World.
Oh, it's Jim.
Hey, Jim.
In the house.
You were mentioned, Jim.
He loves it.
We have I take a long evening soak, the first of many in 2025.
You should have counted those.
Yeah. The Sixth Circuit rules the FCC does not have the authority to impose net neutrality on people. And we go to bed around 7 after a very exhausting evening and listen to podcasts and fall asleep around 9. And that's the day. The 3rd of January was a Friday. Have a fantastic game with my friend Alex. One of the best we've ever had. So worked that I've actually saved the actual moves that we did. I exported the PGNs. It was just a phenomenal game. It's a very rainy day. It's very foggy outside today. I think the fog might have cleared a little bit. It was foggy this morning. Get up at 8, get a ridiculously long shower, set up the new journal at last. Here are some photos of the journal from last year. Me filling the pens with an inkwell Christy made me, a nice ceramic inkwell, and you can see the difference between the first journal as it was, and this is that first journal in the photo. So it beefs up. Pay some bills. Make pasta for Christy and I. And in the news, the Surgeon General says alcohol increases the risk of cancer.
Woo.
Biden blocks Nippon Steel from buying U.S. steel. And Mike Johnson is Speaker of the House after much turmoil. I remember that turmoil too. The 4th of January was a Saturday. I had a dream that someone stole my hat. And Christy reminds me I left one in the car in real life. So I go back and get my hat that I left in the car from the day before.
Good day.
I feel kind of blah. There are lines on either side of the blah. January blahs. I watched a stream of a snow happening in Shibuya with Christy and I as we're drinking our coffee in the morning for Saturday. Christy goes out to the office with Jim Jack, who's in the house. We have coffee. She brings back some fantastic goat soup and some sambusas for me. Mom says hello. I'm mentioning her again. Saturday, the 4th, is also our Nordic Museum outing. We have a very nice outing to the Nordic Museum and wander around that all day. And there's some photos coming up. I drew a little arrow to signify photos on the next page. Listen to some podcasts. Yam is full of concern, but we decompress joyfully onto watch Law and Order and get a hot fudge sundae from Shugs across the street. And here's a photo of the sundae
and Law and
Order. And then there's a really nice Nordic Museum here for those who don't know. These are some of the photos that was taken. Oop, I'm trying to get that one. It's going the wrong way. There we go.
I spared no expense with this year's.
No expense.
production.
High-end production. I'm entirely Avatar. I'm in one of those mocap suits somewhere over there as I move around. It's really nice Nordic building. There's really nice photos. It's really, really lovely. Recommended anyone who comes here. If you come here to visit and you want to see it, remind me. But there's we also have some nice lingonberry snacks afterwards. 5th of January was a Sunday. There was a rumor Trudeau is going to resign on Wednesday, and a bird flu hit Japanese farms. In our world, get a jalapeno bagel and coffee. Mom call. Mom is doing well. It's our first of the year. I call her on Sunday. We get Sarah watching Law and Order.
Can you not read your handwriting?
Well, it's bleared a little. I might actually get the like this is an ink I'm no longer using as much, but it's a year old, and so it's kind of smeared, and so thankfully this will make my glass. Yeah, that's what the pause is. All right, much better now. I am bleary AF at 8 a.m. Get a jalapeno bagel and coffee, call my mom, have a 7-Eleven beer run in the evening, and we have pizza for dinner. Watch Law and Order. Watch The Crystal Maze. Christy listens to podcast on 3. I listen to a Star's End with a church choir. That's an ambient show while you are podcasting. Very, very foggy night. There's a rumor, you remember those pre-election, pre-Trump rumors that the fog is all nanites and chemical, and that they're coming for people. And
I don't think that was pre-election.
Well, it was post inauguration.
Yes.
The story I'm looking for.
Yeah.
Anyway, it's a big West Coast fog, and the rumor that it's chemicals and such. And here's a photo of the fog in our buildings from upstairs. Also, the 6th of January is a Monday. Take a 3K walk and drop by donuts at the vet office because we love our vets. Text Dallas about covering our trip. Dallas may be here in the chat, in fact. But while we were away for a trip we took in January, which is coming up, take a much longer 4K walk after Dallas and Nick asked for a specific breakfast sandwich that I swing by. And it's an excellent walk, and it's nice to see them. Without going into too much detail, they had a friend pass away at the start of the year, and that became a very weird dramatic situation. Later into the year, I will let them save that for their journal thing, but it was a weird bit of Seattle drama. Make lasagna and it is good. Specifically written down. Oh, Christy's Switch arrived. Christy won a Switch in 2024, at the very end of 2024, and it arrived at the start of 2025. My first journaling, add tape, add sticker. Christy goes to pottery for the night. Have a little sit with Yam, and she seems to really enjoy the company. I think over the year she enjoyed our company even more. I take a very hot bath after wheat dinner, and it is so warm my chest is steaming when I get out of it, and the mirrors are fogged just from the bath. That's a very hot bath.
Very hot bath.
Daring, isn't it? And I go to bed around midnight. In the news, Trudeau approves stepping down, and Trump suggests Canada and Greenland should be America. That's going to go on all year. There's bird flu in Alabama and a 7.1 quake in Tibet. And here's a nice picture of Yam.
Ooh.
I believe Christy took.
Dallas is in the chat. She says, very weird is a great description of that series of events.
It just got weirder every single time. Like tomorrow when Dallas does her journal read, you can all go over to Dallas's stream and learn all the details.
Nobody else does this, to be clear. They're welcome to.
Don't control them. All right, the 7th of January was a Tuesday, and here is a nice advertisement sticker that I slapped in. Our producer is gone. We're flying blind.
I was just getting my slippers. I am like
All right,
slippers.
I had a dream, and it's a very, very deep and important dream full of deep ideas, but it's gone seconds after I wake. I just remember it was very important and would have saved us all. Christy says, I snored all night. I clean and sort my email box to get rid of it forever. Christy makes deviled eggs and takes them to a pottery potluck. And I wrote yum beside it. Before that, morning coffee and bagel. I journal. I order more photo paper for my photos. Update all my Macs. Oh, yes, there's a nice, if it's seeable, there's a nice hummingbird photo of our hummingbird that we actually got this viewer. He seems very at home as he hangs out and primps there. Peter Yarrow of Peter, Paul, and Mary dies. There's a huge fire in the Pacific Palisades, California, and Biden bans unpaid medical bills from appearing on credit report. I think that might have been overturned.
Probably.
Like all this stuff in early January that he did is just like by February.
He was trying so hard to leave something.
Medical bills are now double. The 8th of January was a Wednesday. Up around 9 a.m., I make an egg and a bagel and coffee. I start rearranging this room that we're in. There's a really nice warm breeze, I note, because it's a nice day to go around and rearrange everything.
Warm breeze in January?
Yeah, I remember it.
That's weird.
I opened the window and it was like, oh, what a good day to rearrange. Yam hides after I rearrange the room and then jumps out at me, and it's very cute. Christy makes couscous, and it is great. It was great couscous. I also have a ham sandwich on the couch, and Yam is very into it. I seem to do it like a yearly December ham related.
I think because it's on sale, and I just asked.
That could be it. That could be it. Like, I don't do a lot of ham sandwiches, but in there, I just did it as well. That it just shows up. Word just in: my niece loves couscous. So Lily,
think that's why we made couscous the first time, because she said something about how much she loved it.
Lily,
and I was like, I love couscous.
Christy made some great couscous. Maybe we should do. I'll remember to add couscous to the meal plan when we set it up for the week. Lily, you've inspired us to eat couscous twice. More Super Mario that I watched with Christy. At her request, I go to bed at midnight and Christy sits alone, reflecting on being far away from me for 2 weeks, which is coming up. There's a dream I'm about to read, but it's above it. It says, IRL tells Christy about my dream and we laugh. Zzz. So I think we talked about it and then went back to sleep.
Yeah.
All right, here's the dream. Also, this is David Bowie's birthday. At a poorly attended party, nothing to do, so I lie on the living room bed. Someone lies down with me, and I see time split. One, I lie in bed. One, I get up. I choose to get up. I guess I have a choice between the splits of lying in bed or getting up. I see a Bowie fake on the bed, making out with strangers. I wonder if Amon, who is there, has seen him doing that. As I wait, he is also torn apart. Only his fake organs are left on the bed. I'm so mad about that. The blight keeps coming. Only his fake organs are left in the bed. I'm not sure when the people left, but I go out to the stairs. Danny DeVito has a gun there and shooting into the woods. I guess it's a celebrity party. I go back in and wander. I see the performer, the performer of the night prepping to do their performance for the celebrities. And then I notice the real Bowie is just hidden away. His eyes get happy at being seen, and he grabs my arm, and I feel chosen. So there you go, chosen. The 9th of January was a Tuesday. Yam is hiding under the bed, and I come in. I get up around 8, and when I come back, she's under the bed. I come in, and she sticks out her nose and meows, and I give her a little scritch, and she goes back under the bed. Winnie has a pre-visit visit. Winnie is the dog who lived next door. Christy likes this photo of me with the dog. But she was going to stay with us while her owner was away, and so she had a pre-visit visit to make sure she liked the place, and she did. It was like her place just reversed, basically. A big Christy outing. She goes to Jim Jack Pottery. I've got log gyoza. Oh yeah, you went out with one of your friends to get gyoza. I do laundry. I open all the windows of the house because it remains a little bit warm. Rebake of lasagna. At 2 p.m., I have a mini nap. At 3 p.m., I have a Shug's chocolate and coffee cone. In the evening with Christy, we watch Gotcha YouTube, which I think we watched every single one of those last year. Yeah. In the news, Supreme Court 5-4 says Trump can be sentenced. And Henry Winkler says fires are arson. And there was arrest. Henry Winkler, stand up. 10th of January was a Friday. Gerald Tamping Stinker, morning coffee and bagel. Do some cleaning up in here. A lot of things got rearranged over the year in here. It was an ongoing process where just like a couple days I would move something. Watch Chicago Fire, Chicago Med, and Chicago PD the first of the year while I'm journaling, which is the best time to watch it when it's a really good show when you're paying half attention to it. Christy butt plays Black Sheep on Spotify and sends it to Matt and Kim. For those who are old school, you remember the rap band Black Sheep. It was new to Christy, and she played it by accident, but it's really good. I sent it back, Kim. I tried to get up at 7 and take a long walk. I failed because there's a lovely rain and Yam is lying on top of me. So instead, I get up at 9:30 a.m. We play Mario Wonder with Christy. I did enjoy playing Mario with you. No, I don't know what happened to
that. We could play again.
Why can't we play Mario? It is our date night. We get a cheesesteak and tots at a diner, and we go to see the bands MOSS, Afrocop, and Vinta. And Afrocop is at a skating rink.
Oh, yeah.
I think some of you I sent this to. Afrocop is a fantastic band, but also this was a fantastic set. They got into a groove and just like got all semi-futuristic, and it was great for a skating rink. In the news, Trump says Ukraine war will now end in his first 100 days. Now, I wish I could hold up all 4 books. But yeah, Trump is convinced the Ukraine war will end in his first 100 days, and the Supreme Court will uphold the TikTok ban. 2 things that definitely lasted the entire year. Here's Yam in a brick wall. As you can see, she's very busy making some briskets for us. 11th of January was a Saturday, up at 8 and shower, have coffee at home. Christy goes out to Jim Jack, who is in the house. She brings back Injera from Juba. It's fantastic. We then take a nap from 3 to 6, watch the Simpsons Twilight Zone episode, which is the new episode, and it's actually kind of funny. See Anna Kendrick's movie, Woman of the Hour. I finished reading the book Lexicon Devil, A History of Darby Crash. It's an excellent read. It really is a good read. I recommend that to everyone if you care at all about punk or music in general. It was a good book.
How many books did you read this year?
This year I read, I think it was like 30s. Because like I didn't go through and count them. I should have. But they're at the end of each book, you know, gotcha. And I can, but it's maybe like 40 actually, but we'll do a running count and we'll say it at the end. Big snowstorm in the southern states. Jack Smith resigns, and I'm really not sure what I wrote here. This is smeared. That's so weird. It looks like somebody blocked weight gain in Michigan, but I don't know what that means.
Yeah.
So I'm not clear what, like it, sadly, some of the letters are smeared, and I'm sorry about that. Really have no idea. Rarely does that come up. You see why I stopped using the zinc. The 12th of January was a Sunday. I get up around 8, but I end up lounging until about 10 with Christy in bed. We call mom from bed and then have coffee. I go to Safeway while Christy takes a bath. I have big sandwich written down. So I guess we have a big sandwich that day. Caught up on Law and Order with Christy and Yam, and then they nap. We watch Taskmaster New Zealand and have Thai food for dinner. Cadmium has been found in health powders, and the UFC champ is removed from Alaska Airlines for being mad at someone. Fair enough. And here's another dream. On a train with the singer from God Help the Girl, whose name I cannot remember, but she has a beautiful voice. If anyone is familiar with God Help the Girl. If you're not, go make yourself familiar. We go to the communal shower space for everyone on the train, and she does a concert in the shower. And then we pull up at the station, and there's a Harry Potter parade passing by. Exciting, right?
Very.
13th of January was a Monday. Wake up at 9:30 a.m., take a 5K walk, finally listen to some podcasts, and then I come home and I journal. Christy goes to government office. I don't know which government office it was, but there was a government office. Set up, get trash and compost out there, or bring back in trash and compost because it's a Monday, so they picked up the night before. Have cookie sandwich is written down. I think I just put a cookie between two cookies. But it's with coffee, so
changing the game.
Yeah, I just ate a bunch of cookies. Making a walking bowl for dinner, so at least that's healthy. We have gin and tonics with it. And I say this next part without malice. After dinner, Christy seems thoughtful and goes to the second floor for weed. I just like the phrase on that.
You really throwing me into the bus.
Oh, I think specifically you mentioned you were like, you thoughtfully said, I'm going to go have some weed or something like that. Like the phrasing is too I don't know me log, but the phrasing is too amusing. So it must have been something like that. Zelensky offers to send firefighters to California, and Robin Hood has to pay $45 million in penalties to people. And here are some nice, I enjoy the blue and general loveliness. The 15th of January was a Wednesday. Winnie comes in. I wake up at just before 6, so Winnie can arrive. And we are dog sitting for this week. Christy feels ill around midday and has to lie down, and the cat happily joins her to hide from the dog, and they hang out upstairs for hours together, and she occasionally texts me how the cat is doing. I think the cat is out there right now. We'll watch Squid Game, The Muppet Show, High Potential, Will Trent, and some crane games on YouTube with the dog later. Dog arrives at 7:30 a.m. Yam starts to stare and then goes to yell at Christy, but does accept treats on the landing. This is a dog that Yam actually does not appreciate, but has gotten used to over the years, and so has slowly allowed. Sadly, that dog has moved. In the news, TikTok prepares for a shutdown on Sunday and never opens again, and there's no more TikTok. Drake files a defamation suit against Kendrick Lamar, another thing that aged well. And Israel and Hamas set up their ceasefire, and the war ends way back in January. I have a jalapeno bagel with egg. We have Dumaloo for dinner. Christy does not really enjoy the Dumaloo. But I seek to find a good recipe that we will all enjoy. Also, here's a nice photo of Yam peeking around the landing due to the dog. Oh, here's a second page with Dog Day. Take a surprise nap on the sofa because I got up before 6 a.m. and the dog falls asleep behind me. And then the dog naps on my leg. She guards the back door for a little while. Here's a very cute photo of the dog guarding the back door. Then a lot of couch digging on the dog's part. She is so happy when Christy comes down. Here's a photo of Winnie and Christy meeting after a while. She runs alone to 2, and I hear footprints like zoomies on the roof as she runs up and down the hall. Yam is a very, very blinky cat that day. It's like she wants to remind us that how much we should be loving her. We tell her she's a good cat very, very times. Eventually, midday, she is very brave, and I get this photo of the 2 of them together. You can see her judgment from the table, which is huge for Yam, who is not a dog fan. And then we put a dog back, and when he sleeps with us upstairs, although she does chew on some of Zoe's toys for a little while, which is adorable. 16th of January was a Tuesday. I'm very stuffy in the morning, but I do have nachos for lunch. We watched The Elephant Man. I watched The Elephant Man on a Twitch stream. It's not really available now, but somebody was streaming all of David Lynch's stuff because this is the day David Lynch dies. Bob Uecker dies as well, and Bob Dylan joins TikTok with just days to go. But there was a stream that was showing all of David Lynch's movies, and I watched it. The Elephant Man, and it's a really good movie. I didn't realize, it's still a good movie after all those years. Christy makes couscous and eggs for dinner. We watched Japan Railway Journal, and Christy feels really bad after Japan Railway Journal, the way she always does. She's so sad when trains and decides to go to bed at 9. Also, the all-dressed chips hit the 7-Eleven, and they're really, really good. Here's a nice montage of the dog with a washi tape I enjoy. 17th of January was a Friday, another dog day. Yam eats Winnie's foods and throws up because she's sensitive. I find her under the bed after a while, after Winnie barks at her. She finally comes out to 1 around dinner time, but hides under the bed all day. Winnie barely eats and play attacks me in bed when we were alone, and then play attacks Christy later when she's up in bed. She's clearly a little nervous, but seems generally okay. Morning coffee at home. We finished Squid Game, and I have this note. It even feels sick of itself. That last season of Squid Game just was not good. Like, I felt like everybody involved just stopped. Yam and Winnie slightly meet in the night. No kissing ensues, but they're at least close to each other. Winnie sleeps fully under the covers. She buries herself under the covers with them. And I set up an oil change to be handled during Christie's Exodus, which is coming up. Buy tickets for a bingo event, which we need to do again, I think.
Agreed.
And Christy is very excited about the impending bingo. And it is bingo night. We get there early. We are seated at the wrong table, but they fix that later on when Dallas and Nick arrive. There's Jello shots, there's candy at the table, there's popcorn, corn. We get free corn dogs. Dallas gets so emotional with joy that Christy asks me what I did. I think she thought that we were just hanging out with Dallas and Nick at that time, and we know them much better after a year of hanging out. But I think at that time she's like, "You must have set this up." How is she so happy to hang out with us? Great vibe. The place is sold out. It was a really fun bingo. And Christy makes a perfect stamp. Look at that stamp. It couldn't be more perfect. I took a photo of it because of how perfect it was. All right, 18th of January was a Saturday. The cat crosses the headboard, the board behind the bed, rather than hang out with the dog. She jumps up and crosses behind us and then jumps down, and then hugs Christy on her side because she's mad the dog is with me. It's very cold in the bed. We're in the bedroom, and the dog sleeps completely burrowed. Here she is upside down later in the day, being absolutely adorable. Christy hugs me while the cat is hugging her on her side. Have coffee. Christy goes out to Jim Jack. Injera from Juba when she returns. Then we go to the beer junction, get a bento, and hang out. Saturday Night Live has Chappelle doing the monologue, but the really great Nosferatu sketch where Sarah Sherman doesn't realize, like, she's dressed as Nosferatu, and she doesn't realize the fingers wiggle. And it's incredibly funny because she even giggles. And She's excellent at being a vampire. And in the news, Trump plans to send ICE to Chicago on Tuesday. TikTok shuts down. Netanyahu says the ceasefire is temporary, and Trump will agree to restart the bombing. The 19th of January is a Sunday. I head to bed after midnight. I'm very, very stuffy. I make coffee, and Christy stays in bed. I go to McDonald's for us, but they mess up our order. Thankfully, they mess it up in Christy's favor, which rarely happens. But we both get egg and cheese biscuits instead of my wife having sausage, so they're completely edible. A very good, nice call with mom, and then have Chipotle for dinner. This is the start of the SNL anniversary, so there are a lot of specials that we just watch in the evening on Peacock. In the news, Vivek Ramaswamy is forced out of plans already to run for office. That guy had a bad year last year, I think. Trump says his executive order reverses the TikTok ban. This is the 19th of January, so I don't think he's president yet. He just decided to write an executive order ahead of time.
Yeah.
And at least 80 dead in Colombia after failed peace talks. In dog news, Winnie is super cuddly, and she gets on the blanket again. Yam actually gets on the bed with her for a little bit, which is wonderful. I find Winnie has been secretly pooping under my desk. So all the time she was not pooping outside, she was coming down here, or we were letting her run around and just hiding under the desk.
Funny.
So because we were hanging out with the dog, and I didn't spend a lot of time in this room then, and so I actually go into this room, and there's this little pile of, which is probably why Yam was mad. She was trying to warn me. Yam gets close to Winnie for a while, but eventually leaves to have dinner. Her dinner. Here's a photo of how close they were getting, which is, you see the terror in her eyes, but it's incredibly huge. And the 20th of January was a Monday. Winnie is very comfy in the night, very, very comfy. Yam does not get near the dog, but she actually lies with us in bed in the morning. And Yam tries to sit with us very hard, but can't do it. I have written down. I think she just really wanted to hang out with us, but was like, oh, this dog, I can't bring myself to. I have awful, awful acid reflux in the night. Winnie leaves in the evening around 10, and we get Camille comes to pick her up. The 20th of January was a Monday. I don't think I mentioned that yet, but this is the day that all that happened. I got to get sharper. I got to get sharper about this. Morning coffee, brand new sheets. I think the second of the year. Fold a lot of laundry. We go get beer and pretzel at Proust. Trump is now, it's the inauguration day. Trump is now the 47th president. Elon Musk does that stupid salute, and the ADL actually defends his salute, which is the weirdest thing. U.S. leaves the Paris Accords, and Biden preemptively pardons his family and Fauci and Leonard Peltier, and more. We do a 10-minute meditation at noon in honor of David Lynch. It is really, really moving. Like, I don't know if anybody did that David Lynch meditation, but you could actually feel like getting centered. And then there's like this incredible blast of joy at the end that everybody reported. It was a really amazing feeling. Like, his spirit was just like, this is great, guys. It's hard to describe, but it's just like a explosion at the very, very end for like 2 seconds that came from a much larger place. Very, very cool. Christy goes out to Pottery to clean up her stuff and goes to grocery after. We are still up after midnight. And we stay up late because on the 21st of January, around 4 o'clock, we get up. Christy takes a shower and I do not. I drive her to the airport and drop her off and drive home after. We talk because her flight is around 7, and we chat for most of the morning until her takeoff. And then I am by myself, and she is going to Texas. I take a small nap with the cat and KXP in the morning. Up around 10, Christy lands. We talk a bunch, and then she meets up with our friends Dennis and Alicia, who may or may not be in the stream. And there's silence. At that point, I shower, do some laundry, do some blankets. Yam hides somewhere in the house. I have an egg cream and hot dogs because I'm solo for a while. Christy talks to Jim Jack and has some general chatter with us. In the evening, I take a bath. There are night texts before bed. because of my exhaustion, I miss reading on my Kindle, which is my first since we went to Japan. And it's noteworthy in that sense. Here's a picture of Christy having dinner with the Cams. And you see how happy she is to be with the Cams. We see the Cams a lot in 2025. News, the first lawsuits over Trump's executive orders one day afterwards. Suzuki is in the Baseball Hall of Fame, and he's the first Asian to have done so. 22nd of January is a Wednesday. I put a note that says, WTF, I went to the airport yesterday? It's so long ago, it seems. Yam visits at 7 a.m. but does not stay. She seems cross. Christy is gone. I spend the afternoon making a playlist for the plant shop at Christy's request. Supposedly it's a good vibe. I know Christy also adds to it. I think they still use this plant shop playlist to this day. I drive and do an oil change. That's basically my morning. Coffee and bagel at 9. Solo. I get the car back around noonish. I watch Hangar 18 on a live stream. It's just okay, but it seems so just old, like the concept and the way it works. And I think I'm forgetting who's in Hangar 18, but I remember seeing that as a kid and it was like interesting. And now it's just like, wow, this really did not age well. Start watching On Cinema, which is a lot of fun. Listen to Busta Rhymes over my headphones. Listen to the new Noel Brass, the guy from my friend who is also in AfriCop. And he's really fantastic. I recommend you find him on Bandcamp. If you don't, you can subscribe to a yearly thing where you just get everything he gets. And it's great. All his stuff is really, really good. Jazz, ambient, electronical stuff. Very, 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 very talented fellow. And I discover while I'm at the grocery picking up a pizza, Porridge Radio, the god of everything else. Very cool song. In the news, Elon Musk bashes Trump at Trump's AI Project Stargate after Trump announced the $500 billion for that and not Elon Musk's AI. Pamela Hemphill rejects Trump's pardon, says she was guilty. Trump says tariffs on China, Canada, Mexico on January 1st. Solomon Henderson radicalized by Nazi writing and ashamed to be black, shoots one. That was a very tragic story there. 23rd of January was a Thursday. I'm still solo. Yam is extra pushy. I have listed. She sits alone a lot, but I see her at mealtimes. I think she just went and hid due to a lack of Christy during that time. I lock in what we're going to be doing in LA. Our hotel in a very nice Japanese place. I'll explain when we get there, and figure out some meal ideas for the area so I know we can eat. Shower, I go to Top Pot around 9 and get some donuts. Do laundry, pay the phone bill, take a 3K walk in total, including the trip to Hot Pot. Bed around 11-ish. Yam will not stay with me in bed. I listen to a cover show, a Paul Simon cover show on WFMU. That's really nice. And in the news, a Reagan judge halts the Trump citizenship order. There's a lot of this all year. Trump signs an order to declassify JFK, RFK, MLK files, and John McAfee is somehow back in AI form, which I don't even know if he would appreciate that. But 25th of July was a Friday. I have a morning bagel and coggy. Have meatball pasta bake for dinner. My shoulder is sore, and my iPad will not charge at all. Yam is extra hungry and very pushy. She's realizing with Christy gone, she runs the house. A lot of talk with Christy over the day. A journal and sticker and catch up on that. Everyone is sick at the Cam household. It says cool potting in Wiley, but I'm not sure if you did potting in Wiley, so I don't know what I meant there. I guess potting in terms of putting plants in pots. Oh. So not actually doing pottery, but putting plants in pots. Take a long bath. Yam finally joins me in the evening to sit with me. I go to bed around 10. In the news, Marilyn Manson avoids charges in the Evan Rachel Wood case due to limitations. Trump fires his cyber security team. Costco creates world-long Conoco creates world's largest forest preserve, and Trump terminates Fauci's security detail. "25th of February was a Saturday. Winnie visits again. Camille brings cookie and coffee, and she runs in like Winnie owns the place. Yam is on the stairs and watch her just go by wide-eyed. I try to get donuts, but Top Pot and Doughjoy are out of donuts. Yeah, this is Saturday. I guess everybody in February was wandering around. So I ended up going to Snapdragon and not getting donuts and just sitting there and getting some coffee. And Snapdragon is great, so it was not a big deal. But it was just shocking that I was like, I'll just grab some donuts and go home, and they didn't have any. But yet somehow they were still open for coffee, I guess. Take a 5K walk in total, though. Have a delicious maple croissant. I journal and tape. I finished the rest of my hot dogs. Christy is having a great time with Dennis. I think you guys go to Taste of Japan. Do you remember doing something like that?
You know, it wasn't that we went to Taste of Japan. We went to their sort of Uwajimaya, and it just happened to have a Taste of Japan, but it had Texas all over.
Texas Taste of Japan.
So it was like, yeah, they were very proud.
Pete Hegseth confirmed as defense secretary, LOL. Late night, Trump removes lots of inspectors and halts the labor divisions. And I find these stickers outside, which I give to Christy. Very Texasy. 26th of January was a Sunday, up around 9. I call mom. We set up her iPad. Lily is too busy for a call, but asks for one later. Christy works with plants all day, and then falls asleep early, so we barely talk. Do a full shelf clean in the kitchen, have some pasta. Cat takes a nap on me in the afternoon. I start the Earth to Moon audiobook. Play Animal Crossing with Lily around 4, and it is fun. And I drew a little walrus. If Lily is watching, I drew a little walrus here in her honor. In the news, South Korean president is impeached. CIA issues a low confident judgment that COVID was made in the lab. Eagles beat Commanders to earn a Super Bowl slot, and Trump to add Colombia tariffs after they reject his deportation plans. 27th of January was a Monday. I listened to a Frank Zappa show from 1988, which is fun. Take a 5K walk. Get free chicken nuggets, my only chicken nuggets of the year, because I have McDonald's points that are expiring. I used the app and I got points somehow in 2024. I had a whole bunch of points that were expiring, and it said I got free chicken nuggets. So free nuggets for me. Hooray. I listen to an audiobook, and Yam hides under Christie's blankets while I do so. Big morning dream that feels important but vanishes before I can write it down. Amazon has an odd crash, then rise in the AM. It like went back to where it was, but the spike was just like whoop for no clear reason. There's a 3.8 quake in New England, and Bill Burr and Billy Corgan may be brothers from the same dad. I remember that too. That seems so long ago. Christy goes to the plant warehouse. Here's a nice picture of Christy and Alicia at that giant plant warehouse. And here's a nice photo of Yam being a tiger. I think that's back in your room, right? I haven't seen the tiger blanket on.
I think you must have cleaned it, because that looks like it's on
Yeah.
bed or
Oh, I
something.
just washed it, and so I put it there to dry, and then it went up. It's back with you, right? That blanket usually lives on 2. So 20th of January was a Tuesday. Up at 8, coffee at home. I actually, although it became irregular because it's by Christie's Pottery, this is the first time I go to Little Caesars, because I want to actually see how their pizza is, and it's incredibly cheap, and it's good for the price, especially for Seattle, which isn't known for its pizza. I take a watering tour of the house with Christy and Alicia. I do remember that. I called and was on camera with my phone, and I had a phone in one hand and a watering can in the other, and just walked around and held the phone up. And Christy was like, "Water that," and I did. "Don't water that. Water that." And it was like an hour of a tour of the house, and it was fun.
I think it was like 10 minutes. Don't act like it was.
It was huge. I've written
3
down.
hours.
But we also gave Alicia and Dennis a tour of the house at the same time because they watched on. And asked questions, moved around. I listened to the best show. It's the first one of the new year. A F-35 fighter crashes on base in Alaska, but the pilot survives. The 29th of January is a Wednesday. It's Chinese New Year. Some Christie chat. I note that our Christie chat is very nice. I have the leftover pizza the next day. La Prisonnière, the Clouseau movie, amazing visuals. It was really good. I watched the Chicago 3-hour Chicago Fire PD, whatever movie. I have hashtag plant goals, talk about Christie's future plant store one day. White House Office of Management and Budget rescinds memo that froze federal grants and loans around dusk. A military helicopter collides with a passenger plane. It lands in D.C. I remember that. That was very tragic, and no survivors. And a bunch of idiots would debate that the rest of the year. The 30th of January was Thursday. Alex, our friend Alex, who may or may not be in chat, visits Christie in Texas. He's buying a car, a BMW, and he just happens to be near Wiley and stops in to see the plant store and absolutely loves it. Loves the little town too. So
Yeah, that was fun.
Yeah, it was very unexpected. I pay the gas bill, which somehow is $69. Journal, more journaling, and take a 3K walk. I stop for some chicken while I'm out. Clean the tub, like a deep, deep tub clean, and then use it to take a soak. I donate to Jim Jack's son's team on Christie's behalf. I remember that too.
Oh, that's right.
I have a dream. The dream is a violent cop show, but I recall little of it, except the guy who was wronged, being wrongfully arrested, kicks the lead on a fire escape as a surprise twist, and I'm surprised as a twist. I listen to KXP and Chill with the Cat. News: Trump blames crash on DEI. Oh yeah, Marianne Faithfull dies, and the DC plane included many figure skaters from a Kansas event.
Oh, that's right. That was so sad.
The 21st of January was a Friday. I have some nice house stickers here that I really like. In the morning, I listen to a KXP block. It's a Bob Mould block. When I take a walk, it's really nice. I finish Earth to Moon, which is a great audiobook about Zappa, written by Moon Zappa. It's both sad and wonderful. I listen to I've got DOA, A Rite of Passage. I believe that is a TV show, possibly a documentary. I'm unclear. I don't remember that one very well. I get up at 8 with yam, have grape nuts and yogurt, which Christie would ridicule. Yep, she's making a face right there. Why did you go get grape nuts? But yeah, instead of milk, I used yogurt, and it was cereal. And then I have mini anchovy pizzas for dinner.
Oh, God. Terrible day for me.
The things I can do when she's not around. Christie visits a friend and stays late and gets home around 11 and wants to decompress. I guess has to isn't the right word, but wants to decompress with the conversation.
Was that Chris?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, that was hard.
There's a big, big wind, thumps on the roof in the evening, but everything's okay when I go up and look in the dark. I go to bed after midnight. This is a day when I despite having everything set up right, I log in and all my savings are gone. My bank says there's absolutely nothing, and I call in that day to say what happened. And what turns out is that everything that was tied to my previous job was transferred, even though I no longer work there and no longer am connected to it, and actually called to make sure I was disconnected. They just moved it anyway because the company said so. And so first it's in a day to figure out what happened to it. And they were like, oh, yeah, you were informed. It's like, yeah, I called on this date with this information and exempted, and I also am not connected. Like, oh, that's crazy. And second is figuring out where to move all my stuff to, which they don't like, but I transfer everything away because that's the worst thing. Anyway, I have moved on from that. But it was frustrating to wake up and be like, oh, yeah, you're actually broke. But so they just moved it to a different account that I would have known had I still had my job, but because I didn't have my job, they just decided to do it anyway, which frustrated me enough that I completely changed banks. And they were mad about that, but I was like, I don't care. Give me my stuff. And that was basically the day. I just, furiously ate little anchovy pizzas and stayed on the phone with the bank to
Ugh.
transfer everything. That was
Everything I hate.
over a year ago, though, so I'm all better now. In the news, small plane crashed in Philadelphia, 6 reported dead, and White House official says COVID came from a Chinese lab, and Elon Musk locks civil servants out of personnel management and starts accessing data, and is the rise of the office, not department, because only Congress created a department, and that stuff he did was never a department. The end. I won't even say its name because of frustration. It should be Ooge.
Well, it's dumb. Yeah.
All the journalists should have been saying Ooge. Here are some D&D stamps because now we're in February.
Cool. You need to go quicker. Otherwise, this is going to be 12 hours.
What time is it now?
You've been doing this for an hour.
Oh my God, I've been doing this for an hour, right? I'm going to go faster. I'm going to stop sidebarring.
No, the sidebars are great. It's just, like trying to read everything, maybe. I don't know.
The 1st of February was a Saturday. Go to bed after midnight. Do Talking with Christy, which is lovely. A 4K morning walk. There's snow and hail while I'm out. I grab a veggie skillet at the Great American Diner. Have a cherry Danish at Snapdragon. Christy has plant margaritas.
Oh, that's right. We did make plant margaritas.
I do a bunch of chores. I dress faucets in their little coats and vacuum the second floor. I watch The Outlaw Johnny Black, which has great highs. It's from the people who did Black Dynamite. It's funny, but there's some slow parts, but it's still good overall. Let's do La Release de News from 1980. A really good record. I specifically have Wow Wow written down. And Trump signs the Mexico, Canada, China tariffs into law, and Canada responds with 25% tariff. Here's a badass Dennis photo.
Oh, yeah. That was so cool.
2nd of February was Sunday. I have baked potatoes and granola. Finished the granola and yogurt. Listen to some podcasts. Have a great mom call, which we discuss technology. Take a 2K walk in the afternoon. Set up the trash and compost and such. It's Groundhog Day. Lily goes to the movie theater. Here's my niece at the movie theater.
Aww.
Posing in front of Sonic. It might have been their first in-theater movie. I cannot recall.
I think that was.
Lily, if that was your first in-theater movie and you're here, let me know. I'll tell the stream. A lot of news. A United Airlines plane catches fire in Houston. That's what we'll be flying to. Elon Musk gets Treasury access. Ontario, Quebec remove U.S. alcohol from the shelves. It's an ICE protest in L.A. And Kendrick Lamar wins all the Grammys, and the whole crowd sings the A minor line, which was possibly the worst thing anyone has ever done to anyone. All of last year. Christy goes to Joe T. Garcia. I'm sorry I did not go there in any of my trips. Here's a lovely photo of the night snow.
Oh, and me at Joe T's.
Yeah.
Very excited.
Take a small nap with the cat on the couch. It's a very cold day, and the cat is very happy to take a nap with me. Here's the buried cat snuggling me.
It is funny that you get snow while I'm out in the open.
Yeah.
Tex-Mex.
I recall. And Joe T's, no less.
I know. It was just cool, really.
Big vacuum the house. Vacuum everywhere. Listen to podcasts while I'm vacuuming. Have the cereal and yogurt again. This time it's lemon yogurt. I go to buy lemon yogurt to have with the cereal. In the news, Mexico reaches deal to stop tariffs. Trump pauses Canada tariffs after Congressman Don Beyer to head Treasury and ask questions. And Senator Simet says he will hold negotiations until U.S. aid restored. I might skip over all this political stuff, I guess. Everybody knows how.
Yeah, it's good stuff, though.
Yeah, I mean, it's good, but unless it's high point, just to speed things up a little. Because every day is insanity for all of them. 4th of December was a Tuesday. Up around 7, rise slowly, take a coffee run to Olympia. Journal to stick on tape. Have a cookie from 7-Eleven. Laundry fold, night packing, final cleaning. Get our mail, watering plants with Christy and Dennis again. Another water tour. Refill the hummingbird water. Refill the tires with air because they're going down. Call the Salish Lodge to confirm my anniversary, which still works. Make sure our AAA subscription works. Listen to podcasts. Pack the suitcase. Charge everything I have written down, which is true. I charge everything.
Oh, I almost forgot we're about to go on our big trip.
Yeah. Well, you're already on some of your trip, but
yeah.
I downloaded the Zappa audiobook for the plane. There are protests at the Treasury. The U.S. says Trump says the U.S. will take over Gaza. 1,000K in eggs are stolen from a supplier, and egg stuff remains weird. And federal workers sue to disconnect a music server. I listened to Sang-hee Kim, a Korean artist who is doing Tom Jones and Burt Bacharach. It's really nice. And yeah, meows along while I'm listening to it. Maybe we should listen to more K-pop. Yam is very sad in the night, sleeps with me the whole time, just clinging to me. I think she sees the suitcase, and I think she thinks we're going and never returning, which is sad.
She's fine and happy now.
Yeah. 5th of February was a Wednesday. Have a dream I can't recall, but it seems so important. I woke myself up with a countdown in the dream. And the energy was visualized as a disappearing ball like New Year, but then it was gone. Yeah, it was cuddly but fearful. Very clearly fearful. There's an inch of snow in the night. Yeah. And I go out to clean the hummingbird feeders so they can still get to the food. They're waiting in the tree. Christy sees me in the camera. And makes fun of me because my pants are inside out because I pulled them on to before I went to shower. She just texts me, "How dare you go out?" Something like that.
Have some decorum, sir.
Anyway, around 7, Yam is yelling at me a lot. Get stuff together and go on time. Finished journal for home. Text Dallas and Nick, who are house sitting for us. Over to the airport, train to the terminal, and then fly to Texas. While I have time at Seattle, I take a Pokemon route and walk around and take a 2K walk at the Seattle airport while I'm waiting for my flight. I have a breakfast wrap. There's squash manicotti on the plane. Listen to some podcast on the plane. Have a nice couch sit with the cams when I arrive. Christy and Dennis meet me at Love Field. We go turn to Isaac after. We go to a little shop where I buy Christy some Pokemon pins, get gifts for the kids, but walk out of the store without paying. I pick them up and we're all talking and I walk out. I was like, "What the hell?" And I go back to pay, but they're locking up, so I have to push back the door in. That's actually really funny. They probably let me just walk out without them.
Yeah.
In the news, a Japan Airlines plane hits a Delta plane at SeaTac around 10. It cuts off the tail of the plane. I was already gone by then. Mitch McConnell's in wheelchair after multiple falls, and U.S. and Israel withdrawal from the UN Human Rights Council. Here's a nice picture of Christy hugging something at the grocery store with some plants that we saw.
Aww. That was such a good trip.
10th of February was a Thursday up at 8:45. Christy's annoyed she had a dream where I wouldn't give a child water. I shower and have pie with Dennis. She gives me a small scolding for not giving the child water in her dream.
It does sound like me.
Yeah.
So sorry.
Go off to the plant shop. Get potato, egg, and bacon tacos, which is great. I play Pokemon all day with Dennis as we're working, which is great. Lets us both catch up on a lot of stuff. Have great traffic in the shop. Everybody's happy. Go back to Kroger and get food and beer and play Mario games in the evening, which was a lot of fun. It's Mario Party night. News: tuberculosis outbreak in Kansas. Trump signs order sanctioning International Criminal Court over treatment of Israel. Judge blocks InfoWars sale. Oh yeah, the InfoWars stuff. Also, when I travel, I do things in pencil. So we have a blue pencil here to show that I'm traveling. I'll start with the news. There's a system crash in Alaska. Judge blocks USA termination. Mug must to get access to everything. I said I wasn't going to do this anymore. And 2 million donuts were called due to listeria. 7th of February was a Friday. Get up at 8. Shower. Christy chills with the cats a bit in Texas. At around 10, I clean up the shop's back room. We go to free play afterwards, and a lot of fun with playing video games with the kids. Get hot pot with everyone. Very, very good. Walked to chicken parm for lunch with Christy before hot pot. The waiter, oh yeah, we tip 300% because the waiter tells us about how he's an immigrant and has just come to America. And very nice. Like, I absolutely believe him. But Christy buys the Wiley sweater. I don't know if you're wearing it today.
I'm not.
She buys the sweater that says Wiley on it because she loves it. Stripe Gang returns. I specifically note it if Stripe Gang is listening. We watched Blue Eyed Samurai.
That's right. That was good.
I have a Friday dream. A friend is getting married in Hawaii and did not invite me, but they did invite my mom, so I have to go anyway. While there, Flavor Flav is returning from space, where he was observing as a neutral third party. Because yeah, sure. I was free, so I had to go with the capsule team to pick up Flavor Flav. When we got there, all that was in the seat was a note that read, "Still observing." Very Flavor Flav right there.
Mm-hmm.
We went back to the hotel, and the friend was in tux and hugged me and said, "Of course I was invited." And it was a prank, but I only had time to find an orange golf jacket. And for some reason, I did my hair up in like a do-rag. You know, that's something I definitely need. I was concerned about appropriation, but the friend said I was fine. And we stop in the airport lounge. We're flying home, and we fly to LA. And then we land. We go to a place in Little Tokyo, have a very nice dinner. We go to there's a Square Enix store there that we visit but don't go in, and it's closed in the morning before we leave. So we don't actually go in, but Christy looks to the window and says there's not a lot she would buy anyway. The 8th of February was a Saturday. In the news, 7.6 off Wilderness Coast and Russia to draft 100,000 people. Our pre-check thing is here. The pass is here, but it's fading, even though I put it under tape. I hate that everything fades now with that stupid ink that's heat sensitive for no clear reason other than to resell everything. It's a blank piece of heat sensitive paper now, no matter what. You can't save anything. Anyway, we go to bed about 1 a.m. Around 8 o'clock, Dennis gets his donuts and kolaches, which is great. Miles has school events, so we go to the airport much earlier because he forgot to tell his parents about the school event, but he took first. Have a fun drive with Dennis, buy a lounge pass at Christy's request, and have snacks as seen. She goes out to shop a little bit while I stay in the lounge. Take the plane to LA. The LA cab driver tries to rip me off, taking a very long route, even though there's a sign that says there's a max you can pay right in front of it. And he drives, and the meter goes up and up and up. And he pulls over and he says, "It's this much." And I say, "Oh, word? What about that sign?" He goes, "Oh, yeah, it just didn't reset." And then he resets it, which is fine. I cost him, a serious amount of gas, but he very clearly was trying to rip us off as best he could. And he ended up just starting himself. Take a little walk through Little Tokyo, which is a very nice place. It's really crowded, but it's really fun. We go back to the hotel and wait till the restaurant is open, and then have a bento in the hotel restaurant, which is actually a good bento restaurant. Yeah. I fall asleep lightly while Christy is taking a shower. And we're in room 1116. 9th of February was a Sunday, up at 6 a.m. and we shower and we take a short walk for breakfast bento, but it's closed and the place there are closed. So we go back to the cafe in the hotel, which is a very nice cafe, and get buns we can take with us. Have banana matcha latte, have French toast and coffee, get some red bean buns for the future. We walk to Union Station. The place is close to boarding when we arrive because we stop to take photos and such, so we don't go into the lounge we're entitled to or hang out. We just run for the train. We get on the train, we go to our room. The bathroom handle of the train is broken, but 4 guys come to fix it while we're in the room. So there's 6 people in this tiny little train room. Have a comfy sit and ride. I get Christy mimosa she's not expecting by walking down. We get lunch at noon. Have a pretty good patty melt and an insanely way too sweet butter cake. We eat with Alex and Yolanda from Arkansas. Back to the room to chill. We start Severance season 2 while on the train. Of dinner at 6:30, steak and shrimp with Dave and Veronica from Montana. Take a cafe run for coffee and gin later in the evening. We set up our own bed when I can't find the attendants and bed around 9:30. In the news, it's Super Bowl Sunday. Phillies beat Kansas City, and the New York poultry market is ordered closed. Here is the LA station. Some lovely views. I'll show you some more of those. There's
It's
Christy
really
in the car. And we switch sides at one point so we can take all the photos. But here are some lovely views of California. The dining car is pretty good. We have some nice setup. As you can see, I took a lot of photos. There are multiple pages. That's me lying down to show how much room there is in the beds. 10th of February was a Monday. We wake up to snow. We open the window and there's snow. Lovely Northern California. Big delay due to freight. We barely move in 2 hours. So we get breakfast at 7:30, omelet and coffee with Diego from Vegas. Lunch with Deanne and a possible murderer. You remember that guy? The guy came in and sat with us because they signed it and sat next to the woman Deanne, and we all started talking and he just would not look at us and was just and she was getting nervous, and then he left early, and it was strange. Anyway, mostly good. Have dinner at 5:30, steak and cheesecake. Uber home afterwards when we arrive. We clean up and I redo the bed. We watch Ugly Houses on Hulu upstairs and go to sleep. And then we are back home. And here is a nice picture of Christy back home at the train station before we leave. I go to bed around 11. Yam is really happy to have us home. And a bunch of crap with politics, Elon Musk, whatever. I voted. This is a voting day.
Woo!
Christy gets me some lovely new stickers. Catch the mailman of the box in the morning and give him my ballot to make sure it takes in. The 11th of February was a Tuesday. Laundry from the trip, cleaning up. I catch up on Chicago stuff. I note there is a hydrant theft plot where someone steals a fire hydrant, and it's so good. I don't remember the episode fully, but have cat combat at 3 a.m. and 6 a.m. because she's happy to have home and wants to play. Watch the On Cinema Wendy Kirby special. On Cinema, highly recommended to everyone. One of the finest comic things that's ever existed. If my friend Brian is watching, he knows how good this special was. I can't believe it wasn't. It was just that recent. That seems so long ago. Up at 8, get tacos and coffee from Olympia. Listen to the Best Show podcast. Again, I have big dream, feels important, but fades before I can write it. Christy orders more food. We watch High Potential, which we refer to as Smart D. Get Sagaloo and then have a sneezing fit after. This is the Gulf of Mexico Day, where White House says it's now the Gulf of America.
I got a comment from Allie.
Greg Heads Unite. No idea if we're syncing on the feed.
I think mostly.
You're a little bit off, but not enough to tell. Here's an ad for television. 12th of February was a Wednesday. I think some of these will go faster because we have some, we did a lot this year, especially in these blocks, Same old. Black Lightning's creator is now Jenny Isabella. Will still be Tony in some credits. No one knew that Tony Isabella was trans. I do remember some conversation that it would have been funny for them just to change their name from Tony to Toni. But It's the person who created Black Lightning and many other characters, did some great stuff, but will now be, although they don't care about the old credits, they'll be credited going forward as Jenny Isabella. And then a bunch of politics stuff that I'm skipping. I'm very stuffy in the morning, more cat cuddles though. I play chess 960 for the first time against a computer, but it's fun. Christy goes to do pottery. It's been a while. Nick and Dallas cancel bingo. I don't remember why, but there's some good reason why they couldn't go. Christy briefly loses her wedding ring and gets mad at me while she stops her pizza and somehow puts it in her pocket while she's doing pottery.
I feel like this is all out of context.
But then she finds a ring and is happy with me, and we have pizza and watch television.
I think I was just stressed out. Okay.
Yeah, I don't think it was me. Also, here are some green stickers of cats on trains. I just report the 14th of February was Friday. Get up around 8 in the morning, have a shower, have morning coffee with Christy, clean some old notebooks, and start have hot dogs wrapped in bread rather than buns. Yeah.
We're doing okay, you guys.
We finished Blue Eyed Samurai. I listened to Frank Zappa's You Can't Do That on Stage Anymore. Some stuff with GameStop and Trump firing people, and I'm just going to skip it. And we plan a Saturday outing, and I used some of the tape of the deer that we bought, that tape in Nara of deer butts. Aww. 15th of February is a Saturday. Go out to the library. Stop for coffee and a sausage bagel. It's really busy at the library. We go to soup after and get tea and goat soup. We go to Jim Jack's house to see the plants. I'm surprised that Hody will be staying with us. Apparently they planned this without my knowledge, and we're like, oh yeah, Hody's staying with us every day now. So we go back home. I get ice cream from Shugs. We catch up on some Apple TV shows. I make a new mix for Christy to review for Fancy Plants. U.S. versus Canada hockey. There's a fight at the start. It ends 3-1 the USA, and the American anthem gets booed. But I do like my sticker collage. I feel like that's just cute. 16th of February was a Sunday. I went through a Frank Zappa period, clearly. I listened to Best Band You Never Heard in Your Life. I have a call with Mom that rolls into a 3-hour Lily call. And this is the SNL 50 episode, which is basically the afternoon. It starts at 4 with some red carpet, and then the 3-hour special at 5. And we watch live. We watched last week tonight after. We have pasta while we're watching it. Trash night. And while lying in bed, Christiane is texting me while she's downstairs, and then is silent and won't answer my texts. And turns out it's because she was doing all the dishes.
Twist
that we left. Yeah, it's like, are you okay? Where are you? And then she comes up and you're like, oh, perfectly fine. I just want to text you because I did all the dishes. More. I'm not even going to read the news unless it's good. Hang on, we have an incoming message from. It's a heart. It's from Matt and Kim.
It's just a reaction.
I try to keep up with all the messages from you guys. I like to interact. All right. We're going to be done with this book by noon. I can feel it. 7th of February is a Monday. Christy makes morning coffee. Clean out the USB sticks.
Alert from Jim Jack. He's taking the dog out. We can't talk about Hody while they're gone.
All right. Outing to Uwajimaya and get hot pot things for later. Have hot pot things. We have watched the SNL Homecoming concert, sort of, but we're mostly eating hot pot and doing other stuff. I have a dream. I'm in the art studio making Heather a necklace. I start to become self-conscious and I finish, but then I shift to a new seat where I can't be seen with the work I'm doing. And we get a beanfish at Uwajimaya and have a banh mi and fries while I'm there. And that's it. We just basically have an outing. No big deal. Watch Japan Rabbi Journal, listen to podcasts. The 18th of February was a Tuesday. Get up at 7, and then I get up at 9. Christy says I snorkel all night. she will be training other people. She gets the honor of having to train people, which I think is fun.
Oh, yeah.
We were going to do hot pot, but there's no soup base, so we have to go find soup base. I walk down to the grocery store and buy soup base. I take a 3K walk in the process because I just sort of mosey. Asteroid has 3% chance of hitting Earth. It does not. Trump starts his executive order stuff, which now is just here. 19th of February, I get up at 8:30, have a coffee and bagel, clean the tub, take a post office walk to mail something to Lily. And Yam is really chatty. Christy goes to her pottery. She wants pasta in the evening, and so she specifically requested, and so I make night pasta for us at my wife's request. More cleaning out old notebooks. We watch Taskmaster. And here are some of my stickers of old ads. They're for beauty. 20th of February was a Thursday. Kash Patel is confirmed. Amazon takes control of James Bond. I have a dream. I'm recording an audiobook for something called Lord of Light. It's a parody with Paul F. Tompkins. Christy leaves the room scared, and Sam Chemis asks why I'm being so loud. And the podcast is poorly reviewed by all. Podcast stress dream there. Yam seems very tired and cuddly, but wakes me up early for food. Morning coffee out to White Center to get more soup base. It is not. I have to go to 2 places before I can find it because it's just not there. I head home, take a 2K walk, get fish and chips for us in the evening because I could not find the soup base. And then we have beer and fish and chips. I have laptop setup night. I guess it's your new laptop. Arrives. Then we watch Ugly House. And there's a new song from them called Vintage Jeans. The trash can robbery. Oh, wow. I thought that was so long ago, but it was just in February. Guy sneaks in. We have a trash can full of crap that was just like old leaves and stuff that's just sitting there. He sneaks in and steals the trash can. We get him on camera. There's only crap in the trash can. It's something we kept meaning to throw away. Yeah. And I was just too lazy to take to the back. So he's actually helping us. But it's ridiculous how he sneaks in as low as possible to not set off the camera. And
yeah, it was very creepy.
Yeah, it was just weird. Mangione hearing happened today on this day last year. P. Diddy's lawyer quits. Christy, 21st of February, Christy says I snort all night. Yeah, I steam in the shower for my sinuses. I think I just get stuffy in the morning. Like I'm stuffy now. I'm just not as bad now. We make Dallas and Nick at Beer Junction. Have a very fun time. We all get Pagliacci's. Then we go to bingo at 6. Cruise director Julie from the Love Boat attends. We're right across from Julie from the Love Boat. Did not know she was there until they pointed her out, but it's very nice. Meet some nice lesbians.
Oh, was that the time that they were so thirsty?
I was trying to get a Jello shut out, and I was explaining to one how to use my tongue to get a Jello shut out, and I made the most burnt laughter that I was teaching them how to get a Jello shut out with my tongue. And there are widows with the lesbians who tell Christy to appreciate me, and she remembers that because they're trying to steal my man. But,
I was like, I appreciate him. Don't look at him.
But yes, I apparently made lesbians laugh with the strength of my tongue. The 22nd of February, we get sushi with Dallas and Nick. Here are some photos of the sushi. Here's a photo of sushi. We did that twice, I think. This is not the big fancy one, but I get a new pillow and sleep at a higher angle to try and stop snoring. And nothing here says I was snoring, so I seem to have succeeded. I get a green onion bagel and coffee at home. Christy goes out to Jim Jack. She comes back with a chicken sandwich for me, which is wonderful. Dallas's birthday party. Oh, yeah, that's why we were at the sushi place. Oh, I do remember that. Yeah. Really fun night.
It's delicious.
We all buy stuff. get some great sake for the table, have a wonderful time with many of her friends. If you guys happen to be on the feed, I hope you have fond memories of that too. Dallas and Nick. 23rd of February is a Sunday. Go to Olympia for tacos and coffee. Christy goes to the Cheesecake Factory with her work friends. Rains in the afternoon, trash night. I have a turkey sandwich for dinner. I finish this tape, which is a tape I really liked, so I'm sad that it's gone. I have a dream. We're at a big party and Zoe is back, but she's very scared. Christy and I have to help her. And the hostess wants to leave but can't figure out how to go. And my pants are inside out no matter what. Have a birthday call for Lily. This is Lily's birthday. It's a lot of fun. And then watch The Pit in the afternoon. 24th February was a Monday. Watch In the Folds of the Flesh. It's insane, but very interesting. Watch Will Trent. Journal tape and sticker. Catch up on things. Roberta Flack dies. Get a surprise call from Lily, who is sick, but she's very, very eager to have a conversation. Yam gets up at 6. We fight on the couch. We fight in the bed. We fight on the stairs. There are photos of me fighting her in various places throughout the day. She's just very active. And then a very intense wind, thunder, and lightning around 5. And we have Hot Pot. And there's some photos of Chris doing Hot Pot. 25th of February is a Tuesday. Dallas brings a birthday cake by. It's very good. It's a little can of birthday cake for us. So much wind. Have coffee at home. See the hummingbird, though, while we're in the living room, and the hummingbird as well. Chris goes to pottery. I listen to podcasts. I have a little list of some jazz songs I listen to on KXP Jazz Theater, which I catch up with. That's really, really good. That's Noel's music. I try and listen on time delay. It's at like 2 a.m. on KXP, but it's really good. 26th of February was a Thursday. I wake up at 6 and then at 9. I'm fine at 6, but I'm wiped out at 9, and I don't know why. Let me know if Dennis, I see you texting. The shower sets off the fire alarm because of how hot it is. Lily asked me if I will Animal Cross with her tonight, and we play Animal Crossing. Christy goes out to the Jim Jack for the office. I pay the phone bill. I pay the power bill. Watch Shoresy season 4, and have and then we're up to our anniversary. Here are photos from Thursday and Friday. 27th February was a Thursday. Yam stares at something in the night. I wonder if we have a mouse, but no mouse evidence was ever found. Chris does a hearing, and so I hang out and do some journal catch up, make a mix. We leave around 3. We arrive around 4. We go to Club 268. There's all kinds of good stuff like dried fruit and coconut rice and tuna and cocktails and strawberry yogurt and candy. We go back and sit by the fireplace. We get a burger and fries and some cocktails for dinner. Gene Hackman dies in the most dramatic way possible.
Oh, yeah.
And then there's all those little news things. 28th of February was Friday. We go back to Club 68 and have a bagel in the morning. Christy joins around 9, and then we go to pool soaks, the soaking pool. I finished reading 17. Very nice newspaper drama by Hideo Yokoyama. I do that in the club. We get a very nice pot de creme in the evening, but they offer me a free dessert because my pot de creme arrives late. So they take it off the,
That's right.
like I pre-ordered it, but it didn't arrive, and I have to call and ask where they are. And so we get it for free because, and then we watch a Jenny Nicholson episode, podcaster who does very cool stuff on Patreon. Get shrimp and steak and cherry pie and hang out in the bedroom, eating there because we don't want to go out. And here is March. So put us in February and start March.
Woot.
Still at the Salish Lodge.
Woot 1242 has commented. I think that's Ariella, right?
Ariella, are you Woot 242? Whoever you are at Woot 242, welcome. Here's a picture of Christy with her car. We really love this because you can see it's next to some fancier cars. This was at the lodge, and we drove down, and we tip reasonably well at the lodge, and so they put us up front.
That was the first. Yeah, it was the first car you look at when you look at this beautiful lodge. You look at my gross ass car.
Yeah, and it was really funny to just see, like, the paint is coming up the sides, and then there are these very expensive cars that are parked. I can't see what
It is Ariella.
It is
she
Ariella.
says, "Yep. Why am I not just woot?" And
Hello?
that's probably because they took it.
That's probably true. Actually, they probably took it back somehow.
Yeah.
1st of March was Saturday. I wake up around 6. The blinds are open just enough to put sun on my face, which is nice. I go down to the club again because Kristen was into bed. I come back around 10 and she's just waking up. We go to the soaking pool. We take a small walk around. There's still the tree in the river at the falls. Get a lot of free stuff. We get another pot de creme to apologize for the first pot de creme. We hang in the lounge. We watch stuff on cable. Some sausage bacon, cinnamon muffin, and just a list of the various foods we ate, which is very, very nice. I have a dream that they move our room as it was a training room, and it was an art piece and not an actual room. And they set back up, but we don't have any of our stuff. And obviously it doesn't come true. Oh yeah, here's the tree in the waterfall and our breakfast. 2nd of March was Sunday. I have a dream, and I'm at a Bowie listening party. There's a rap version of Loveless, which is a My Bloody Valentine album. Christy leaves bored. Dallas goes to with her. On the way out, a woman jumps in my lap and does cocaine and then leaves.
This was a dream.
This was a dream. Dallas tells Christy, and she gets mad. And I try to explain that I was just sitting there, but then I'm trying to explain via text, but then I get down to the Bowie party for texting too much.
Oh no.
Yes, that was a dream, though. Very funny. Christy gets woken early by somebody knocking at the door, or the maids. I get duck chilaquiles and breakfast. Christy tries to take a nap, but she needs it totally dark, so we listen to a podcast in the dark.
I'm so sorry. Make me sound so awful.
You're not awful. It's just something that happened. We go down to free cocktails because it's an open bar at Club 268, and so we get cocktails and watch the Oscars. I watch a very small bit of the On Cinema Oscar special, but I'm going to watch it mostly time shifted later on. Come back to the room around 7. Some news crap happened. The 3rd of March was a Monday. Dream I'm in a house in Pennsylvania. I look outside. Many planes are dogfighting in a civil war outside of Pennsylvania. Slow wake up. We check out. We go to Tweeds and have breakfast, which is very nice. Here's a photo of Christy at Tweeds, the Twin Peaks restaurant, of course. Yam very, very clearly missed us. I think all the being away from her really upset her during the year. There's a quake north of Seattle. It's 4.6. I have a nice drive home, but the garbage is not picked up yet. So we put out our cans and hope, and I underlined hope. And in fact, they do pick up the garbage that night. Dow drops 300 points. Christy does a little work. I watched the On Cinema Oscar special on time delay from the night before. We also watch White Lotus, John Oliver, and we get Chipotle. And I pull a muscle in my chest as I'm sneezing. 4th of March was a Tuesday. Watch Deal or No Deal Island, one of the most ridiculous shows that ever was. Everything is, all my passwords are reset. I'm wondering if there's a secret hack nobody's talking about because everything gets sent back. Do a journal catch up on all the stuff I missed. We get our groceries to arrive, and we have fish and couscous for dinner, and it's very, very good. And the State of the Union is tonight. And everybody knows how that went.
Union's great.
The 4th of March was a Wednesday. I get up at 6. I feed Yam and go back to bed. A lot of dreams I forget. But in one of them, I owned a train. I remember that part. I actually get up on 8:45, and Yam is on my tummy looking at me, so I don't really get up. have a coffee and bagel afterwards. Big closet clean day. A lot of old memory cards that I pull out, a lot of old paperwork, and I review the old memory cards that I pull out of the closet. Watch Daredevil Born Again. It's just kind of Christy gives me a lovely wooden anniversary snake. He's right here. He's a nice Oberos. He's also magnetic on the bottom, so he's got a little stand that he stands on. Right back there. You'll see him throughout the rest of the broadcast. Request we go to the wine bar in the evening, so we do. And we get a little cheese plate and have wine, and it's a very nice hangout. And then we go home and watch Deal or No Deal Island, and Christy requests pasta, and so I make pasta. And we have that. Roy Ayers dies on this day at 84. Then some other stuff. 6th of March was a Thursday. Get up around 9. Take a bath in the morning. Sneezy AF I have written down. Listen to Seaside FM on Twitch. Very nice city pop stream. Watch The Pit. Fold laundry. Walk in my WFMU pledge. Finish cleaning some more data cards. Catch up on Journal. A whole bunch of news and political crap. Everybody remembers how bad it was. Silent reading night, the first of the. Go to Easy Street, Dallas and Nick and Nicole. I have Westerburger. That's the hamburger is named after Paul Westerberg. This is the night that a bozo. I'm reading Mishima's Thirst for Love, and a bozo peeks in and yell, "Yes, but Trump is your president, and there's nothing you can do." And there's no reason why he did that.
It was a group of clearly liberal people just reading to themselves peacefully.
It's quiet. There's music playing and it's completely quiet. And he just peeks in the door and says, "Yes, but Trump is your president." It's like, let's just go knife him. Christy says we should treat him like a Cybertruck, the human version of a Cybertruck, and that stayed with me. Surprise bed monster. Can you see the bed? Can you see the bed monster? That just happens. I'm not sure why. Christy sends it to me, though. 7th of March was a Friday, up at 4, and then I get up for real at 9. Cat is extra cuddly from 4 to 9, and so hangs out. Do some more file sorting. Christy goes out to Pottery and brings home Little Caesars, which she's now enjoying, too, because it's cheap and edible and tasty. And there's someone named Sylvia Leyden who thinks she has all my accounts, and she doesn't, and she has no access to them. But she gives me accounts to her bank because I'm a kind person. And I call the bank and say, "Don't do that." And they try to give me her info, and I stop them. They're actually like, "Well, you could just call her." It's like, nope. Don't give me any of her info. I'm telling you, I have access, and I don't want any part of that. If you want to let me keep having access, that's completely on you. But this is for the record, And they finally disconnect all my accounts from that and say they will contact her. I assume she got access to her bank again, but happens in a lot of things. And here's a nice thing of Yam looking side eye. There's also stuff that I probably don't want to say on YouTube, but there are people in her life who contact me sometimes. The 8th of March was a Saturday. I finished Mishima's Thirst for Love. It's really good. I have a dream I can't recall. I get morning coffee, and then I go to the library and chill at the library. I chill the library while Christy's out with Jim Jack. I beat Christy in a Pokemon match, and she is displeased that we do a head-to-head Pokemon fight, and I win. The Wolverhampton Wolves versus the Bluermont Toffees. The Wolves versus the Toffees, and Christy is so mad at the names. But we watched that on Peacock. We go to Pancake Chef. I'm glad we went before they closed. Very good lunch at Pancake Chef. And then we come home and watch SNL with Lady Gaga. 9th of March was a Sunday. This is the time change night. Up at the new 7 for Yam, who is still on the old schedule and wants her brunch, and she's very, very cute. I feel painfully heavy. I've written down, so I go back to bed and then wake up again. Officially at 9. Have yogurt, call my mom. Christy trims the maple I catch up on Chicago while she's trimming the maple. I clean under the couch as well and take out the compost and trash. I have nachos in the afternoon. And then we go out to Wajimaya and I get a bean fish. We have hot pot for dinner, watch White Lotus. News is just same old news. And then we go to bed around 10. Nice boring day. 10th of March was a Monday. We open the window and Yam very much enjoys it. She gets a stiff brushing as well that she enjoys. It's the 39th anniversary of 120 Minutes on MTV. So I watch a stream commemorating the 39th anniversary of 120 Minutes on MTV. Odd anniversary, but a nice stream with like old stuff. Get up at 9 because I oversleep. Christy goes through hearing. When I make coffee for us, I gather some tax docs. Find an old notebook from New York City with a letter that I transfer a lot of the notes with. It's kind of interesting what I was thinking in 2006. And we have another hot pot for dinner. It's a big hot pot period. The 11th of March, we bought a hot pot this year, and it was an excellent decision. We've used it an awful lot. 11th of March was a Tuesday. I take a 2K walk. I get some cherry donuts and bring them back. I'm very stuffy. Specifically, my ear hasn't popped. Take a long hot soak. Watch The West Wing. I think I start The West Wing at this point. Journal and sticker while watching The West Wing, and then I watch Will Trent with Christy and Yam. Christy goes to the office and then returns home later. And then there's I listen to podcasts, and that's it. A dream. The right side of my skull and jaw was in my hands, and I freaked out because my skin was touching my brain. So I had to call Christy for help. She did not have an immediate solution to this brain touching issue. And then I woke up, but I was sure she would have helped if I had kept sleeping. And that's the 12th of March. It's a Wednesday. I have a little bit of leftover cherry fritter until the Yam grabs the fritter off my plate and runs away with it, and I don't eat anymore. I journal, sticker, and tape, and have coffee with Christy. I do laundry, have nachos, and then a burger and beer for dinner. I listen to David Parsons' Shaman on Echoes. Game night at Meeples. Christy and I go play board games at Meeples. We play Cascadia and the Great British Bake Off game, which is kind of fun. But it's very crowded because it's the D&D night. We kind of stopped because of those like every night they have now. Yeah. They just have a little cafe, but they're doing great. But they have fun stuff for people to do. But it's hard to just find a table because they're all playing kids playing Dungeons and Dragons, whatever. But I'm open to trying. Yeah. You should. 13th of March was a Thursday. Very nice Yam Cuddles in the morning. I listened to The Heartbreakers by the Anchors. I make a new mix. Watch Deal or No Deal Island. Watch Shangri-La Frontier. We really enjoyed that early in the year. Run to Safeway for lox and bagels. Christy is skipping pottery because she feels poorly. We go out to Met Market. The cards break. I go out to Met Market to buy food. I walk up to the register with my cart with all the stuff we need and flowers for Christy and such, and the cards break. And after 20 minutes, I just give up and tell them to just put the stuff back. And I go to Safeway to buy the food, and it's like 40 minutes of just standing around, shopping. But the food we were going to eat from Met Market, I forget what it was. I don't record it, but I end up making pasta because I'm frustrated at trying to find all the stuff that we left behind. 100 Swarm Tesla dealership in New York. I think that's noteworthy. Like I mentioned before, I'm skipping various Trumpy stuff because everybody remembers how crappy the year was. And it's all the same, fight over and over again. 14th of March was Friday. My friend Brad sends me this lovely thing that I make into a sticker of Don Martin. Christy goes out to a client, have morning coffee, take a soaky bath while Christy's out. She comes back and goes to pottery. I vacuum all the floors. Best show while playing Baldur's Gate. And we have pizza for dinner. Here's a very nice cat triptych of her hiding. 15th of March was a Saturday. Chris goes out to Jim Jack. I play Baldur's Gate. But my characters all die, so I basically wasted the hour. Christy says has a surprise, and it's headed home with her. OMG, it's donuts. We have leftover pizza for dinner. And listen to Shonen Beach, a stream which you might enjoy. It's a stream out of Japan. It plays old stuff, like right around the 40s and 50s. It's actually very nice. 16th of March was a Sunday. Bagel, cereal, coffee, and yogurt. Have a mom call. A nice couch sit with Yam. We watch Kitchen Nightmares. Trash night. We have hot pot for dinner. Here's a close-up photo of the hot pot. We have a split in our hot pot, so Chris can have a vegetarian side, and I can dip beef. And we listen to Hearts in Space in bed. Listen to Howie B's album Duet. We're listening to Hearts of Space. More news crap. 17th of March was Monday, up at 7, shower and go out to Olympia to hang out, journal sticker and tape when I get home. I watch a Le Demonico, which is a good possession-style movie. It's like The Exorcist, but Italian. A lot of hail, and then there was rain. Watch Shangri-La Frontier, listen to Sade's Love Deluxe. I have a dream that I'm in the living room and 2 girls are trying to break in at the door and laughing, and I am nervous because what do I do with these girls breaking in? Chuck Schumer has to cancel his public appearances at a book tour. Will mention that because that was funny to me. He wrecked everything. It was like, oh no, my book. I have starting a dream, but Yam pops me out of it. Listen to podcasts. Watch the Saturday Night Live movie Saturday Night. It's a very odd movie that probably would have done well in the 80s. Like if it had happened the same time back at the 25th anniversary, it would have done well, but it's not. Watch UNC versus San Diego in the madness. I finished reading Window on the World by Hugh Cornwell, which is a very good book that is different than I thought it was going to be. Some Combat with Yam, which is a lot of fun. I finish ripping my WFMU CDs, so I have them finally saved up. Refuel the car. And after 286 days, the astronauts finally come home. Also, there's some very nice flowers here. Flower stickers. 19th of March was a Wednesday, up at 8:30, and there's more cat combat. We do a lot of fighting with Yam this year. She really enjoys it. I start reorganizing the closet. I have a surprise mom call for a couple hours. She had some computer questions. A wine bar outing with our neighbors, Andrew and Nicole. It's very fun. We just sort of hang out, watch Deal No Deal Island, and then go to bed. Also, watch a movie called The Frogman of Dungeon Bay from 1963. It may be Russian. It's like Little Mermaid crossed with the Black Lagoon, crossed with the Submariner. It's really hard to understand. I cannot find it, so I mentioned again The Frogman of Dungeon Bay. I could not find it streaming anywhere, but it's absolutely fascinating. Really recommend it. I tried to find it to give to a friend, Matthew. Still have not been able to, but it's out there. And I listened to Women of Bolero in the 50s and 60s as an album. 20th of March was Thursday. Have a morning outing at Christie's request to get bagels and some vegetables and pick up some stuff she needs. When I return, she goes to pottery. We make warlocks in the evening, do fries. I do a lot of cleaning while I'm gone. A lot of basketball upsets. I think for some reason, I think it's Friday all day and write WTF. I take a bath at 9 p.m., a rare late evening soak, and then go to bed around 10 and sleep very well due to sleeping from a hot bath. Here again are some Yam battling photos.
Oh, so cute.
20 March is Friday. I have a dream that explosions on the street and people are shooting at me. I don't feel concerned, but it's a half removed dream. I just remember people shooting at me. Friday morning bagel. Do more notebook work and watch games while I'm journal stickering and taping. Watch the Ben Stiller show and watch The Last One Laughing Last One Laughing UK is really good. I recommend that to everyone. Really, really good. 22nd of March was a Saturday. Yam wakes around 7. I take a shower and then go back to sleep. Twitch dumps most TV streams, so all the stuff from Japan I was watching is gone. I think this is because Amazon signs deals to pick up a lot of those shows in their own pay versions of it, so they just take it off Twitch. I think they use Twitch as a method to test what people wanted by ignoring that for a while, and then bought all the stuff people liked, which is both brilliant and evil. We go to visit Hody. Here's a picture of Hody. I don't know if Jim Jack's back, but that's Hody and his dogwood.
Do you mind if I turn on the heat?
The
It's
heat?
getting cold. Yeah.
Yeah, all right.
Okay.
I mean, ask you to turn off if I get too warm. Because I feel warm right now.
Well, it doesn't seem to be turning on anyway.
Is it high enough?
I know how to use this.
Yeah, hear the click. It's on.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, it's blowing hot air in my face.
I'm so sorry.
Try a new Argentinian place. Get empanadas and pastry. It's really good. Then we go to do tree stuff at Jim Jack's. When I get home, Christy takes a bath while I watch The Madness. We have squash and zucchini. And we watched the Severance finale. Wow, that seems so recent and yet so long ago.
Yeah.
23rd of March was a Sunday. I get up around 10. It's a rainy day. I have coffee and bagel. Call mom for an hour. Watch SVU. It's a really odd one, but funny. I don't know which one it is, but there were a lot of odd
They're all
SVUs.
weird.
Do a grocery run. It's mac and cheese night. Christy makes wonderful mac and cheese, and we watch White Lotus. I listen to Boz Scaggs' Give Me the Goods album before bed. Scientists create a new detergent from wood and corn, outperforms chemical versions. So maybe we'll hear about that again. Here's a nice yam photo
Oh.
where she's hiding. 24th of March is a Monday, a very cuddly cat, coffee and a lox bagel for dinner. Christy goes to a meeting in Kent and then returns. I play some Baldur's Gate. I say I'm going to stop around noon and then end up playing till 5 a.m. Have leftover mac and cheese. We watch Will Trent, catch up on dinner. I listen to Crash featuring Kerry Rowland. I have Cheese Dream written down. Could recall at 4 a.m., cannot recall at the time of writing, but a very active dream about cheese. 25th of March was a Tuesday. I have a dream. I'm in a Japanese town. I pass many 4-story buildings, including a theater, where each window offers a different movie inside. That's kind of neat. Stopped by a lovely grass area and hotel. I dangle on a ledge but can't pull myself up, so I sort of brachiate across the street. I meet Christy after brachiating across the street. We get on a bus to Susie and the Banshees. We're sitting next to Susie from Susie and the Banshees and Paul McCartney, and we all sing Helter Skelter together, but this angry guy taps the window at the light and demands quiet. Christy makes me a fresh pair of shoes from scratch. I cross the street and I offend the guy who was yelling at us. Apparently I put on shoes to go get him, and I have to hide in the library. I'm worried I'm going to be seen, so I pull the shades shut with a big blue bow. And that's my dream. Pay power bill on the 25th. Christy makes coffee for us in the morning. Christy goes to pottery. I hang out at home. She brings back Little Caesars, but it's uncooked. So we have to put it in the oven. And I deliver a scathing review on their portal. Watch Deal or No Deal Island. And that is that. 26th of March was a Wednesday. Up to total cat chaos at 3 a.m., 5 a.m., 6 a.m., and 7 a.m. I stay in bed, but I fight her well under the covers because she wants to play. In the morning, Christy, we wake up around 9, and I give her hugs, and then we talk, and then we wake up around 10 for real. I get new records from Matsuli Music, which I do not listen to on this day, but will later. Take a morning soak while I have my coffee, a rare coffee bath. Run to get groceries and beer for later. We reheat more of the pizza and chill, waiting for the storm to come in. We watched more of Laughing Out Loud. There is some lightning and hail. but hail for a very short time. 27th of March was a Thursday. Get up around 8, have coffee and a bagel. Christy meets her friend Lark at the beach. Watch more Madness. Watch The Bachelor with Christy. She wants to watch on the big screen with me, and so we watch together. Listen to some podcasts and beer and have a squash, tomato, and mozzarella bake, which is very good.
Sounds tasty.
Spring is starting to spring. It's the 20th of March. Take a 2K walk, pick up some hot pot. They're still doing their cherry donuts. I really like those cherry donuts. I hope they come back this year.
The cherry blossom donuts?
Yeah.
That's
Christy,
what I thought.
Christy makes coffee. We have the donuts. I watch The Pit and review some old notebooks and find some neat stuff in old notebooks that I walk around. Christy takes a walk to Whole Foods and back. Here's a nice combination of washi tapes. 29th of March was a Saturday. Go out to the library with Christy. After we come back, Christy takes a bath while I play Boulder Gate. We watch Clone High again. Small birthday event for Jim Jack. Christy makes a package of candy and cheeses. And some churro pan. We have some churro pan with him in honor of his birthday. Take a nap around 6, listening to some Russian chant. Yam keeps waking me, but we basically take a nap. At 8 o'clock, I take a bath soak while Christy takes 7-Eleven run. We have dinner ramen, watch Saturday Night Live. Morgan Wallen, that was he was such a jerk. If nobody saw it, he's got a song called I'm the Problem, that if I'm the problem, you're probably the reason. And like, he makes me want to get in a fight with him. Like, he just is a guy who needs his ass kicked over and over and over again, basically. And then, of course, that's the one where he just leaves the front of the stage. Here's a picture of Yam in the vacuum. She rarely gets that close, so I think she wanted to pose with it. Big.
Get a drink. Do you need anything?
Okay, some water, maybe?
Bubbly or?
Whatever. I think still, because bubbly's probably. Big house cleaning day. I vacuum, like anything that can be cleaned. Christy and I do it together, and we do a big spring cleaning. Listen to podcasts while we're doing it. This is the 30th of March. In the evening, watch White Lotus, Common Side Effects. Really good show, Common Side Effects. Mom calls. She has set up her laptop mostly, and it's great. That's it. Here are some old. This is the anniversary of my dad's passing. I'll show some old photos, and my old photo of my mom in there too. Yeah, it's my Uncle John. And the 31st of March was a Monday. Take a 3K walk in the morning. Journal tape and sticker. Put in new ink. Here are the pens that I fill for the next journal. Get groceries in the morning. Have a lovely night egg dish that Christy makes in the evening. I practice making egg creams, and I actually figured out how to make a pretty respectable egg cream. Not quite the same as, a New York egg cream, but it's good enough. And that's it. That is the book. And that is the start of the year. We have some stuff in here. There are TV shows that I've saved. There's the food. Here are the music that I listened to during that time, all of which were probably mentioned in passing. The movies and the books that I read. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then the inks that you saw. And the inks were Spiced Apple, Gingerbread, Ruby Blues, Spruce, Arctic Dust, Winter Miracle, and Sapphire. And that is the first one. I'm keeping a book tally of how many books I read, so let me go write that down. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So it's 6 books in the first journal. All right, and that's the first round. Any comments in the chat? Now is the time as we switch from January, February, March to April, May, and June. right at the 12:30 mark. Here's the start of April. I give a second just to see if Christy comes back. As always, I hope everyone is enjoying. We stayed pretty solidly at 6, so I think we have our audience locked in for the day. All right, second book. Made a little tape ladder. 1st of April was a Tuesday. Keep falling asleep in the morning, even though we're lying in bed. We get up for around 9. New journal day. Do the setup for this journal. Christy skips pottery, and Val Kilmer dies, and Cory Booker does his 24-hour speech. There is a morning joke about we have switched to the new. Also, I wanted to show you.
I'm so sorry.
Sorry. It wrapped up while we were there. We passed the anniversary of my dad's death, and I don't know if you ever saw these photos.
Yeah.
That I put in
They're
here.
very cute. It's so sweet. Welcome back, me.
Welcome back, Christy. I'm glad you came back just in time. The 1st of April is where we are. We have a morning joke about a 1930s film series, Christy and Her Husband, where her Mid-Atlantic catchphrase is, "Pardon me, I'm going to the bathroom to do cocaine." And we do a whole, the audience says it with or by later installments, but we do a whole, like that 7 to 9 where we're lying in bed, we actually pretty much do a whole bit where, "Pardon me, I'm going to the bathroom to do cocaine." I forgot all about Christy and her husband.
We have our best skits.
Yeah, I really, we should just write that stuff down. Like, keep a whiteboard behind us in bed, because we have done some lovely, lovely comedy. Dream. I'm walking around the docks and we go into a small bookstore. Christy wants to learn about the Fantastic Four. That's how I know it's a dream. But argues with me about the best run of the Fantastic Four. She prefers Simonson run to the Lee Kirby or John Byrne runs. We find a book by Brad, my friend Brad, under a pen name. It has a lovely cover, and I take a photo to show it to him later. Then we run into the angry, oddly shaped guy from the previous dream. He pulls a razor and argue, and I fear we will fight. And then I wake up. I'm surprised I didn't actually go lucid when Christy said she wanted to learn about the Fantastic Four.
Yeah.
2nd of April was Wednesday. Get up at 7, do the journal and tape. Christy preps her rock tumbler. You haven't tumbled in a while. So.
I know. I have stuff on deck to tumble.
Watch The West Wing. The West Wing, I will say now, I don't think I mentioned here. It's absolutely fascinating. It's like the first seasons are like Star Trek's for liberals, in that everybody is always, it's just everybody is perfectly skilled. Like if you watch as sci-fi, it's amazing. But every problem we have now is addressed. Like you see it starting in The West Wing, and all these people are treated, they're treated with such dignity, and they're so intelligent, and it's like just this weird fantasy. Like it's fascinating watching, excellent acting, but it's like you see watching it from this perspective, it's like a whole new world, that we could have stopped basically. I recommend it. It's a fascinating watch, but it's at this point, it's like watching Next Generation, basically. It just might as well be a different planet.
Yeah.
I finished the book Orange Sunshine, which is a really good book. By the way, I read 6 books in the first one, and so we'll figure out what's in this book as well. We take an outing to the beach at 2 and take a walk around. And I wrote down get 250,000 in tree stuff after. I think that's a bit of an exaggeration, but Christy spends money to get a lot of tree stuff after we do a walk on the walk. We go to Box Bar around 4 and have an absolutely wonderful vegetarian poor boy and vegetarian nachos, and it's a very, very delicious night, and we should do that again. This is Liberation Day, where all the tariffs and crap kick in. And I've written down possibly end of the post-war U.S. run world forever. So I think basically our golden age of America has a clear ending of the 2nd of April. 2025. Have a nice rock hunt at the park, though. And some good ferry traffic. I have a dream. I'm at Frank Zappa's house. Frank Malta Zappa. I've been listening to. I talk while he keeps us locked in on specific topics. His daughter Moon appears and does some stuff. There's a farm next door, and suddenly all the animals run. It's very cute but odd. Then we go to a record store a block away, and I know how hard that must be on him to be so visible as Frank Zappa a block away from a record store. Brad joins me and get visibly annoyed with some hanger-on talking about Frank Zappa, and sabotages the guy and annoys him for hours in a row. That would be a very Brad thing to do for those of you who know Brad, to sabotage someone over his frustration with him not understanding Frank Zappa properly. And this is the 3rd of April. I get up at 8. Christy goes out to do business. I just wrote down business. We watch Common Side Effects, which, again, really good show. You weren't here when I remembered how much we enjoyed that. It's on HBO if you enjoy it. I play Baldur's Gate with Cat. Our silent reading night outing is canceled, and I wrote, fuck it, let's get pizza. And I do, and then I take a bath after pizza. 4th of April was a Friday, in bed until 10. And we finally leave the room around 11 after waking up. I have a dream. I forget the first dream. The second dream has me watching television. The floor turns a cool shade of blue, and I get in trouble when my dad catches me turning the floor blue. I wake up and I really need to pee, but I don't make it. But I just make it to the bathroom. I've leftover pizza. Watched The Pit and The West Wing. I watched listened to Led Zeppelin's Physical Graffiti, and it still remains outstanding after all these years. Have night podcasts in bed. And we stop early from listening to podcasts from a shared disinterest and just go to sleep. And Wrestle Band is charged with assault. We all knew it was coming. Here's a nice picture of Christy and a blossoming cherry tree. We go out for a walk to see the new shore. Get up around 8. We go to the protest. Oh, yeah, that's right. This is the protest day. And then we walk the waterfront for a while. We stop for fish and chips that are way too expensive. But it was, on the way. We take the water taxi home. It's about 54 degrees with good weather. It's very nice. 7K walk in total as you walk around. Final 4 games. Florida and Houston win their game. This is the SNL where Ego Nwodim gets the audience to curse for her, which I'm not sure has ever happened on TV. Here are some protest pictures. And the train there. There's a 2-pager. The protests are nationwide. We go to around 10. It's very, very full here. We take a couple buses. The KEXP area we're at is very full. We go to a nearby coffee shop and get some food. Then we walk to Space Needle from 12 to 2 and have the protest there. We meet Jim Jack, our lawyer. So we are protected, and we hang out with our lawyer, who may be walking his dog right now. And then Christy sees a sign right next to us for 9 Inch Nails in August and says, I want to go. And so I go home and get tickets.
Yeah, that was great.
Are you wearing your 9 Inch? No, you're just wearing a normal hoodie. But Trump's only comment of the day is about his golf game. 6th of April was a Sunday. Mom called. Christy makes coffee. I get the tickets as previously mentioned. Trash and compost night. I listen to podcasts. Overman passes Gretzky with his hockey record. 7th of April was a Monday. I burned some cherry blossom incense. You can see me hiding in the reflection there. Get up at 7, make coffee, journal tape and sticker. Christy gets up after a while. I start the new secure incense. It's nice. Christy goes out to Bellevue, has coffee out there with some lawyers. That's her meeting. Says she brings back beer, meatloaf, and potato salad. I'm not sure where you got this because I didn't write that down. Kazabon Chicago's I listened to the Judgment Night soundtrack, which still holds up well. Tariff. Yam finds a gun on the floor, and she slaps it to be aimed at me. That's a squirt gun. Finish another tape that you saw in there. It's the 8th of April. Get up around 7. I go out around 8. Take a long walk. Come back and make coffee. Christy gets up at 9 for a case, which she handles here. We have bean and rice burritos for dinner. And I watch Daredevil while Christy is at pottery. 9th of April was a Wednesday. The end of they start new orange donuts, and I'll show you a picture of those lovely orange donuts. They're orange cake and chocolate and orange. I get this from Top Pot. Take a 5K walk and return with that. I've hurt my hand somehow, probably playing Baldur's Gate. I remember because I was getting carpal
right.
from playing it too much, so I don't play and I ice my hand. I listened to the Stone Roses, which hasn't happened in a while. Some of my hats arrive. I got some new hats very cheaply. We go out and we watercolor across the street. While we're there, there's a fight at 7-Eleven, and we go over our friend Wilson, who works at 7-Eleven, because they're neighbors. Some guy goes to pee on the 7-Eleven, and Wilson stops him, and they get in a fight, and the cops come and talk for a while. And Wilson is concerned, considering the climate, and we're pretty sure he's going to be fine, but we tell him to, we also saw it happen from the 7-Eleven, so reach out if he needs us. As people pass us and we're watercoloring, we watercolor at the wine bar, and it's fun. And some people pass and say, "Oh my God, are you watercoloring?"
Seattle can be so weird sometimes with these people.
But yeah, a fun day. I have 3-cheese sourdough and onion sandwich. I wrote down meatball night, so I think I meant meatballs. I do go to Shug's and get chocolate and cookies and cream in a sugar cone. It's the 10th of April. This all happens. I get up at 6 because Yem won't let me sleep. I take a 4K walk to get groceries and then walk home with groceries. My hand feels a lot better. Do some more digital file moving. And some awful news about El Salvador that I'm not going to go into here, but it happened. I did take a picture of this, though. Elon Musk dies in tutorial boss.
Oh, right.
Because he was like, he just stopped talking about being a gamer at that point.
That man is like
Yeah.
the worst.
11th of April was a Friday. Have a bagel with green onions, journal tape and sticker, watch The Pit some more. Christy makes the coffee. Watch West Wing, watch Righteous Gemstones, have a frittata with smashed potatoes for dinner, and it's really good. Peanut butter cups for dessert. We start watching Hacks again for the new season. Tables. These tables just appear out back for a while, and we have no idea what's happening. 12th of April was a Saturday. Get up around 7, make coffee and toast, and then Christy goes out to Jim Jack. Christy brings me home goat soup, which is wonderful. I watched Doctor Who. It's rumored to be the final season. It returns at this point. Christy does some plant work. We have veggie burgers for dinner. SNL, which is just okay. I didn't even list who the host was, so I'm not sure it is. Then we go to the 13th of April. I finished some very nice flower washi tape that I'm sorry I like because I really like this tape. I have to find more flower tape once the tariffs lift. Yam walks around being very judgy. We get flowers. We get flowers, or I get flowers for Christy? I think I get flowers for Christy. Yes, and I get her a cookie as well. That's what's in this photo. Flowers and a cookie.
My favorite combo.
We call mom in the morning. At night, we watch Lazarus, the Cowboy Bebop prequel, The Last of Us, and Last Week Tonight. The Last of Us is really funny because the main character of The Last of Us, they reach Seattle at some point, and she washes up on the West Seattle beach, and she gets attacked by a bunch of NIMBYs who force her away.
Right.
And we were like the only place she can be from like her boat crashing in the Sound to washing up away from the city. You can see the city is West Seattle. So getting beat up by, like, she gets crucified by West Seattleians, and it's the funniest thing in the world. We just laughed the whole time. They don't really talk more about who it is or what's happening. It's just, she washes up and then she escapes. And watch the Chinese movie Ash is the Purest White, which is really, really pretty. And this starts Christy's spring-long tease about my love of Chinese noir, which she teases me about a whole bunch. 14th of April was a Monday. Tax extension filed. We have no
Very
tax
exciting.
due, and we're getting a refund based on our accountant's estimation. So we say, cool. I don't know if we ever got our tax refund because of the government shutdown. We'll get to later. I'll let Christy look into that. Maybe we can apply the refund to any tax we owe this year and just call it even. A lot of politics. I listen to John Lee Hooker. We go to Easy Street in the morning, and I pick up the John Lee Hooker album from Record Store Day, and I pick up the Sundays as well. Really, really good. Watch Platoon. It's my first watch as an adult, and it's a weird movie. Now it's very 80s look at Vietnam. Everything seems very quick and put together. Back then it seemed more epic. Now it's just sort of Hollywood Vietnam. Get up at 7:30. I walk to Easy Street. Have a lovely breakfast. We eat our hash browns with Christy. And then I buy some stuff and then go to get blood. And in my dream, a secret island arrives. And I have to hide in a house on that island. And my sister Heather is there with me as well. Heather, you made the island. 15th of April is a Tuesday. Baldur's Gate patch released, and I download that, and I play a little again. Take a 5K walk in the morning, and I feel really better after that giant walk. Listen to podcasts in the evening. Christy goes to pottery. We watch Hacks and have some pizza when we get home and do laundry. In the news, 4chan is hacked and mod info is leaked, which is funny enough to be noteworthy. The 16th of April was a Wednesday. We take a very nice walk by the water. Up at 6 and then have morning coffee and a bagel, pay some bills, watch The West Wing, move some data files off some old flash drives, watch Stargate Atlantis, which is a very weird show. We pick up some finished pottery with Christy in the afternoon, and we take a very long walk around the Arboretum, which is really, really nice. And then we go to a veggie restaurant.
It must have been Cafe Flora.
It was Cafe Flora. And Christy is low on blood and tired from the day before, so we call it a day. But we have some very nice food. And then home around 7 when the sun is setting. We have a lovely St. Jacques, a mushroom Wellington, which is fantastic. Artichoke dip, really good coconut cake, and cappuccino. We walk around under bridge at the Arboretum. 17th of April was a Thursday. I have a dream that Christy and I breaks up, and she hands me a book on Hitler as an exit slam. Christy takes some real cool photos, though, as spooky as it is of that woman and the area. But because I get up at 4 and sneeze for an hour, Yam comes back to nap on me afterwards until sunrise. Christy goes out to Harborview and does Harborview stuff. We watch The Studio, really, really good, and Start Your Friends and Neighbors, and we don't even finish because this is kind of blah. Christy plays Baldur's Gate again. She's already finished it, but I don't think she ever goes back. She starts a druid. And then I guess, I don't know, you kind of get bored with it.
I completed the game already.
Yeah. We didn't complete it in the next way. The 18th of April was a Friday. I take an 8 a.m. soak. It's a lovely day. I have the open window. The breeze is nice as I float in the bathtub. listens to podcasts. We go to Uwajimaya. We have a very nice, they've added a gachapon shop. That's why we go over. And we get some sake and we buy some gachapon balls. We have some buns there. It's really good. And have a very nice pink sake with some gachapon creatures in the afternoon. And then I listen to the 6 Degrees is Brian Eno, sorry, KXP afternoon show. It's Noel is hosting it, and absolutely fantastic mix. One of my top mixes of the year, that is. 19th of April was a Saturday. We go to Kona Kitchen for dinner. But first, get up at 6. I'm really sleepy. I go back to bed again, wake up again at 8. I feel weird for most of the morning, but feel better by the afternoon. There's a protest for Hong Kong on our corner. It's all over California, back and forth. Christy goes out to Jim Jack and brings me some goat because she tells them that I'm sick, and they say it will cure me, and it does. Yam shares some with me like she's a happy tiger eating a goat and really enjoys it. We take an afternoon nap, and I wake up and I feel great. Watch Doctor Who while Christy is gone. I vacuum 3, and I feel better as well without the dust there. And we go to Kona Kitchen for dinner and karaoke, and this was in April. Had a really great time. It's the first time Christy and I did Love Shack as a duet, and we have brought the house down multiple times with that. Got many compliments. And then when we were going to close, we got to do Don't Come Around Here No More because they said, why not?
Yeah.
Here's a picture of Yam with Ennui. Not sure why, but 20th of April was a Sunday. We come in at 2 a.m. We get up for real at 10 a.m. from the Kona thing. It's very misty. It reminds us of Nara, the same level of mist everywhere. We go across the street to buy coffee, which rarely happened last year, even though,
Yeah.
the year before. Last time I went, they thought I had moved and they had forgotten my name.
So
For a while when we were both working, and we would go every morning and buy coffee. We
I
got
just
to the point.
honestly don't like their coffee that much.
Yeah, and they changed management and they got worse. Like some of the people I still like are there, but a lot of the people we liked left. And it it was nice to have, but we are having better coffee at home now. But it was just sad that for a while, like I reached a point they gave me I didn't pay one day. Yeah, and I just walked out without paying, and they were so used to it, and I was used to it, and I went back later in the afternoon, and it's like, I don't think I paid. I'm like, really? And
That's really
I felt so was such a regular there, and then anyway, call mom. My iPad shatters. I'm still using it to this day, but it cracks, and I put some new plastic over it at some point. We do hot pot in the evening. We tried the Tamagawa Hearts of Oak, which is really good. And we have a sake that's like a black bottle. And I don't remember the name. We threw that bottle out recently. But it's such a cool bottle, we kept it for a while. Last of Us and Lazarus. It's a compost night. Pope Francis returns. Oh, yeah, the Pope was sick. A small Pope. Oh, yeah, this is the day the Pope met J.D. Vance.
Oh, yeah.
So get ready. 21st of April was a Monday. I get up at 8. Watch The Righteous Gemstones, The West Wing, Stargate Atlantis. Watch Dead Ringers, the movie. Really good. Christy goes out for beer and salmon snacks on her own walk. We watch The Rehearsal and Hacks. We have Hot Pot. Go to bed around 11. And today is the day Pope Francis dies, right after meeting J.D. Vance. Next page has some ads in it. Some ad stickers. 22nd of April was a Tuesday. More data soda and Christy goes to pottery. Have sausage tortillas and cherry ice cream from next door. Yeah, listen to the best show. And listen to a great KEXP mix. Then we go on a long walk on the 23rd of April, which we'll have to,
Ooh.
when it warms up, do again. Morning coffee with Christy, catch up on Chicago in the West Wing. I take a 1K walk just around the block, and then we take a 5K walk later in the day to go down to see the troll at the beach. Then we get banh mi. They have the special egg and ham spring one, and then we have potato wedges as well. The evening, we watch The Studio. Black Coal Thin Ice is a very Chinese movie that I really, really like. That's the one that actually ends with a fireworks factory, which is both funny and it worked. But like I don't know if it's a Simpsons joke or not, but half the movie is getting to the fireworks factory, and then they get there and they blow up the fireworks factory.
That was a fun movie.
It really was a fun movie, but it was just something about the actual plot of going through the village where everybody lives to the fireworks factory made me laugh. And I don't know if I was supposed to, but when are we going to get to the fireworks factory? The 24th of April was a Thursday. Watched the new Punisher movie, watch Endor, which is really good. Watch Hacks, watch the Chicago catch up. It's light enough that I can start getting up at like 6 a.m. and take very long walks. So I take my first 5K walk around 6:30. I stop at the grocery. KXP has a great mix, which I will share here because I wrote it all down when I got home. Haircut 100, fantastic day. MRCY, Man, Ween, Transdermal Celebration, right into Susie and the Banshees, Dear Prudence, which if you ever want to try Ween's Transdermal Celebration and Dear Prudence, highly recommend it. Absolutely fantastic. Lil Sims featuring, I can't read the name, Obangio, African name that I have slurred with my blurred ink, Obangiar. Not in Surrender is the song. Flood is the one before that. And then Kendrick Lamar and SZA right into All the Stars. And then M83 is gone out of that. Just really fantastic block on KXP that I listened to. I think I walked it longer because of how good it was going. Christy goes in the office. We do egg tarts for dinner. The 25th of April was a Friday. Leak hangover. We have leaks the night before. The egg tart. Yeah, it has leaks in it. And I have leak hangover, supposedly. I'm joking, but we get up early because Christy has a 9 a.m. hearing. I finished Christopher Priest's Islands. It's a lovely book of fictitious islands. It's a travel guide, but it's basically just a list of these islands and what each island is and how they interact. I make coffee and do chores. Watch West Wing, and Christy goes out to Shedland for a meetup and is accosted by an old lady boomer. Do you remember what she said to you?
She was so upset by the guy I was meeting had such a deep voice. And
that's right.
It bothered her so much she came over to tell him he was the most annoying person she has met in her 80 years, which otherwise I would not have known how old she was. Anyway, that was fun.
Yeah, she came back and told me all about it. I have a little flow chart and another washi tape I got in Japan that we're finishing up. 26th of April was a Saturday. I listened to Afternoon Tunes, Peach and Lee, Long Way to Go. I have the windows down and the radio playing. Alabaster de Plume, I'm Good at Not Crying. It's lovely, and I will likely forget it until it appears in a movie 5 years from now. I did forget it. Ovi Wright, I Don't Do Windows from Fat Possum, so it's really funky. Reese McHenry, Detroit, very nice Carborough sound, and you can hear some decks in that guitar. Reese McHenry has passed away recently, but it was a radio show. Our Carborough people might have known her, but yeah, some decks in that guitar I've got written down. And sure enough, she was a friend of the Flat Duo Jets. Horace Tapscott, The Giant is Awaited from 1969. Very heavy piano, good sax, drums, and bass. Very cinematic, aggressive grieving. Yves Tumor, Kerosene, retro-futuristic, I have listed. And feels very underground. Christy goes out to Jim Jack, and I take a long bath while she's gone. She brings me home sambusas and a cookie. I watch some Black Mirror as she gardens, and then we have pasta for dinner. We watch Flight 3054 on Netflix, and Trump does not wear black at the Pope's funeral is the top news. 27th of April was a Sunday. A nice mom call. Have an egg sandwich and yogurt. Watch Doctor Who, Lazarus and/or Last of Us weeknight. Listen to Abby Lincoln's Who Used to Dance. It's jazz. There's tap dancing in it. It's really good, but like using tap dancing as percussion makes an odd situation. And Christy gets a little frustrated that I'm listening to a song with tap dancing as percussion. I'm going to lean back because I've been leaning forward too long. So I can feel it in like my shoulders and neck. 28th of April was a Monday. Get up at 8:30. Move more files. Law and Order, Righteous Gemstones, West Wing, make coffee when Christy gets up around 9. Leftover leek tarts. Those leek tarts are very good. We should do those again. Those were good tarts. I find an odd bruise on me that I cannot place, but it's on the base of my foot. It eventually fades, but it's just odd because I don't remember.
The memories are still there.
Yeah, that's gone now, but just like, how odd. What an odd bruise. But nothing seems to be wrong, and it fades very quickly. So I clearly just hit my foot on something. International Dance Day on the 29th of April. We do some comedy dancing in bed in the morning when the DJ announces on the radio. Oh, yeah. Yam kills again.
What'd you kill?
She fetches a flash drive that is like 16 megs. As I go into my closet, I find all the old flash drives of my Woot days that are just basically novelties now. You know, they're MP3s that are bigger than that. I do beans and rice burritos. Christy goes out to pottery. I watched the last one, Laughing Ireland, and Good Times. I finish Vladimir Sorokin's Eve and listen to the best show. 30th of April was Wednesday. Up at 6, Christy's awake all night and hasn't slept. And so I take a morning bath while she tries to doze because she doesn't want me around because she's been up all night. I don't mean that in a mean way. I mean, you want to go to bed in the morning because you haven't slept. And so I get out of there. So I'm not disturbing you so you can go to bed. I watched the Last Good Friday. Really good movie. It's the first Pierce Brosnan movie, but there's a scene where he's in the front seat and the camera's in the back seat. We're seeing from the guy's perspective, and he's just chewing gum. And you realize, 19-year-old Pierce Brosnan playing a gangster is going to be a superstar just by the way he's chewing gum. Bob Hoskins in it as well. It's like an Irish gangster movie. It's on Criterion, I think. It's really good, but like the whole movie is good, and it's a standard gangster movie, and it's very serious. But that one scene of Pierce Brosnan chewing gum, like there is no question you're looking at a star because just the way he chews gum works. To the point I actually wrote it down. Christy goes to Klein around 1 and returns with cookies. And feels better that she's napped. We have hot pot for dinner. I delete my Duolingo after they announced they're going 100% AI. And I just said, hell with it. Christy sets up a sprinkler and a hummingbird arrives for dinner, but sees the sprinkler and doesn't know what the hell and takes off. Now we are in May, and I have 2 photographs here. One is this headline that was recommended to me. She was paid to have sex with the devil, but there's something very strange about his penis in a history magazine. And the other is the Viking sign Tugbuck, who looks like their mascot. I don't know if you see.
Really good.
Reese was lovely. Oh, Allie actually got to photograph Reese. I'm just seeing that now as a comment. That's really cool, Allie. Yeah, it was a really great radio show. The woman I mentioned who was, but yeah, that's awesome, Allie. Carborough photographer, Allie Mullen, amongst other great things that they do, for those who do not know her. It is now the 1st of May, was a Thursday. People of the City is a book I finish. It's like if I have written down, it's like if Dickens was Kerouac in Lagos. It's Cyprian Krunsky, I think. He's a Lagos author, but it's him running around Lagos, and it's really good. Read that at Saturday reading night. We meet Dallas's friend Kate. Dallas, Nicole, and Ryan also show up. Westerburger and chili fries. I have a small coffee, and Nick and Christy are both out sick that day. They do play 801 live in the store, though, which is fun to listen to while we're reading. But it's mostly just me, Dallas, Nicole, Ryan, and Kate. Big AM doze I've written down. I wake up at like 9. Take a 2K walk in the evening. I clean the bathroom and the kitchen. And Jill Sobule dies, very tragically. 2nd of May was a Friday, up around 6. I cannot sleep. Christy sleeps very well, so I sneak out and take a bath while she naps. Lovely AM light I have written down. I listen to Wu-Tang, Benny the Butcher, and do some journal catch up. Jada and Sage are staying with us. Our friends Jada and Sage.
Those sweet babies.
Yeah, we go to Shadowland and get a cheesesteak, and then we hang out in the living room. We set up the bedroom for the guests so they can stay. Jada plays guitar in the evening, and Christy plays the concertina. Go to bed at 11. Christy sits in the cowboy chair rather than the bed, which creeps me out a little at first. But I finally fall asleep. We have a chair in our bedroom that the cat usually sits on. Yeah. It's a great chair to sit and read in. I will sometimes it's by the window, and so I'll sit and read up there. But
it is
usually
creepy if somebody's laying down.
Yeah, usually it's like one of us will use it, or But this was I was in bed, and Chris sat in the chair, and I rolled over and was like, "What is this?" Like, I'm fine. I'm just. And she's on her phone, so there's a little light from the corner of the room. And finally, I just said whatever, and rolled over and went to bed. And Ruth Buzzy also died. 3rd of May was a Saturday. I get up at 7 to make coffee for everybody. Troubleshoot the blink cam because our camera dies. I won't go into this, but this lasts for an awful while, like until they finally replace it because it's defective. And just every email is like me recapping everything that previously happened. So I frustrate, it's like, this new camera, which is a month old, went out. This new camera, which you had me log into, is a month old and is a month out. This new camera, which we logged into together and reset, is until finally, and then it's like, okay, we're just going to send you a new camera. It's like, thanks for finally figuring that out. We watched some Japan DJs when we were all hanging out before Jada and Sage go out. Christy goes to Jim Jack. I watch Doctor Who, and then in the evening, Christy makes little egg hearts. Delicious, right? I watched Don't Torture a Duckling, which is a fantastic movie, a nice giallo movie that goes very differently than you would expect. We have Hot Pot. Yeah, that's Hot Pot out. We go out. I'm surprised I don't have a picture of that, but we go out with Jade and Sage and get Hot Pot, and then come home and open a whole bunch of magic cards we had lying around because Sage is a magic card guy. We're not. We just had closed packages, and Christy's really wanted to see what's in them, so we opened them.
There was nothing exciting.
Nothing exciting. And then we just hang out and watch SNL, and Yam is scandalized. We left people on one and went to bed without them. Then we have an outing. The 4th of May was a Sunday. We get around 6, and I set stuff up, and then call my mom. Jade and Sage come down around 10:30 as they wake up. We go out to Chelan and get green chili scramble, hash browns, coffee. Then we go to the waterfront and we visit the aquarium. We walk around. I think it's like 5K walk and all. We come back home. Jade and Sage go out to shop. Christy takes a bath. I sit with Yam downstairs. Yam is very happy and then flees when the two of them come back. We order pizza for everybody and like delivery pizza and have in the living room, watch Adventure Time, watch the rehearsal, watch Last Week Tonight. Just a nice day wandering around. And May 5th is Boys' Day. So we get a little roof flying carp that we put outside for a while. Up at 7:30, I listened to Garth Marenghi's Throttle and Bribes audiobook. Those audiobooks are read by Matthew Holness, who plays Garth Marenghi. I recommend them. They're on Audible, and you can find them around. But they're like extra episodes of Dark Place. They drag a little sometimes, but if you go in like hour-long blocks, it's like little episodes of the show. And the books are really, really funny. Jada suggests Easy Street for breakfast. We go to Easy Street. Go antiquing after. Sage has to borrow my tie to go to an interview, which I happily lend him. Watch The Last of Us. Jada and Sage leave in the evening. Yam stalks the house freely with glee. Now that no one is here, she doesn't know. Yam has had a difficult year. A lot was going on. I think she came to terms with having people over because, like, we were out a lot more than any other year. We were not home.
Yeah.
In like blocks, and more people came over, and I think she liked the enrichment. Is she sleeping out there?
I didn't see her on the beanbag.
She probably went up to bed then.
Yeah.
6th of May was a Tuesday. Deep dreams that I don't recall. Wake up at 9. Dismantle everything from having guests over. Watch Righteous Gemstones finale. Christy sips pottery to work instead. I do journaling and taping. Have some intense cat games. I have some of the leftover pizza from the night before with the kids. It is 76 degrees in our bedroom at night on the 6th of May. And it's like, what the hell? So I set up fans.
Yeah.
And the fans go very well. Get up at 9. Here's me posing in an outfit. Me posing. Move more files. Watch Andor down at noon to wait for food delivery. Have some salsa and chips. I watch Phantasm, and it still holds up. We go to El Nido for dinner on the 7th of May, which is really nice. We have a gift certificate from our friends Matt and Kim, who may or may not be watching. Have some really great pasta, a really great walk around the beach, which is nice as well. After our beach walk, we walk back and we hit the bus with only 1 minute wait. And we go home. We watch the studio, chill on the couch in the evening, have I listen to Shona Beach and soak in the tub at sunset around like 9 or so. Excellent day. Very good date. 8th of May was a Thursday. New Pope. The new Pope is from Chicago. He's Leo the 14th. And traditionally, for those of you who keep track of popes, if you watch the Pope emerging, your sins are forgiven and you get reset.
Ooh.
Yeah, because for most people, you would only get one Pope in a lifetime back in the day. And we've had like even John Paul, when I was a kid, there was a whole thing, but we've had like 4 popes in the last 3 years. But anyway, if you watch, your sins get reset. So then I went out and murdered somebody. Hody is staying over. Here's some Hody photos. You can see Yam helping me prepare and then hiding under the couch. This is the Hody that I was not prepared or not knowing was coming until it happened. Christy sits with Yam a bit, which is very happy. Hody sleeps on 3 with us, but I think he's really warm, so he goes into our shower unbidden and just stays there overnight. And then every so often will come back and wake us up. Very large dog. Jim Jack, if you're still here, he was a lovely guest, though. And also, Christy goes to pottery, and I take the dog hand off because he comes early. And while Christy's at pottery, so I hang out with Hody by myself. Then we have beans and rice for dinner. Here's a picture of me and Hody.
So bad.
9th of May was a Friday. I watched Thieves Highway. Christy got so mad at me about this, and mostly it was frustration, but it's a movie about guys transporting apples. And she watched it with me, but it's from 1949, and it's truckers transporting apples, and so there's a lot of apple business in it. And like the truck breaks down, and it's a really interesting look at the way like business was handled in 1949 before the 50s. Recommend it. Like, it's a really good movie. It's called Thieves Highway, but it's just about transporting golden delicious apples. And she like it's a neat historical document, but I think she was expecting more.
I don't think I watched it with you. I think you just narrated.
You were
it.
just mad about my Apple
I was
narration.
just like, stop! I'm not watching this on purpose.
We have a nice call with Kim and Matt and watch Two Taskmasters with Hody present too. Get up around 6. Yam is hidden in the couch tunnels and 2, so she doesn't have to deal with the dog. Hody goes to 3 to hang out with Christy and the cat. It's like the fox, goose, and corn thing. The cat and the dog are always on different floors. I take a 3K walk. I walk and get a banh mi for lunch, and it's really good. Yam busts in around 9. Hody keeps throwing one on the floor. The dog is on 3 with us. Yam busts in and then flees immediately and goes back down to 2. And here she is cleaning herself on 2 in a nice photo Christy took. And the Large Hadron Collider turns lead into gold, but it's not even enough to make a wedding ring out of. And obviously, running the Large Hadron Collider is not a cost-effective way to do anything. But we actually did, as humans, turn lead into gold.
Finally, alchemy.
We take the dog to Matthew's house for dog combat, and Hody gets mad. I also can't believe
That reminds me, we need to send that cartoon to Jim again. Matthew's cartoon.
Oh yeah, we should find that. You should ask now in chat.
I don't think he's here. He's got other.
Oh no, I
things
mean
to do.
in the it's on the server. That's just
Oh,
what
yeah.
I'm thinking of. 10th of May was a Saturday. We get up around 7. Hody is very tired, but we're still out there, and she walks him. We feed Yam while he's in the car. Christy comes back around 11, and we go out to I watch Doctor Who with the cat while she's out with the dog. And then we go to Burger Master and get shakes and burgers to drop off for everybody because we're staying at their house for a while. And we have burgers with Matthew and the family. Yam does jump the gate twice and is not ready to meet Hody, but is very calm when she sees him across the room. And then, of course, because he's a lab, he will charge her. And then she leaps back over and runs. We watch the Walton Goggins SNL with the dog and then go to bed. Here's Yam hiding.
Poor kitten.
11th of May was a Sunday. Christy briefly gets up at 6 and is very tired. Hody is very lively, though, and so she pushes him around. Hody is like a little brother. Basically, that's the lifestyle she has with him.
Yeah.
So she gets up mad and shoves him around and then goes back to bed and will hug him and then be like, get off me. I chill with Yam on 1 while they're all upstairs on 3, have some morning yogurt.
Here's Yam.
Yam! Yam is now joining us again. Have a small nap without meaning to, and Yam wakes me concerned that I've been killed by the dog. Hody comes down around 11. We've toasted coffee and watched some DJs from Japan. Cat goes upstairs. I start laundry and working my way down every floor that Hody is no longer on. I go to and clean because Yam does not like Hody scent, and nor do I, because he's a very labby smelling dog. Call mom around 10:30. Christy makes cinnamon buns. We go out to see our friend Richard with Hody in the rain and at the wine bar and have cinnamon buns at the wine bar. Jim comes by around 7 p.m. to pick up the dog, who has had a fantastic time with us and is a wonderful creature. We have pierogies and watched The Last of Us and Last Week Tonight. I did write down Christy finishes her sake bottle and says she loves me. I guess it was one of those moments.
Need
It's cute.
sake.
She only loves me when she's drinking sake. I'm exhausted in all ways and go to bed. We listen to the jazz set on KXP. And that's that. And Yam is here. Here's another washi tape I enjoy. The 12th of May was a Monday. The cat joins us in the morning and snuggles in, very happy that there's no more dog. Get up at 9. I drive to McDonald's and get hash browns and biscuits at Christy's request. Come home, do a lot of vacuuming and a lot of cleaning, and Yam enjoys like rolling around in the clean beds. Listen to the song Holy Holy by Jordy Greep. Listen to some podcasts. Listen to Zen Arcade by Husker Du while I'm cleaning. And then some various vinyl, because we go to the vinyl night at the Beer Junction. Hang out with Dallas and Nick. I listen to Dina Ogun, The Faction, Ryoko Moriyama in Nashville, Pastor Teal Barrett. Those Teal Barrett things are great. And Christy Brennan's The Unsolved Mystery soundtrack, which is very, very nice. And we have Azuma bentos from the restaurant Azuma, and go home and go to bed around 10. Okay.
Aww.
And Yam is on camera.
The Yamara.
Yamara. Yeah, we're talking about you. Hi.
No.
Everyone, this is the Yam that was promised in the graphic. Dreams. Two guys are going to beat me up. That's it. I dream I'm in a Japanese class, but not learning well. I'm trying, but I keep doing poorly. I miss a whole section of translated movie posters. The class I know moves up without me, and I have to stay behind with a new class. Also, a new guy takes my usual seat. I won't give it up, so I have to pick a new one because it's his now, because it's a new class. Pretty scary, right? Oh, Yam is now joining me. Yam on stream. Hi, Yam. I finished the book. Finished the movie Death Walks at Midnight. It's a very stylish giallo. Really like it. Oh, I thought I put pennies, but it's Penzies. We got our new Penzies spices. I was like, new delivery of pennies. What does that mean? But no, we get new spices from Penzies. So we do some excellent spice cooking. Christy gets up around 9. I do some journaling, pay off all my bills, and we make pasta for dinner with the new Brady Street sprinkle, which is really good. Shower and Flower Festival. I'm using my vintage ad tape. 14th of May was a Wednesday. Morning coffee, Superman trailer. Looked pretty good. I start the newsroom because I finished the West Wing. And the newsroom is equally interesting in a different way. It's like the same kind of, I don't know, it's like the 2000 liberal bias as opposed to the 90s liberal bias, I guess. It's fun. Like, the actors are all good. It's just weirdly, not real. I update all my devices and I lose the bookmarks on my iPad, which is frustrating to me, but thankfully I have them either remembering or stashed away somewhere in the cloud. I signed Christy up, I guess, technically for a furniture class in December for her birthday. And she's pleased. Watch the studio in Andor. Christy goes to pottery anyway. I vacuum the rest of the house. I accidentally take a nap with the cat as I do laundry. I lie down for a second, the cat jumps on me, and then suddenly I wake up and it's hours later and I'm not done with the vacuuming. I listen to the song She's Acting Single, I'm Drinking Doubles, which is an excellent song. She's Acting Single, I'm Drinking Doubles.
Pretty good.
Yeah, it's a good title by itself, too. Law Day. The 15th of May was a Thursday. I get up at 7 and make coffee, and Christy goes out to the law event with a little thermos of coffee, does an excellent presentation. She describes his law stand-up and gets encouragement from the commissioner. You remember that? Remember your law stand-up?
That's every day.
I'm so proud of her. While she's gone, I take a bath and have a meatballs for lunch later. Christy's home around 7, and we make a lovely ratatouille. We finished watching Bartender, The Glass of God, which is an anime about a bartender who is trying to make the perfect drink at all times. It's really Japanese and really sweet. Hard to describe, but charming. HBO will change their name from Max back to HBO Max. HBO had a weird year, too.
Yeah.
The 16th of May was a Friday. Christy finds a smashed watermelon just there on the street. I wake up very early, and the cat is very comfy on me. I have coffee. I make coffee, and then I go out for a walk. And Christy goes out around 7:30 a.m. to do her stuff. I make turkey sandwiches and watch Andor in the afternoon. Christy comes back around 10. I have Yam very cross about the delay, so I think we did not feed her or something. But yeah, that's where Christy finds the melon while she's out. And there is a snail that I find on our mailbox, or snail box, as one might say. And that's weird that I have Christy back around. Oh, you come back at 9:30 p.m. That's not an A, that's a P. That's why I was like, where's the rest of my day? But that was a 2-page one. But no, Christy comes back at 9:30 p.m. after being out all day. So that's why nothing much happened. Christy bring home their new pottery. Look at how great that pottery is. We still use these plates and mugs right now. And this is a pottery of our cat, which is currently has a plant in it. And when it's over full, it spits up out of the mouth. And she made that.
Feeling pretty good about throwing up yams.
I have a dream that my iPad dissolves in the sink while I'm watching All the Right Moves on it. I don't know what that means, why I picked that one specifically, the Tom Cruise movie. I don't think I've seen it in my life, although I know it exists, but there you are. 17th of May was a Sunday. Get up at 5, go for a walk, come back in at 8, have a bagel, and hang out, watch Doctor Who, and the Eurovision stream. This is the one with the song about espresso macchiato by Tommy Sash. They played that last night on the Needle. In fact,
Yes.
It's just charming. Christy goes out and comes back while I'm watching Eurovision and brings me a chicken sandwich. Rainy day. We were going to have plans with Dallas and Nick, but it's raining too hard for them to walk up here with a pizza. Like, that's how much rain there is. And so we do not. The SNL 50 finale. Bad Bunny does a set. It's really good. Christine makes biscuit pizza. I think that was just the crust. Like, you made biscuit crust and then we put sauce on it. But I wrote down yum. So
Good.
clear as a success.
Glad it was a success.
18th of May was a Sunday. I get up at 9 and Christy and I fake wrestle before we wake up in bed, like actual. She has fun trying to pin me. I weep. An hour-long mom call, which is really nice. Christy goes to take a bath while I sit on one and watch Still Life, a very cool 2006 Chinese movie that she does not care about in the slightest. Like, you tell me, I mean, not in a mean way, but she's like, I ask her if she wants to watch it, and she says, no, I absolutely do not. Here's a nice cover photo for next year.
Oh, that's true.
Someone take a screenshot and send it to me of me and the cat.
Oh, so cute.
Get a hot fudge sundae from Shugs. Meet the barista from Romania, Michaela, I believe. We watch Hacks, Lazarus, The Last of Us, and various newses. Oh yes, this is our first time to visit the roof, because a pigeon starts taunting us on our roof camera.
Oh, yeah.
You remember him?
Little jerk.
The 19th of May was a Monday. Get up at 8. Christy seems very happy. See, I don't just know when you're angry. A coffee at home with a hungry cat, journal tape and sticker. Watch The Punisher. Go to Beer Junction for our usual night. Have a bento. We're there from 4:30 to 9:30. Christy says she likes my shirt. And Dallas and Nick join us. Have a nice walk home and end up with a 2K walk for the day.
get up at 5 for a big walk. I walk 6K in the morning. I guess first really nice weather to get out there. Yamantha needs pets, Dallas says.
Oh.
The Dallas in chat is the Dallas I'm mentioning here,
Not the city.
not the city. It's really nice. I have like such great people who come in to hang out with this, and I love, like, I can get little treats like, hey, this artist you like was photographed by this person. This person knows someone else, or, you know, this is some connection I have, and I think you're all very cool people, and I like that we have such a community that we do this with. Cheers to everyone who didn't make it. 20th of May was a Tuesday. There's a new Apple update that fixes all the stuff that was broken, and my bookmarks reappear, which is nice. Journal and tape. I listen to podcasts. I start playing Baldur's Gate again, but I die twice before I save it, and I lose the whole day, and I just give up early. Christy goes to pottery, and George Wendt dies. It's the 32nd anniversary of Cheers as well. Of the final Cheers episode, sorry. And also I found these very nice stickers I made, which are like old movie times that just looked cool. I don't know, something about old movie listings and papers I think is cool. 24th of May was a Wednesday. I sleep until 7:30 and I wake up feeling kind of wrecked, but I still take a 3K walk. I do have chorizo dogs, which are delicious, and a chocolate chip cookie. I open the window because it's a really nice breeze. So yeah, I was right about the weather being good. I try to make fish and smashed potatoes. I follow the recipe exactly, but total failure. And I know total failure. So I have to trash the fish because it just doesn't cook in the middle. I don't remember what we ate. I don't record. I'm so disgusted by my total failure. I don't record what I feed you that night. So
Such disappointment.
Let's do a best show retrospective though, and then a Spanish pop show on WCOM, and then start watching Murderbot, which is a really good thing on Apple.
Yeah.
More pets for the cat. 22nd of May was a Thursday. Go out to Snapdragon and spend a day writing, which is nice. I haven't done that in a while. I make a mix for Christy. I have a maple cronut, although I wrote cronut of maple here, just to be cute, I guess. I was in a mood. On the way back, I walked to grocery. My shoelace fails. I do remember this 3 times. I tie it and it pops out again. I tie it and it pops down again, to the point I felt like an idiot. I sit down at PCC to tie it, and I see my friend Emerald, who used to work at the coffee shop until she disappeared. And I am thrilled, and suddenly realized that it must have been destiny that I couldn't tie my shoe 3 goddamn times in a row. But to the 4th time, I tie it perfectly. And we talked to Emerald for a while and exchanged numbers, and it turned out she was fired for all kinds of drama that wasn't her fault. And it's one of the reasons we stopped going to Olympia Coffee as much. And, you know, I go out, I get home around 3:30 p.m., have a Cosmic Crisp apple, which is very good. I fold laundry. I set up the air conditioning because summer is coming, and do a little cat sit for a bit. Christy says she's not been hot yet, but it's 78 in the room when she says that. So I find it hard to believe you weren't hot at 78.
I think I was just cold at the end of spring this year.
Possibly. Christy goes out to Snohomish. I listened to the Lindsey Buckingham and Christine McVie album that allegedly made Stevie Nicks jealous enough to kick Lindsey Buckingham out of the band. Rumor, though. Watch something called Salaryman's Club, which is a charming anime. Drink some wine with dinner and have a baked potato night. And here's a potato sticker.
That's a good potato sticker.
Also, our roof wildflowers bloomed for the first time. We didn't know these were there. This was just an empty pot that Christy had left.
I put the seeds in.
You put the seeds in there?
Yeah.
Oh, which one was empty?
I mean, they were empty. I put
All right.
seeds in them.
Well, Christy filled that with seeds and didn't tell me.
I'm crazy.
But they're lovely. and it was nice to see them this year. And they're still up there. Like maybe they'll come back.
They will.
23rd of May was Friday. Up at 8, have coffee, journal tape and sticker. Finish the news. I'm watching the newsroom. Catch up on Chicago stuff. Wait for Fresh downstairs, or delivery of groceries. Christy joins me while I'm waiting, and I switch from Chicago to Salaryman's Club. We watched Mickey 17 that night, which is really good.
That's a good one.
I eat a cherry and my throat closes, and I drink a ton of water to offset. And just days before, I've in these very journals, I've had cherry drainages and cherry, but I guess I have a cherry allergy. 28th of May was a Saturday. Yam seems very nervous in the morning, but hangs out with us. Christy goes out to Jim Jack as always. It's a really nice day out, and I open the windows when I watch Doctor Who. Christy comes back, and we get ice cream from Shugs. Set up the new cameras they finally have sent us. I've been skipping the camera drama to speed things up, but basically I just talk to them like every day, and they keep saying reset this, and say I've done that, and finally they send me one. They set up, it works fine. Watch Hacks. The Gorilla God's Go-To Girl.
Oh yeah.
It's an anime about it's not great, but it's not terrible. We watched the Apothecary Diaries, which is really fun. Christy makes shrimp and grits. I take a long soak and listen to Floydian Slip on the radio, the Pink Floyd radio show. And we do roof work. Christy gets out the spray, and we clean off all the dirt on the roof and re-put our grass tiles up there and basically prep the roof that is now. We may end up doing that again because, as you'll see later in the journals, the other day it fell over from the winds, and so I had to go up and stand everything up, and it's dormant enough that everything is going to live fine, but I feel like it will be messy, so maybe in future we'll redo things. 25th of May was a Sunday. We wake up around 8, forget that it's brunch for the cat, and don't notice until evening. I have not given her, which is why she's a little cross all day, because she didn't get her dry cat food. Mom call, make coffee at Christy's request, make some roof work. I have an odd fall on Christy's bonsai outside. She thinks it might die, but I hope for the best. It still seems to be alive. But yeah, I'm like standing up and I just fall. But yeah, I was out there yesterday putting the moving the leaves and everything, and it seemed to still be green. So hopefully it survived it. Very stupid fall. I feel very bad about it.
It happens. I've fallen on many, many things.
But I have hot dogs and potato salad for dinner. Harrison Ruffin Tyler dies, the grandson of the 10th president, John Tyler. Last of 3 generations spanning the start of the country, because John Tyler was alive, and right after Washington was taking the job. So basically, these 3 guys have spanned the history of the United States, which is absolutely fascinating. That's it. That's of note.
That's it.
26th of May was a Monday. It's Memorial Day. We get up at 8. We go out for brunch. Have a really nice mix in the car and drive around for a little while. We go to the Southern Kitchen for a while, Yam.
I am.
Get a really good chicken and waffle over at the Southern Kitchen, and I want to go there again before long. Nice to see you, Yam. Come back anytime. Then we go to the theater and watch Friendship, the movie. Really, really good movie. Christy, I think, she says she wishes it was funnier, but I think she really identifies with large stretches of it.
Yeah.
She's a big Tim Robinson fan. Also, I take this nice photo of Christy in. What movie was that for?
I think it was for a rerun of a
Miyazaki thing? Yeah.
stuff. Yeah.
But that was a cardboard stand-up that she could just pose in. We finished season 1 of the Apothecary Diaries. Have a really nice walk in the mall. We get some yogurt. Then we sit on the roof afterwards. And I remove a wasp nest from our roof. And then the wasp comes back. I'll tell the story now rather than when it actually happens. The wasp comes back and flies around looking very sad and like tapping on things. So I let it stay and then it brings all its friends. I'm like, no, now you're getting away. You abused it. I thought you just wanted a place to stay for the night because I broke your nest.
Yeah.
And so I stopped chasing away, and then immediately like 1,000 wasps showed up. I think Jimbo's is back. Jim Jack in the house again.
Oh, thank God.
Hi, Jim Jack. You've missed a lot. Talk to your dog. We go to Daiso.
Woo.
And there's a song artist called Nikki Reverse who does a song called Wave. And I describe it as Christy finds this. It's if Tron era Daft Punk was a rabbit girl. So, Nikki Reverse. And then we go to bed after midnight, after a full day. 27th of May was a Tuesday. Yam tries to wake me at 5, but gives up, and she just cuddles with me. We actually get up around 8 for real. Do some journaling because Christy makes coffee for us. Christy goes to pottery. I reset all the fire alarms with new batteries. Watch The Dinner Table Detective, which doesn't really catch us, although it's still on there, and more of the Apothecary Diaries. I listen to The Best Show podcast, have the rest of the hot dogs for dinner. And Rick Derringer dies. You will know him as the guy who wrote various rock songs. The 28th of May was a Wednesday. Christy tells me she has been feeling weak, and we have to go to the hospital. We have sushi reservations that night, but then we cancel it. When we get to the hospital, Christy seems okay. They're very polite about sushi reservations, but although we take her and they do tests, there's nothing hugely wrong, basically. We do finish the roof design, and it gets closer and new. I go out in the morning to take a walk, and I come home early because Christy wants to go to the doctor. I'm sorry she's not here for this.
Sorry, I'm right here.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah.
But she's better afterwards. I just hate talking about you while you're not around. And I have a really, really good coffee, a little cappuccino at the Italian place out on the street that I plan to go back to when it's warm. Afterwards, we stop at Katsu Burger, and they have an Animal Crossing cafe on the screen, which is really cute. And we get some burgers there instead of the sushi we were going to get. I come home. Yam helps me put new sheets on the bed. Here's Yam putting new sheets on the bed. And I listened to Zan Alexander, The Changing Man. I finished reading the Husker Du book, which is really, really good. Watched Captain America Brave New World, which I think any movie that starts talking about a general who fought in World War II with Captain America and ends with the cherry blossoms while the Hulk is smashing up cherry blossoms had a really good idea at one point, and I think it got cut because the idea that the World War II president basically becomes a nuclear bomb and then hangs out with Captain America in the cherry blossoms that given us by Japan means somebody on the writing staff really tried to do something that got hacked apart. And I'm sorry that I know at one point Captain America Brave New World had a Israeli superhero who was really edited out of the movie, and they re-edited it after Israel attacked Palestine. So it's not a good movie, but I feel bad because there probably was an interesting movie that just never, they just edited it out 5 or 6 times. So I would have liked to have seen the original script because there was promise there, but it's not a good movie as it is now. The 27th of May was a Tuesday. I get up at 8 and make coffee for Christy, go out to Snapdragon, have a cherry Danish, which does not close my throat. So I assume cooked cherries save us. Take a 2K walk, a chicken on the roof, and the wasps have come back. I do some wasp work. I sit and meet some pigeons on a roof. roof pigeons, and there's the cherry Danish Snapdragon. For those who aren't in West Seattle, Snapdragon is this wonderful little bakery. Really, really good. Some reading with the cat on 3. Christy makes veggie rice and brings me a CC lemon, which is, I think, my all-time favorite Japanese drink we got there. And she found it while she was out, and it's really, really good. I basically got them every time we stopped at a event. She would get Pocari Sweat, and I would get a CC lemon.
I honestly did not get Pocari Sweat as much as we discussed it. I think I got it the first time, the first thing ever, and I think that just stayed on our mind.
You got it a couple, like you got it at least twice. You got it when
Yeah, that's fair. We were walking a lot, and I needed
Yeah.
sports.
Yeah, I'm not
hydration.
arguing for it. I got a CC lemon almost every single time, but yeah, like at the top of Osaka Castle, we definitely got. There was a vending machine at the top. You walk up this hill that is designed to repel intruders, and so it takes forever and it's meandering. And then there's a vending machine at the top that probably makes so much money because you get the top. It's like, oh my god, I need this. But that was 3 years ago. We watched Conan O'Brien Must Go. My Fire Stick remote dies, and I have to redo it through a series of annoying button presses. Also, last night I discovered that the remote that handles my speaker is on the same frequency as the remote that controls the light. Christy put in some like grow lights for the plants that as an automatic timer in the light bulb, and I went to the power went off in my speaker that is hooked to the TV, and so I turned it on, and then the light went on right above us because I had it like this instead of like that. So I actually have to use the controller, and it's weird. I never had a controller that controlled the lights. If I point it up, it will hit the lights. If I point it down, it'll point the speaker. But if it's in the middle, it'll hit them both. All right, so the 30th of May was a Friday. Do some journaling, watch the newsroom in West Wing. Christy makes coffee. Mom calls. We talk about Apple stuff. We solve much of her problems I have written down. I do some more work on the roof. Christy makes salmon onigiri, and it's delicious. Yam even gets some because it's salmon. Space Battleship Tiramisu, very, very short anime, kind of ridiculous. It's quick and it's fast and it's goofy. And then we watch some Food Wars, which is a weird anime where people make food so good they orgasm, but then they like it's cooking, and then suddenly somebody takes a bite and
They rip all their clothes
yeah,
off.
then there it's like but it starts, of course, with like young attractive people, but at some point the old people start eating food, and it's like it starts parroting itself. Very strange show. A small sit on the roof. Here's a dream. I go to John Worster's apartment. I share an idea for an Alexa call-in show. It goes well, and they give him an Alexa device. We start a big on-air discussion, but another person calls in as me, and I explain it's not me, and I get invited to meet the next SNL cast as an apology, and they're polite but are perplexed as to who I am and why I'm there. We hang out in a limo, but I'm very unfunny. I get invited to join them if I pay their bar tab. I say no, which shocks them. We get out of the limo back at John Worster's house, and the lobby has real bad power issues they are repairing. I have to leap into an elevator that is moving as my elevator code no longer works. And I took some pictures. These are a little bit modified, as you can see, but I'm just playing around with the really nice sunsets we were having. The 21st of May was a Saturday. I make coffee and have honey toast. Christy goes out to Jimbo's meeting. It's a rainy drizzle during the day, and so I just hang out with the windows open. The Doctor Who finale, which is, I wrote LOL, come on. I think there was a better, I think what happened is he left too early, and Disney screwed them over because they filled some stuff with like a callback to the very first Doctor Who episode with the actual original actress, and then she was in the episode for like 30 seconds, and I think they had a plot, and they painted themselves into a corner with it, and then they had to change the last minute because Disney pulled out funding and said they weren't going to fund another season. And so I think things went bad because of it, but it just wasn't a good episode. Which is a shame because Gat was a really good doctor. The actor is really, really good. And I thought he did a great job as a character, but it just wasn't a good season. Christy makes a new bowl, which we are keeping potatoes in. This was made to order for our potato holding needs. We kept having potatoes and onions that would be stacked somewhere and not working. So I finally said, why don't we just get our potter to make an actual bowl that fits our needs? And she made it, and it's perfect. And it's sitting in our kitchen, and we use it all the time. Watch Christopher Nolan's Insomnia. Very, very pretty. Take a surprise nap at 6, both of us, when Christy comes home, and then wake up at 8. Christy requests pasta, so I make pasta for dinner. And we listen to a North Bend radio station, 104.9. North Bend is the town that inspired Twin Peaks, and they have a call-in program that appears to be underappreciated of a guy, like we don't call in, but it's a guy doing like, X-Files type stuff. And it's a very new program and nobody calls in. And I don't think we've listened since then, but I just like the charm of this guy in Twin Peaks doing an X-Files style thing just for the North Bend radio station area. And now it's June. First of June was a Sunday. What time is it now? We're making reasonable time.
Yeah, you're doing good.
We picked up some time. Get up around 9. Call mom. We go to Chelan for brunch by surprise because we talk about brunch too much. Christy demands brunch.
I love brunch.
It's true. And I get a chorizo omelet, hash browns, and we stop at Met Market to buy some groceries, and I get a cookie there. Come home and catch up on Law & Order together. We go up to the roof for the Aurora in the evening, but there is none. And there has been none since then, and every day that is a big Aurora day, we have like fog everywhere. 2nd of June was a Monday.
Cat's back.
Hi, Cat. No one's feeding me. I'm going to eat this cable. Yam is over with the producer set up right now, sniffing cables and tapping stuff. Get up at 8. I watch Barbarella, which is on Criterion. It's still charming. Christy makes his coffee. Do some journaling. I finished Mishima's The Sound of Waves, which is really nice. It's like a teen anime. I was very surprised how anime-like this is. There's one scene I specifically remember because it's young people in love, but they like fall in the ocean and they have to take their clothes off in a room, and they're like 18-year-old, and the girl says that there's a fire in the middle of the room separating them, and the boy is naked, and the girl says that it's a shame he can't come over because there's a fire, and he actually naked walks across the fire, and I'm like, what? Here I am. And that just struck me as both funny and accurate that an 18-year-old boy would be like,
yeah.
Oh yeah, really? I could go. Like
Is that all I have to do?
Yeah, it sounds goofy, but in the actual book, it's like genuinely accurate to be like, any 18-year-old boy would be like, yeah, what up? I just got to jump across a fire. I can do that. It's not gonna be that hot, That it was it's a very pretty book, and it's about the two like ending up falling in love, getting married. But just that scene specifically stayed with me as such a funny, perhaps thing that actually happened to me, kind of moment that I found charming in an old-fashioned way. We go to Beer Junction for vinyl night on Monday. I have a Reuben and beer, of course. Christy brings Moon Duo, and I bring the Southern All Stars, which is an album I bought in Japan. Come home at 8. Take lights to the garbage. I think we were throwing out some of the old, like the lights that broke previously.
Maybe.
That this year's broke as well. I'm not sure how to.
Yeah.
I really think we'll talk about that later. You guys don't care about this. Christy finds Akio Wada and Minako Honda, 2 city pop artists that we listen to and enjoy. And Mount Etna erupts, and it's a big eruption. We're up to 8 people now. I wonder who we picked up.
2 of them are Hody.
Oh, Hody enjoy. Hody like mention. 3rd of June is a Tuesday. I've got some bird stickers here. They tell me about the bird. I have a dream with a little, very small. Don't remember much, but it's superhero related. Make cauliflower hash browns in the morning. I save them for Christy and oven, but maybe I made them too early because they're very dry. They're tasty, but I think she was sad that I made them too early to surprise her because they were dry when you arrived. But you ate them.
Yeah.
Christy makes us coffee. I do some journaling. The cat is very skittish, and we sit with her for a while downstairs. Christy goes to pottery. I listen to the best show and their show. Then we have beer on the roof with Christy. She does not enjoy it, but she gives me 1 good minute before going in. I remember that because it was very sunny in the evening. It was early, and I thought it'd be fun to have beers on the roof. And Christy wanted to get away from the sun.
Sorry.
But she did sit with me under the new umbrella for a little bit. Well, you know what? I don't think I bought the new umbrella yet. I think that's why I bought the new umbrella. Because we sat out there without an umbrella. That's what we sat without an umbrella, and she was like, I can't do this. And so then I bought an umbrella because we had a later roof sit.
Yeah.
Where you did sit under an umbrella and liked it. So there we go. I listened to Inner City with Idris Elba. We moved together and the Sacred Soul's running away. Listen to KXP while chilling. June 4th was a Wednesday. Baseball day. I go to see the Baltimore Orioles. We got on the Jumbotron. We got a nice fanny pack. The Orioles still win. We spent $80 in pizza because fucking moto at the park is just ridiculous. Yeah. It is fun at the evening though. We take the bus goes from our house to right there, so it's really easy to get to, and it's nice. This is the 4th of June. I see the first rays of sun around 3 a.m. when I wake up briefly to go to the bathroom. But actually, I'm up at 8. Christy goes to a client, have morning bagel and coffee. I shower while she's out. I read Martha Wells' All Systems Red, the Murderbach book. I finished that on the roof. And then around 4 o'clock, we go out to the baseball game. And then we get home around 9 p.m. It was a fun day. 5th of June was a Thursday. Silent reading night outing. I go, Christy is exhausted, so she can't make it. I am with Dallas, Nick, and Nicole and Ryan. I get chicken and fries. I read No Room at the Morgue by Jean-Patrick Manchette. It's very French. It's funny. It's fast. I read it. It's a short book, so I read it while I'm there. It's a noir from 1971. Stop by Beer Junction, pick up some beer for a surprise for Christy when I come home, and I give her beer. Woo. In the morning, however, I put them on in the wrong reverse order for some reason. I take a 5K walk. I stop at Snapdragon. I hang out and have an oat scone, which is really good. A scavenger hunt passes by a couple times while I'm there. They're all looking for stuff when they come in. I get Christy Chipotle on the way home. I listen to Red Stars Theory, 2 albums, A Sailor's Warnings and Life in a Bubble Can Be Beautiful. What a stupid news. 6th of June was a Friday. 3K walk. I get us some bagels in the morning. Also walk by Met Market. I'm home about 9. We pay our accountant. Christy makes mac and cheese at night, which is delicious. I have my first Dubai chocolate, which is really tasty, but it's really expensive, so I don't get it often. But it was really good. I very much enjoyed it. Have a dream I can't recall. I journal. We watched Jenny Nicholson's Action Park video, which is really good. And Lily graduates. My niece Lily graduates from Scott Elementary School and gets a Stellar Citizen Award. Because if she's listening, she's a stellar citizen. If she's not listening, she's still a stellar citizen. 7th of June was a Saturday. Very intense cat in the morning. Up in my face and make morning coffee. Christy goes out and she brings me back goat for Eid, which is delicious. We watch Welcome to Wrexham. I have a roof sit for a while. Christy wants Thai for dinner, so we get Thai for dinner. Not much happens, but here's me in the sunshine
Aw,
with a beverage.
Sunny Scott. Do you need a beverage? Or are you okay?
I'm doing okay.
I should get you some more. I want some more anyway.
All right. Here's a picture of cops at a donut stand that I thought was really funny. Because the 8th of June was a Sunday, get a bagel in the morning, a nice mom call in the morning around 10:30. It lasts for an hour. 2-hour roof sit while Christy takes a bath. And then she comes up and pulls some strawberries off our roof, which is nice. We watched Japan Railway Journal and X-Men Japan about a bento, which is really nice. I've leftover mac and cheese for dinner. Watched Lazarus and Murderbot. We listened to Expansions on KXP, the electronic show. And these are the cops at the donut shop were from LA, of course. Some printouts of the anti-ICE demonstrations that happened there. It is what it is. 9th of June was a Monday. Yam is up at the first rays of dawn to play with me and then goes back to bed. Here's a picture of her by my records that I really like. Have coffees and cookies and more of the newsroom. Fun cat games with Yam. I have Find the Finch Nest with a little finch. Oh yeah, in the we found a nest
Oh yeah,
up here
those
in
are
our
flickers.
the flicker nest. Yeah, I guess I wrote flicker and a finch. Oh, I did have to write finch though. It's a shame. Anyway, the bird had been pecking for a while, and I thought I saw him going in and out, and no one believed me. And we finally witnessed it happen. I was like, see,
Yeah,
That
we
was
just
part of
went
that.
over there and went around the pole. And
yeah, and the
there's
bird came in
there's
and came
oh,
out.
Yeah.
Walk down for Vinyl Night. Listen to Yukaden for Lovers Only, TV on the radio, Starring the Sun, and the White Stripes Elephant. And we get home around 10 when we go to bed, and Sly Stone passes away. Pardon me. 10th of June was a Tuesday. Get up at 5, take a very long 5K walk. Get Christy some cream cheese for when she wakes up.
To slather myself in it.
Christy books a trip for Jada's graduation weekend. Yam asks for help hiding in the bed. I lift the bed and she zooms in. I listen to the best show. It is pizza night, and I draw a little Caesar's guy, but you all can see Yam in the bed.
Oh, that's a very cute little Caesar
Thank
guy.
Isn't he cute?
Very.
We also have a big spider that's hiding by the door, but I let it stay for the night under the agreement that it can't come down, which is my rules of the house. Spiders on the roof, we call it even. They can eat one at once. If we catch anybody else on the ground, they have to go out. The 11th of June was a Wednesday. Get up at 8, take another wonderful morning walk, about 3K. Get some more bagels for Christy. She wakes up and has coffee about 10 and eats the bagels. I finished The Art of Racing in the Rain, which is a really good book. The main character is a dog named Zoe. So I found that very, very touching. Do some sort at the records of my actual record collection to space things out a little better, especially now that we're going to record nights. It's nice to have everything eaten in order. Wait for the groceries. I go next door and get some s'mores ice cream. We watched the 1% Club with Joel McHale. We enjoyed that, the game show. It's kind of fun. Sam Chemis started a game that is a cult. And briefly, I was leading and we went every day. And then by night, Christy totally dominated. And then there seemed to be some issues with like how people could use it. And it kind of died, I think. I don't know if it's still going, but we stopped going after a while. But yeah, I think it was too easy to game. Brian Wilson dies at age 82. And I'm going to tell you a story about this onion that was growing outside. And Yam is sniffing that onion there. It was a green onion. And it had been growing. And one day it cracked under its own weight because we'd let it growing for a while. And Christy said I had never loved the onion. And I was waiting for it to die so I could eat it, because I did eat it. And I felt that was the most respectful thing for the onion. She's like, you never trusted that.
You, like, the way that you delicately cook that onion, like, immediately upon it coming inside, I was just like, how dare you? Could we not have a grieving process?
It's what the onion wanted. It would have wanted. Anyway, I took a photo to remember the onion, but Christy would not eat any of the onion.
Yeah, it turned out it just made me upset.
The 12th of June was a Wednesday. Got up at 9, morning coffee, bagels, take another 3K walk, stop at Snapdragon, listen to pet sounds while I'm hanging out. Also have a chocolate cronut. I stopped, pick up some beer, return home, have an afternoon roof sit, finish putting out the grass tiles that we took apart to clean. Have a veggie rice for dinner, watch Will Trent. Have a dream that I'm visit a game designer to discuss a new video game, but I don't remember what it was. The 13th of June was a Friday. KEXP ends their 27-hour DJ protest marathon with Bellies Now They'll Sleep. Them released a new song, What About It, that I really enjoy. Have a general catch up in the morning. I run to Met Market for dinner groceries. So much water drinking. I just drink a ton of water that day. Have Warlocks and banana. Warlocks are manwishes. Thank you. R.I.P. the onion from Matthew.
Oh, see, he gets it.
Hey, Matthew, while you're here, I don't know if you heard earlier, we want the cartoon that you made.
I can find it again. Anyway.
But you made a cartoon for Jim Jack about Hody, and he would like a copy of it. Anyway, Warlocks and banana pudding. We watched Top Chef, which is fun. The cat uses my leg as a pillow as I'm eating, take a nap. But I'm skipping the news because it always was awful this year, but it exists. Also, we have some flowers, stickers. The 14th of June was a Saturday. We watched Murderbot, and I sit on for 2 hours on the roof and read some. It's really nice. Yam sleeps on Christy, and Christy rolls over, and Yam gets flipped, but then returns to Christy later. It's just a very specific, like lying down and then whoop. We order Indian. Go to bed around 11. I get free ice cream when I run over to Shug's because I've been going for so long now, and they just happen to have that extra. And so they're like, here you go, hook you up. And the No Kings protest was today, and it hits 2% of the population. Also, here are some duck stickers. Nice, huh?
Jim is mad at me right now.
Yeah, I see there's roof drama.
He did not realize that we could go up on the roof, and I guess he thinks that that's fun.
At some point, we will have Jim over to be on the roof. We did not take Hody up there because Hody could easily clear that if he felt like it.
Oh, yeah.
And I feel like he would be excited and run around and leap off. And at no time without Hody have we ever had this man over.
It is otherwise kind of an inconvenient sort of patio thing because you have to walk 3 flights of stairs up to it. So it's hard to bring food up or anything like, I don't know. It's nice to have.
Yeah. Well, it's nice to sit at, and we enjoy hanging out with people, but usually when we want to do something with people, we're doing something.
Mm-hmm.
And like to come over and just sit on the roof for a few hours. You have to just have conversations.
I hate those.
Yeah, and that can be hard. All right. But yeah, all friends are welcome to the roof if you want to hang out, drink beer, and just sit. But 15th of June was a Sunday. A real out of it kind of day I've recorded. I watched some Pokemon Go championships on Twitch with Christy. There's a Pokemon Go champ. We don't do it very long, but have an excellent mom call, I noted. A nice roof sit with some classic rock, and take a long soak around 2:30 p.m. because I'm too warm from sitting on the roof. I do a Scatatouille night with Brady Steep Red. We watched Lazarus and Last Week Tonight. And there's me and my Ratatouille. You can also tell I have a tan by this point from sitting on the roof. And it's only June. Here's a bunch of tape I finished. Let's do Kageyame's 3 Stories of Poetry with Christy, a very nice record. Sort out LP boxes to find specifically, so we can let's do it at Beer Junction night. I also take we do like a 2K walk to get there. I listen to Hijira, Joni Mitchell, and Christy really wants to listen to Grace Jones's Warm Leatherette. We have sandwiches and a peanut butter pie. Also find the Guyana Soul Station 104 Georgetown Light, which is really fun. They do like audio classified ads and things. Oh yeah, Joe Rogan tells MAGA they are not on his team. That man had weird stuff. Here's a picture of that album. It's Christy actually ordered it and had it brought in because she discovered it and really liked it and had it shipped to her from Japan. I think it's the first time she bought anything like that on eBay. Correct me if I'm wrong. But I was impressed. A record came I didn't recognize to Christy, and I was like, what? Did I order something and forget? And there was no record box, and she ordered her own records. And we listened to it, and it's great. Here is a lovely mug Christy made. It's like melting strawberry ice cream houndstooth. I use it regularly. I love it. 17th of June was a Tuesday. Get up at sunrise, 4 a.m. at the cat's request. Almost go sit on the roof to enjoy the sunrise, but I'm too tired, so I just go back and curl up with the cat. See a big spider, that big spider from the previous day. He's headed home from work, and he's on the ground, and he freezes. But it's still 4 a.m. So that's within, he's working. He's going to be back at the roof later, and I let him go. And sure enough, I see him on the roof later in the day. So he's keeping to the rules, and we ignore it. Also, his intern is nearby in a little funnel, possibly consumed. I actually go through my 45s, which I have not done in years. They are behind this couch under there. I don't take them out often, but now I'm aware what they are and that they exist. New umbrella arrives. New umbrella arrived last week. I ordered the new umbrella so that Christy will sit with me on the roof. She goes out to pottery. I listen to podcasts. Have a chicken sandwich, like actual chicken. Girl that God's go-to girl and Law and Order Organized Crime when she comes home. Much water, so much water. Apparently I drank a lot of water, even more than normal. Big hydration week. The 18th of June was a Wednesday. Watch the newsroom. I rewire the speakers because they keep going out, and now I have double stereo again. There are 2 speakers behind my desk, and then there are speakers on either side of me. So because I have a 4-speaker, not quad, just 4 speakers, but so I can listen to them in comfortable sound now. And they kept going out, so I had to just, unplug them and rewire the whole thing. We watched Next Level Chef, and Christy has some lovely pots on display. I think you can see them there. But she has her pots in a show, and we go to the show to see it.
I take an early morning walk, about 5K, and come home with some salmon spread and bagels for Christy. Have a small soup sip for an hour and listen to read The Cure for Disgruntlement by Magnus Mills, which is really good. And we go out to there for a night, and then we get a smash burger for dinner at a little nearby bar. Also have this great example of the mountain, which is the same shot, but one does have a mountain and one doesn't. And I thought that was neat. Here are Christy's mugs. I took a photo of her mugs. What did Ariella dislike?
I don't know.
There's a bit of a delay, so I'm not sure what you disliked, Ariella. But I'm sorry for whatever it was. But yeah, she did, and she actually sold a mug.
Yes, one mug.
And I thought that was really cool. All of them have those great big handles, great big designs, and it stressed her out a little because she wasn't sure what kind of person bought the mug, which I enjoyed.
I can't deal.
Yeah. One of these is Dallas's mug too, that she made in this batch. I think this one we gave to Dallas, if I recall correctly.
Yeah.
You sold the ones with the dots, right? This one?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is the one that sold to someone that I really liked, both the large handle and the design of the dots. But it was funny for her to come home and be like, what if the person is unethical? What if my mug is in the hands of...
I'm not meant for selling things.
Anyway, Ariella, when you hear this, tell us what you disliked, because it will drive me crazy otherwise. 19th of June was a Thursday. Christy made that, which I found amusing, because I was sitting on the roof with my shirt off. I wake up at 4:30 and actually go to the roof for sunrise and hang out there. Come back down around 5 and I go out for a walk. Come back again and then shower. Around 9:30 I go down to Snapdragon and get an incredible coffee cake. Oh, the spider.
Oh, we love spiders.
Yeah, there are rules to spiders, but if they hang out, they're just rules. They know the rules. Like, they can't be above us in the bed. They will go out to the roof if they show up but if they're on the second floor, and they're up at the top corners of the second floor, and they're welcome to stay there, and they can go out and hunt during the night. There was a day that I think maybe still coming up, but Yam ran into one, and he was coming out from work, and they just sort of stopped and stared at each other, and the spider at some point was like, and just kept walking. And we worried Yam would attack it, but Yam did not. Yam just watched the spider as a respectful predator, and the spider went back behind the bookcase and went to bed. And we're like, yeah, all right, we're good.
Well, interestingly, our neighbors have complained of having some ant infestations, and I feel that our spider encouragement has kept the ants at bay.
Also, for a while, when I sweep every morning and try and clean up, which neighbor has the ant infestation?
It was Camille.
Oh, I hope they'll come over here. But for a while, they were coming over, and so I would sweep all the food by the door, but leave it there. And so this little group of ants gathered at the door, and every morning I would bring like food over, and it would be like they would freak out, like God has sent our, But they wouldn't leave that area because they knew the food was there, and I didn't consider it when I started sweeping. But I started sweeping and leaving it, and then like leave it for a day, and then vacuum it up, and then put it there again. And the ants would not, but there's food, the scent trails in their mind just go to that space, and so they didn't enter the rest of the house, because food would just appear there in the morning when I swept it all in one spot. And so the scent trails like came through our door and then turned around, and I moved it closer to the door every day. And now we don't have any ants coming in anymore. And I think they erased their scent trails on their own, because they got so used to food coming to them. And then eventually, and I don't want to tempt fate, but
Well, good job, Scott.
but I hope I chased them out.
I make a mix for Christy, but it's unfocused, and so I just delete it because it just isn't something I think she would enjoy.
That's very, very sweet and anxiety ridden.
I listened to The Young Ones of Guyana. You Are Everything, a very nice cover on the Guyana station, no less. The classified ads they have will range from "Do you need ice? Call now" to "Don't steal power" and it's like 20 minutes of audio classified ads followed by a radio play, where they work at a different radio station at the radio play, a fictional radio station. I absolutely love it. I listen to it as much, like during summer especially. Chris goes out to the grocery and gets Thai curry. I also like Ariella's, although it cuts off on my screen, I think she said, "I love a rule-following spider." It cuts off at the G right here, but I believe that's what she's saying. So.
Yeah. Spidey.
Yeah. DNS goes out nationwide, but we're back by like 5:30 p.m., but the internet goes out for a while everywhere. The 20th of June was a Friday. Get up at 6, take a morning bath after a long walk of 4K, have a bagel. Then I go back and do some journaling, finish packing, because in the afternoon we go out of town. We leave around 1. There's so much traffic. We stop at a very nice diner around 3. Here's the very nice diner.
Ooh, yeah. That was nice.
Yeah. I have a prime rib sandwich and fries, which is great. Mark Willis's song 19 something is being sung by the chef in the back room with a very nice voice. It was the first time I'd heard, to my knowledge, 19 something, but it was very nice. We arrive at the hotel, have a small sit in the hotel. It's heavy rain. We go out for slices at the Pizza Cat down the street. Sausage, olives, and beer. Really weirdly, like, it was frustrating for Christy. Her leg hurt anyway, and she didn't want to walk around a lot, which was something we planned to do in Portland. I don't think I mentioned we drove to Portland when we arrived there, but people in that pizza place were just weird.
They were so weird.
Yeah, like I can't even, and weirdly pushy. And we were sitting down, and everybody was like not staff.
Are you using that chair you're sitting in?
Yeah, like Christy's there to get the pizza. I'm sitting there, and it kept happening. And then while Christy was there, people kept kind of like, "Are you done with this table?" It's like, no, we're not done with this table. And again, it wasn't the staff; it was customers, and it's just weird. Just weird. Portland is weird. Anyway, we stopped by a gas station and get a 6-pack and walk back. We just hang out, basically. I take the roof camera in and put it downstairs, but at no time does it trigger. So I wonder if Yam ever goes up to 3, because I was like, there was an issue with the camera that we need to bring in, but it was still triggering, but it was falsely triggering upstairs. And because everything was messed up on the roof, we put it inside for a while, but the camera never triggers. So Yam might be just sad sitting on 1 waiting for us to come home. Anyway, here's the hotel we stayed at, which is very nice. We stayed at this nice old hotel, which was really cool, actually. There's Christy looking at a plant window trying to steal it. But it was weird how the entire parking lot was diagonal, like even for Portland. And so when you parked, you drove up and you parked like this, but it was a sideways diagonal too. So the car is like, Christy is her feet are about where my knees are when we get out of the car. And you're already, if you get out of the car opposite, like the driver's side, you have to step up. If you get out of the car on the passenger side, you're immediately falling.
We just pray that the emergency brake holds.
Yeah, it worked, but it was just a weird overnight parking space. Nice hotel, but just weird they wouldn't have flattened out when they built,
Yeah, I don't know.
If you're paving it anyway, just throw some more dirt under there and make, you pull into a flat parking lot with anyway, it was nice. And it was downtown, which is kind of fun. 31st of June was a Saturday. Woke up around 9. Christy gives me a very good shoulder scratch I've written down.
Oh.
There are odd dog noises next door, which didn't faze me. It was just odd because we never saw a dog. We walked to get coffee, and there's a sausage musubi place that we have. It's raining, and I did not bring a jacket because I'm an idiot. So we go to the used clothing store. Christy gets a great hoodie that makes it all worth it. Then we drive to get a burger and stop at the liquor store too. We go to see Sage and Jada at 2, graduating. It's rainy, but it's lovely space in the park. Then we go back to the room with the diagonal parking, walk, get some fish and rice, sushi and poke in a very nice sushi place that was nearby, like top notch. The guy was Japanese, wasn't he?
He
Like
was, but
actually,
he hadn't lived there.
yeah. But it felt like the same kind of thing when we
Yeah.
went to the place in Japan and we went around the corner and there was something cool, and this was like a rated place. The owner Peter gives us free sake. We have a conversation with him. It's very nice. Then we walk to the grocery. We meet Joy from Long Island, who I told her she's lived in Queens and Napa Valley. We just talked to her standing, and I told her I'm sure we're going to meet her again in our life.
Yeah.
That's how weird the
It
conversation.
was just a lovely, weird person. that
She
we
really
chatted
was.
with.
And we talked about Queens for a little bit, and but then we got cookies and beer and went back and watched the $100,000 Pyramid, and I journaled. And here is the lovely hoodie Christy got, like it was made for her. And I got a jacket. There's the Masubi too, but I got a jacket we are still using. I'm still using now. Really cheap track jacket, very nice. Perfect for walking around. Anyway, it's the 22nd of June. After that, get up around 1. I have awful reflux, possibly from the cookies the night before. Small mom call, which is really nice. Nick's key gets stuck in the door, and I'm sorry about that. But I could see, we saw the camera. It's the key we gave them, but he puts it and he turns it. It's happened to me too. There's something
something that just happened to Scott, and I would make fun of him every time. And then it happened to Nick, and I was like, "Well, there's no arguing. There's an issue."
Yeah, exactly. But it never happens to women. It's just the lock will grab men somehow. We pack again and watch some Parks and Rec, and then we go to brunch with our friend Burke. Omelet, coffee, and hash browns. Drive home. Huge last station bathroom line. Only noteworthy because it took us 45 minutes. We parked at the gas station, and there's this giant line, and there's this woman who everybody in line is nervous, but she clearly has to poop. And she comes out, and there's this giant line, and she looked mortified because, it's one of those things where the bathroom is going to smell bad, and everybody's going to know who did it, and you don't. And it's just that look.
Nick says he can confirm the door is out to get you.
Yeah. It's never happened to Dallas. It's never happened to Christy. But
Once it happened to Nick, I was like, okay, well, I won't make fun of Scott anymore.
but yeah, I felt very bad about the woman in question because the look in her eyes when she came out, and they were it stretched out of the door of the gas station, and everybody was waiting, and it was just everybody felt so bad for her.
Yeah, she must have gone in there when it was very short, and then she came out, and there's this line of 20 people watching her poop.
And she's like, "Oh my god!" But then we get home, and the cat is so happy to see us, and we watch Welcome to Wrexham, Lazarus, and Last Week Tonight, and then I take a shower and go to bed, listen to Ghana radio. And the 23rd of June was a Monday. Get up at 9, have coffee, do journal catch up from the trip. I see Dallas's thing. I finished Magnus Mills's The Encouragement of Others, which is a really good book. Christy has alerted her auto pay has not been working. We figured out the money on that, but it's it was set up and it's not a problem because the auto pay was not working. And so when we reach out, they're like, "Oh yeah, that is on our end."
Yeah.
And the money was there, but we sorted it out. But
it was for the utilities, which is why it was so weird.
It was just weird. We got an alert. It's no, that's not the case. Oh yeah, and I will mention that for posterity's sake, 23rd of June was a Monday, and the U.S. asked China to stop Iran from closing the Strait of Hormuz, which might be the start of the Pax Sinenza, because if the U.S. asking Japan to control the ocean, we might have just ceded control of the ocean, and the Pax Americana might be over. A lot of noteworthy things in these journals of the history of Trump. The 24th of June was a Tuesday. Get morning coffee. Set up a new journal. The next after this one. Have hot dogs and baked beans. Christy goes out to pottery. I listen to podcasts. The HEI Summer Movie Roundup. I listened to it on the roof. Really, really wonderful. Again, I'll recommend On Cinema for everyone. It's just like, even if you go back and watch it now, it's amazing. You have to realize he parodied stuff before it happened. And Dallas borrows Magda Szabo for her book bingo.
Book bingo.
Yeah. I don't know if you actually still have that or not. I really don't know if I got it back. Like, I don't mean that in a, necessary way, but I really don't remember if I ever got that book back from you. I hope you enjoyed it. I don't know if we even talked about it.
I have at least one of her books.
Yeah. Again, I don't need it back. It's just sitting on the shelf. But I mean, in the sense that I don't know if we talked about if you enjoyed the book or not. So yeah, take the next 20 minutes. It's on her shelf.
Yeah.
Did you read it, or was it just in the bingo?
Have a conversation elsewhere.
No, everyone wants to know. The 25th of June was a Wednesday. Take a nap until 9. It's a very great day. I watched a show on Kick called Run for Money, which is Japanese. It's basically you run until you get caught, and there are people who dress like Agent Smith from The Matrix, and you have to stay away from them. But they've got like little blinders on because they're in glasses, so you can be beside them. But if they look your way, they catch you, and then you can try and outrun them. And somebody like traps one guy. It's like a live action video game. Some guy traps the hunter behind like a metal wall and closes the gate, but then his friend is on the other side of the gate, and the friend is like, "Why did you do that?" And they have to figure out how to get the friend back around while the hunter is there. And the hunters have rules about how they have to walk, and like they can chase you, but if they can't get you, they stop and return to walking. And like the guys playing, they're actors, but they're in great shape and they're runners, and they have to follow certain patterns. And if they don't get, so they have to figure out how to distract him while opening the gate, and then go back to his dormant mode so the other guy can run behind him so he can't see him while the gate is open, but he'll see the gate because we're like, it's just, it's, they're openly solving the puzzle, and the hunter's not allowed to listen per se, but it was just kind of fascinating to watch. And here's a picture of my niece at the Fayetteville Airport that I put in here because I absolutely loved it. She became a seasoned traveler. She took plane trips to Fayetteville.
I think twice this year, right?
Yeah, she went, I think, in the summer, in fact. We get groceries for dinner. I take a 4K walk. At 5:30 p.m., Christy decides to take a long soak, which is wonderful. I make pasta with vegetables. We watch Lego Masters, Gordon Ramsay, to Hell and Back, and Gordon Ramsay's Secret Service. And finally the umbrella starts to arrive, and you can see the platform. And I fill the platform up with water to prepare it. This is the 26th of June. Get up at 5 and then play with the cat and go back to sleep. Go out about 9. Take a 2K walk. Stop to talk at the vet. Quick hello to Dallas to set up Yam's appointment on Monday. Chris goes out to a client, and I spend some time on the roof. Have a big yam brushing, and then Christy comes home. It takes an hour to drive, and we text on and off the whole time because traffic is awful. Have the end of the pasta from yesterday. Watch the 1% Club, and the umbrella arrives in the afternoon, and I set up the roof umbrella. So now Christy can sit with me on the roof, and then we listen to some City Pop on the roof. And Bill Moyers dies. The 27th, yes, the 27th of June was Friday. Watch the movie Casualties of War. Yam naps behind me on the couch, and then we have some cat games. Christy goes up to fight some pigeons. I will show you this. Well, the camera captured. The pigeons are right in front of him, and then Christy showed up. I found that very funny. We go out to Yacht Club with Teresa and Jim Jack. Have andouille Alfredo, gin and tonic. Whitest place I've ever been. Like I felt not white enough.
Will never be white enough.
Yeah, it was fun though. Like we hung out. We met somebody who worked for the State Department. Would do it again. It was just shocking. There was a white guy who came up to another white guy and with all earnestness said, "It's the weekend finally, huh?" And like the way he delivered it was just the 28th of June was a Friday. Watch Murderbot, take a big roof sit while Christy naps, and finish Magnus Mills Sunbathers in a Bottle. We start the bear and we order Indian for dinner. Christy goes out to Jim Jack and brings home goat soup for me again. And here's a picture of as we slowly figured out the upstairs. It's a very nice day. Also, Winnie comes back. Here's a picture of all of us on the couch.
Love her.
Yeah. We had this dog sit again. 29th of June was a Sunday. We need to go visit her again at some point too.
I know.
Get up around 9, take a shower, have a nice mom call, have a big roof sit again. I get a little light burn because I don't use sunscreen. I just use the umbrella. And there are some open spaces on it. So I use sunscreen in the future, but it's not much. It's just me setting up the umbrella. So I was learning it then. I read Mistaken for Sunbathers by Magnus Mills, finishing up his trilogy there. And then a slice of chocolate cake and shrimp and grits for dinner. Also, this is a thing I cut out of an old magazine that I had when I was a kid that was falling apart. And I wanted to throw it out because the pages were kind of mildewy. But I saved some of the interesting little pieces of paper for my journal. 30th of June was a Monday. Dream that I can barely recall, but it had the usual geography of my dream. I consistently all my life have dreamed about some 2 or 3 specific buildings, to the point I have one of them memorized, like the location. It's a hotel and there's a pool here, and I usually come down from this hill. It's like in Long Day's Journey into Night, where it's the same. Mom, if you're listening, cover your ears until you see it. But Cully Blues is filmed in the guy's hometown, and then he films it all around a specific space. And then Long Day's Journey into Night is filmed in the same space, so that when you watch it, it feels like a dream because you're experiencing the same space, one in, a mystical, impossible to understand, and one in realism. And that's what it really resonated with me as most movies, because that's what this dream space is like. That ever since I was a kid, there's like this hotel with a building, and I could draw out the rooms. But anyway, that's what I mean by usual geography. I went back to that place. I just don't remember what I was doing there. Usually I'm walking, and it can be very difficult because it's a big hill. Have leftover cake for breakfast with coffee. I think Christy probably made this chocolate cake.
Probably.
Which I support. You should do it more often. I finished A Small History of Ireland, which is a history of Ireland through small things. Things like, this is the crown that crowned the King of Ireland in the 3rd century. This is a candy wrapper from 1950 they don't make anymore. It was a really neat book. Jim Shooter dies. Big sad day for comics fans. At 4:30 p.m. we take a vet trip. Yam is displeased with the boxing. Very sad moment when a woman arrives crying and very loudly cries, and kind of stressed us out and Yam out. I know Dallas remembers that day with the poor woman with her sick chihuahua being very loud. Dallas actually comes in and hangs out with us a little bit because of the crying, and she pets Yam, and Yam is a little reassured. We get home, a stressed Yam looks for Christy and is calmer when she finds her.
Oh.
I remember that specifically because I let her out of the box, and she was like,
Yeah.
And then we go to Beer Junction for the night, and Yam kind of sits sadly alone. But we have a bento and croquet and beer and listen to Hawkwind, and Christy brings Bumblebee Unlimited, and a stranger compliments her on the Bumblebee Unlimited Let Me Be Your Ladybug album because of how funky it is. And then we come home and sit with Yam. Here's some photos of Yam at the vet. not wanting to be at the vet. And there is our dinner as well. Good job.
She's doing her best.
She's doing her best. And that is this book. 1, 2, 3, 4. I read 4 books, which I'm going to add to the book list. So we're up to 10 books right now.
Wow.
Yeah.
Good job.
And that's the usual list of and there's the list of all the music we listen to in different forms, most of which I think I covered. Some of which, like the mix, I wrote down all the way through it. Some of it I'm not sure I mentioned, like on April 9th, I went to the grocery store and listened to a Sade show that had an artist called Sailor Jane doing covers Cherish Day. And there's a remix of Sade's Paradise that was really, really good. And then the things like the International Dance Day that I just wrote down, International Dance Day, because they just play dance. And then there are some days I just wrote down the like the Guyana Station when I listen to that all day. Allie, I don't have stats of over the year. I just started really. Hi, Lily. I see you there.
Really?
Yeah,
Aw.
that's my niece Lily. Everybody be kind to her. I'm glad you joined us. I was just talking about you. Were you here, Lily, to see the photo of you with the? Let me see if I can pull it back up. The photo of you at the airport in Fayetteville, which I absolutely loved. I'll show that again. I put this in my journal. Your mom sent this to me. Allie, we do have the books, but we did not keep stats. This is the first year we started like logging stats. In future, it'll be much easier because we'll put it together, and I'll probably end in future like I didn't last night, but with a like total tallies. And the books remind me as well. Maybe next year I will go back and do some old stats. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, these were the extra books. Hang on, it's not 4. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It's 14. I forgot I read so many books. I had to put an extra book page in there. So we're already at 20. 20 books so far. Allie wants Scott data. Here are some things to close out. This band exploded. This usually holds the journals together after I write them. And it just popped open. And the inks in this journal were Diamine Ancient Copper, which I really like. Look at that ancient copper right there. See? See?
I saw it.
Ruby Blues, Quartz Black, and a music nib pen that I've got. Spiced Apple, Spruce, Blue Velvet, and the Ferris Wheel Royal Flush that Matt and Kim got me. Also, Lily, in this brand new world where kids like you are preferring to not do digital stuff, if you ever wake up and say, I'm going to learn how to use a fountain pen, tell your mom, because I got you covered.
Please get into fountain pens, Lily. Please, I need somebody.
If you get into fountain pens, you're going to learn so much. But I use them to write in my journals, and they're always very nice. And I'm glad you're here. All right, we're starting the third book, July.
4 books total, right?
Yes.
We're halfway through then.
We're halfway through. Here's some photos of the sunset set in July. Also, I don't think I mentioned it, but when my niece went to Fayetteville, we have a running joke about walruses, and I ordered a bunch of plastic walruses that would appear for her, and she was very pleased I'm told. Let's go July. Wow, there really is delay. Chrissy's got the.
Oh, it's yeah. I have to refresh it every once in a while.
That's right.
But yeah.
Oh, you missed my Let's Go July thing. All right. The 1st of July was a Tuesday. Got up at 7, took a 4K walk, had a bacon, egg, and cheese, and coffee. Started this journal that I'm holding right here. Updated the little log of food, and watched some Law and Order. Christy Goes to Pottery. Make some stuffed shells as a test. I'm not sure what I was testing. I guess my ability to stuff shells. I remember that like they all broke or something, but I've never made stuffed shells before, so I wanted to see. Had a Kit Kat mint, and then a roof sit in the evening, and then around 11 p.m. a huge spider lowers from the ceiling. Yam alerts me with a big meow, and I look up, and the spider is like coming down. She helps me move it out with some struggle. The spider seems agreeable to going out and rides the cup like a hood ornament, but then charges at me at the end. And I set it on the roof, and it walks off like it's mad and cursing at me, like it's muttering. But yeah, I picked up the spider was coming down, and I took the cup and caught it, and the spider landed on the cup. And I walked with it, and it just sort of like Titanicked. And then I got to the door, and it turned around and charged me. And I tossed the cup in the air, and I caught it with my other hand. I don't think I can do it again, but so the spider was upside down, and the spider's like, whoa. And then it started dropping from, I guess, the speed of the flip. And then by that point, we were outside, and it didn't matter where it landed. But when I set it down, it was very upset. Kat found her favorite Twitch stream. It's just a robin in a nest, and she watched that for like an hour. 3rd of July was a Thursday. Had a bagel and coffee. Christy went out to a client, and I cleaned the living room. Watched Columbo. Actually, the first season of Columbo was really amazing. Recommend it to everyone. Had beans and rice for dinner. Watched more of The Bear. I have Tasty written under beans and rice, by the way. Christy was experimenting with new beans and rice recipes this year. I think she absolutely mastered it by the end of the summer. We will be having it again this year. Go to bed near 11. 4th of July was a Friday. Up before 9, but a little bleary. The cat awakens me and then gets very cuddly. I have a yogurt and coffee. We watched The Bear. Hour-long mom call. Very nice call with mom. Around 6, we were invited to a parking lot party out back, and we attend. Very nice hangout. Our neighbors who are no longer live back there pulled up the van and did a little cookout, and we hung out with them for a while. Had some hot dogs, potato salad, and sliders. Hang out till sunrise and played cornhole for a bit.
Or sunset.
And I got till sunset, and then play cornhole for a bit. In the evening, we one of our other neighbors, her husband left early because he wanted to go to bed. We went to a friend's roof, the roof across the street from us, across the way from us, basically, and hung out up there for a while and had some great conversations. And I had some whiskey, and it was really fun. And then the friend's husband left the neighbor's house and went home, went to bed, and he locked the door. And so around 1 a.m, we went down to our house, and our neighbor couldn't get into her house because the door was locked. She didn't have the key because she wasn't expecting he would lock the door, and he wasn't answering text. And so she slept on our couch. And Yam was concerned that this person she'd never met was on the couch. Yeah. And the following morning, which I'll get to in a second, first I want to show you this flyover when we had the Jets fly over our roof on their way to the stadium. You can see them, kind of close. And then Christy actually using the umbrella just to prove that she wasn't mad at me. She was mad at the sun. And I also watched Sinners, which is a really good movie. And it made Marvel look really stupid that they couldn't do a Blade movie. just couldn't get it off the ground, and their golden boy who did Black Panther, which made more money than any movie in the world for a while, just did a vampire movie and made it incredible.
Would I like that?
I don't know. I don't think like there's a lot of blood in it, but it's not like it's movie blood,
Yeah.
Um,
I've gotten better.
yeah, that's what I mean. Like I feel like start watching it and see like the first half of the movie is a lot of mostly African American history,
Yeah.
and then the blood orgy starts and it gets a little different. I think you would definitely watch and enjoy like the first half.
Yeah.
I remember like halfway through I was texting Basmati and like, dude, you need to watch this movie. I thought it was just a horror movie,
Yeah.
but this is like a historical vampire movie. Like it's really strong.
Yeah.
And one of the things I like about it is that like the same thing I like about Jordan Peele, that they're really strong directors who have a background in like making good movies, who also fell in love with the old Hammer Studio movies that I loved as a kid, and those old like Sunday morning horror movies kind of things that were just on UHF stations, and they incorporate the historical, meaningful things you're able to make with really goofy, concepts of like vampires and aliens, and it makes a really great movie that doesn't stop being fun while it's not lecturing but teaching. It's anyway, the 5th of July is Saturday. I wake up at 8, and our friend Nicole, who was sleeping on her couch, is already gone. Yam is scandalized by this, but apparently her husband woke up and was like, at 7 in the morning, was like, "Oh my God!" And texted her, and she woke up and took off. And we've hung out with them, but it was just really funny that she felt really bad and was like, "No, come on, just sleep on the couch."
Yeah.
Do some cleanup. There's I took a photo across the way of our neighbor's roof because that's how quickly we left. They were just like, "Well, we'll get it in the morning." And there was like some sour cream dip up there on the roof that just stayed there. I saw them in the morning. I offered to help clean up, but anyway, Christy goes out to meet with Jim Jack. I stay at home and clean up, where we threw everything in the afternoon. It's great temperatures, and I sit on the roof for a while. I have a anchovy and pepper pasta, green pepper pasta, which is really good while Christy's out, and listen to Freudian Slip as I cook. When Christy comes back, she takes a nap while we're watching The Office and Murderbot and Gordon Ramsay and The Bear, the finale of The Bear. Yam really enjoys sitting on Christy's lap, both because she's exhausted from staying up last night to protect us and the vet trip earlier in the week. Also, the pepper that I cut has this beautiful flower-like guts that I thought was really nice. Oh yeah, and some blueberries appear, and the squirrel decides to make a play for the blueberries, and we catch it on camera when he sets off the motion detector. 6th of July was a Sunday. Pay a lot of bills. We plan our October trip to Texas. Have rice and beans, eggs and onions in tacos. Cat enjoys a cat sit, but Christy goes to lie down around 6 p.m. and the cat follows her. Oh yeah, the DOT truck that came to paint the 7-Eleven, and the fumes started going in Christy's window when she runs out of the house and talks to them to stop them. And they moved to the other side of the 7-Eleven very nicely. I was thrilled with her.
I approached them with reason, even though I felt very angry.
But yeah, the whole house was filling with paint fumes. I was on the roof, and Christy was like, "I'm going over there. I'm gonna die." And I came down.
Some generator on the back. Anyway,
it was like right under her office window. It was, but anyway, I was sitting on the roof while I read Nightmare in the Street by Derek Raymond, which is a very lovely noir that's heavy duty. Christy is gardening. I will show this sign that she had to put on the hose. But she's out there gardening, and somebody turns off the hose while she's around the corner. Like they walk up to our front of her house and just turn the hose off. And she was like, what? And the camera's off because she's out there working. And so she has no idea who set it off, but it was Very frustrating. So she made a do not turn off sign for our own hose at our own house and put it up there. Absolutely ridiculous. And then we called my mom for an hour. The 7th of July was a Monday. Cat wakes me up at 5 a.m. So I take a long 5K walk. We're out of coffee, so I run to Olympia to get coffee for us and come back with a cookie. I journal somewhat, and I note here it's nice to see everybody else, all the baristas again, because we haven't been in a while, and they're all there, and they're surprised to see me. We buy tickets for an upcoming Mariners game. We go to Monday Vinyl Night, and in fact, we actually get on the poster. We get to sign it because we were there for the inaugural ones, to the point that they know us well. Also, we have our West Seattle Rabbit in front of our house. Pops up during the day. Beer Junction Vinyl Night. Go around 5, get fish and chips, and eat them at the Junction Night. Christy brings Yay Sayer. We hear Rage Against the Machine, Sleep Night Against the Fire. I bring Tadaki Miyago and the Tokyo Cuban Boys, another album I picked up in Japan. We are friends with the beer barista there. His name's coming right out of my head. He'll come back in a second. Ross. Yes, Ross. We see him there, and he was really interested in the music we got in Japan. So I brought every night for a while. I brought every single album I bought there, and he was like, "This is fantastic! I never would have heard of this." We get to sign the poster, so we're part of it. Have a really good evening. Christy is stressed from not sleeping, very sadly, but that goes on for the week. But at some point, spoiler, she sleeps.
I've done it.
Yeah. The 8th of July was a Tuesday, and she was just not sleeping. No real reason.
It's just what I do.
Christy makes coffee in the morning. I watch Columbo and start watching Family Guy for the summer, which I caught up through. It's something really good to have on when you're doing other stuff. Very briefly, 1,000 jokes and 3 of them are funny. But when they land, they really land. Christy goes potty around noon. More Pigeons on the Roof. I read Naomi by Junichiro Tanizaki. It's weird. It's like if Lolita was reversed, but without, it was absolutely surface level. And I'm willing to blame the translator of that. The book is kind of mediocre. It's Japanese, but it's from the idea that it's like somebody read Lolita and said, oh, this is hot. And then wrote it from the point of view like everything was, the point of Lolita is that it's not surface value. It's an unreliable narrator that you learn to hate, basically. Yeah. And this is a guy who read it. And although he's not a bad writer, he read it and said, oh, this is a true story. And there's no subtext. Mm-hmm. And so it just ends up being creepy, basically. And there's more of a comeuppance for the guy at the end. But it's the point of the book is that it's about, redemption and realizing your own sin and coming to terms with how, and then this is just like outside forces will always come and crush you if you do sin. But it's also going to be creepy up to that. It's like watching an old 40s noir, like a Hays Code thing, I didn't like it. It was good writing, but it left me feeling mediocre. It was a fast read, but I don't really recommend it. They're better books. We have mini pizzas and beer in the evening. Christy and I watched the Somebody Feed Phil about Buenos Aires. I believe you went to a couple places we went to, if I remember correctly. But it was fun. It was nice to see Buenos Aires again. And podcast The Hound returns. First new one since 2021 on their feed. This is a guy who used to work at WFMU who plays a lot of old 50s music. He did one just for New Year's too, which I thought was nice. I thought he had died, quite honestly, because he's, in his 60s or so, and he would do one every week, and then there was none that showed up. I set up the Bowie shelf, which is here to my right. I just gather all my David Bowie stuff and give them their own shelf. I don't know if we can rotate it or not, but I'll let my producer decide that.
You want to show it? Do you want to help me?
Yeah.
Over here. Here's David Bowie shelf.
Can you get to and those are the CDs. This is the Bowie corner. That's my grandmother's art that is the wire snapped, and so I can't hang it. But that's my Bowie corner. Thanks for watching. But yeah, for a while they were all scattered around and in different places, and I was like, as long as I'm cleaning up, I might as well just put everything in one place. Here's me with some beer.
No.
Yeah, the 9th of July was a Wednesday. Up at 5 because of this person right here. Hey, don't eat that. We need that. She's chewing on the cords.
Hey, do not do that.
I watched 50s Noir. He ran all the way, which is crazy 50s stuff. It's really nice. Take a walk and listen to Eva Walker on KEXP. Really good morning show, 5K walk. And go to the grocery, and I come home, have toast, mango juice, and coffee, do some journaling. The beer in that photo is from related to the March Madness bet we do every year.
Oh, yeah.
I believe Christy won again.
I thought you won.
Maybe
No,
I won.
It was Joel who won it.
It was Joel who won.
I won it from Joel.
Oh, all right, that's fair. And then Christy goes out to deal with the client, and I make some hot dogs, and dinner is a big salad for all of us. And then we go to bed around 10. And Jack Kirby's local street on Essex and Delancey, New York, is named Yancey Street, and Jack Kirby Way in his honor. Yancey Street, of course, being important. The kind of thing Christy, when she cares about the Fantastic Four, asked me to explain.
So sorry.
Dreams. I'm at Easy Street, but it's all reversed. Like the layout is reversed, and I'm talking to some of the people there. The chef offers me a kitchen job that's opening soon. I say I'm not skilled enough, but the waitress staff disagrees. We talk and seem to bond a bit. And then the next one is I meet Bowie in an old room in New York. David Bowie, and appropriate enough, I turn that around there. And we talk a bit, and then he changes his face in front of me. And I say, that's amazing that you can do that. And he gives me a hug, and we have a deeper conversation about art that dissolves into meows as I awake and discover that the cat is sitting beside me as she now paces. Get up around 8. I take a 4K walk to Snapdragon and get some. Let me just show you this coffee cake. It's so good. Last time I went, I brought Christy some back. I just go there occasionally. Maybe I'll go there tomorrow even.
Ooh, yes.
Yeah,
please.
they should be open for Friday.
Yeah, now that I want this coffee cake.
Yeah, I'll bring you back some coffee cake. I believe this was the day that I saw Dallas. Or maybe this is actually, you know what? I bet not, because there's a photo of Dallas I think I printed and put in here. But I was sitting and she walked by, and I was I had to get up and leave my coffee cake and yell at her because she didn't hear me and or hear me knock on the window. And but it was funny. That's the kind of small magical West Seattle town we live in, folks. I meet a guy named Mr. Snow. He was always there when I was going in summer. He was there he dressed all in white and was one of the old guys who lived around there. And I was finally I saw him when we were lying for fish and chips the day before. And it's finally I might as well just talk to you. And he laughed, and we talked a little bit.
What's your deal, dude?
Yeah, but it's now if I'm seeing you other places, it's one thing if we go to the same cafe and we sit in different corners, but if I'm seeing you in other places and we're having, communication, we may need to know each other's names. I sit on the roof for 2 hours, and I come back, and the cat who is behind me now, is very cross because she couldn't find me for 2 hours while Christy was gone. Christy got up to the client. When she comes back, we have a beans and rice night with veggie sausage and the beans and rice, and it's amazing. And surprise brownies I didn't know she was going to make. I wrote excellent meal and circled it. There's a new Always Sunny, so we watch those. And I go up and have an evening soak, and the cat comes in and yells at me for being in the bathtub, which she does sometimes because she doesn't comprehend it. And I listen to a Fortet and William Tyler doing a cover of If I Had a Boat, the Lyle Lovett song. And it's instrumental, so it took me a very short time to figure out what the song was. I was like, is this really a Lyle Lovett cover from Fortet? 11th of July was a Friday. Here's some Constellation tape. I have a dream that Damon Wayans, I forgot about this, Damon Wayans, Bruce Willis, and Ben Affleck are set for an interview with me, but it all goes hazy after it starts. So I'm not sure what's happening there.
Very funny.
Please be excited by Yam doing her rounds. This couch is usually a 90-degree turn, and so she likes to be in the shot.
She's a little bit cross right now.
Look at my light. Also, it should be dinner. It should be dinner. All right, I get up at 8. Coffee and one of the surprise brownies from the night before. Christy goes out to a client and picks up the mugs from her show, except for the one that she sold. I go upstairs and sit on the roof around 11. Christy comes over and run. Around 1, I have to come down about 3 because the sunscreen is running in my eyes from sweat and I'm blinded and very sad. And then I take a shower for a while to wash it out. Walk to West Seattle Fest, which is happening at that time. We get some sambusas. We go to a show in Westlake. We take the trip in town. We run into a show because we go into the city, and a band called Ravina is playing. A very nice voice, and we see my friend's gallery show, More Paint.
Right.
Brandon By. It's photos that he took, and the gallery show is right next to where Brandon and I used to work at Alexa. So I find it very funny. He's gone like full circle in his career from like the place where we worked to right across. He's like, yeah, I know this. We picked this place specifically. I thought that was very cool. But then we walk over to the Zigzag for dinner, and there's no air conditioning, so it's really warm. But we do get this nice picture of our cocktail and flower. And here are some photos from More Paint. If you search Brandon By More Paint, you can see the photos probably online. Here's a nice photo of 12th of June was a Saturday. I have a sore back from sitting in the bar chair. Listen to Herb Alpert's Rise, though, as a morning joke with Christy, because I was doing the trumpet part about Herb Alpert, and she didn't know what it was, and so I played it in the room, and she's like, "Stop playing that." Listen to the KXP Radio Show on early morning. Have coffee, and we have coffee on the roof, Christy and I, and brownies and then listen to KXP Radio Show on the roof. Finish. We watch Foundation and Murderbot, which is very nice. I do a little sewing on the pants. I end up wearing them to Superman with Jim Jack. Pants with a hole in it, so I put a patch that is Crypto, the super dog, in the pocket, so his head is sticking out. And then I put Houndstooth in the holes. So I have stylish Houndstooth dog pants that I wore to the Superman premiere. And I also got a compliment on which turned weird because the woman had a hole in my butt that I covered with the Houndstooth, and the woman complimented the butt patch, and then Christy turned around.
You what?
Yeah.
What'd you say? Say it to my face.
But thanks, he loves it. She rarely gets extra defensive with me, but it was cute that the woman was taking a little. I don't think she had ill intent, but she just saw the Houndstooth and complimented. And that Christy turned around, and I think she felt.
After those old ladies lusting after you this year, I can't trust anybody.
She has to scoring big with the old Seattle women. Very warm. I noticed very warm. Yam is so mad when I come off the roof too. Here's a picture of Yam giving me a lecture for going to the roof without her. And as you can see, I had some hot dogs while I was on the roof. "13th of July. We're still at 7 people. Everybody stays. 13th of July was a Sunday. Go to see Superman. That's funny to mention it. I thought it was fun. It was a fun movie. We saw with Jim, Jack, and Teresa. Christy and I went and got an omelet beforehand. We went out to Chilan, got a Western omelet, bacon and coffee, saw Superman, had fun going out with all us. Matthew and Bruno came as well. The Matthew who is here somewhere, I think. And had cookie dough candy, the frozen chocolate-covered cookie dough candy. They were like, get home in 3, call my mom after. In the evening, we have gin and pierogies.
Ew.
Uh,
What a weird combo. Gin and pierogi.
you wanted to drink that
Hey,
gin.
whatever.
Then I take an evening shower. My eyes are still hurting from the sunscreen getting in them earlier, so I don't go to the roof that
Very
day.
delicate.
I am very delicate. Go to bed around 10. Watch Parks and Rec and The Office beforehand. Here's some yam photos,
Aw.
Warhol style, because the streaking happens when my printer starts to die for photos, but it looked good with yams. And she was posing so well.
Such a good girl.
Cal Raleigh hits 18 home runs, and he's in the home run derby. Raleigh had a great year this year. 14th of July was a Monday. Get up close to 9. Feel pretty good, I wrote down. So I guess my eye thing got better. I journal a little. I coffee. We get insurance set up because I got kicked off the insurance that I had running from before my layoff. So now we have real insurance, and God knows what's going to happen on Monday.
Yeah.
When everything, like, I think I'll be fine, but suddenly I'm going to own like 30 grand or something from it. Anyway, we'll figure that out as we go. Christy works in a field where, she's learning more and more about how healthcare works every day. And
Yeah.
Jim Jack is here. He can come sit on our roof and help us sue people.
He's our attorney.
You can work. You work from the roof. All right. I make pigs in a blanket for lunch for us, which veggie sausages. I watch Odds Against Tomorrow from 1959, which is, I'm sorry, 1959. It's a really good noir. It was on Criterion. We go to Beer Junction. I get a meatloaf sandwich and chips and a beer from the Gulf of Mexico, which is really good. Christy brings It's a Beautiful Day and Dear Mr. Fantasy, which two very good. Well, I bring Dear Mr. Fantasy, she brings Beautiful Day, but two very good 70s proggy kind of albums. Really good. Very tight after, and I take a long warm bath before bed and fall asleep. And then the 15th of July is a Tuesday. I take a 2K walk to get bagels in the morning. Listen to New Order's Peter Hook covering True Faith, which I had not heard his. The bass sounds exactly the same, but the vocals are gravelier, which is kind of neat. Mom has a kernel panic on our computer and calls me at 9 a.m. and we work through the kernel panic. Christy goes pottery. We watch Parks and Rec when she comes home. It's Fantastic Four pizza night, so she brings me Fantastic Four pizza, which has toppings to represent each of the four. And in the process of getting the coupon, I discover that I matched the Thing, which is I'm proud of. Likes delis, walks around the Lower East Side. What more could I want? Make a crow friend. It's funny, actually. I've took peanuts on my walk earlier in the week, and I left them for the crows, and the crows were all like, "Huh," and then they started like hanging out. But the one in front of my house, I threw some peanuts, and he got spooked and flew away. And he's the one I want to make friends with because he lives here, Also, this amazing moment happened. I'm not sure if you can see it, but somebody clearly hacked Elmo, and instead of saying it's hacked, somebody said, "Do you or do you not totally repudiate?" It's the bawdiest behavior.
Right.
Be like, very clearly, Elmo was not endorsing Palestine and using profanity, and somebody had just hacked into it. But to have a follow up of, "We need you, Elmo, to clearly state your preferences." I don't often take pictures of internet drama, but that one was very serious. 16th of July was Wednesday. Cat wakes me at 5 with a claw tap. She started doing that earlier in the year. She would stand up and like get on my face and go tap, 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 with a claw right in the middle of my forehead.
It's pretty funny.
Get a bagel and coffee after the cat wakes me up. Do some journaling. Christy goes out briefly to hang out with Jim Jack to do business stuff, as he does. Hits 80 degrees. I listened to some podcasts. I set up the roof pool. A classic rock station makes a joke about National Hot Dog Day, saying that the Epstein files need to be released, which is the point that I realized there's no coming back for this. When the classic rock station is making just casual, that's the punchline to their classic rock station jokes. That's when I think it was pretty clear that something's happened. I set up my roof pool. Christy brings gin and tonics, and we have gin and tonics for sunset on the roof. Listen to KXP. Songs include Noi, Big Boy Pete, My Love Is Like a Spaceship, and we end up going to bed around 11. And there's a 7.3 quake off Alaska. And here are pictures of me setting up there, a little roof pool that we can sit in when it gets too hot up there.
Oh, yeah. I didn't tell Jim that you have a pool on the roof.
Yes. It doesn't come up until it gets about 80 degrees or hotter, but we fill it with our roof hose, and then we can just, during the heat of the day, now with the umbrella in place, I can get some sun and then move over to the said pool with the umbrella and then move back to the pool with the sun and be somewhat cool. It's nice. In fact, here's the umbrella reflecting in the pool. 17th of July was a Thursday. I have a dream that I'm in a store. I get in a fight. A guy pulls a pistol. I hit the floor and get shot in the spine. I pass out. I wake being carried out to a hospital. Go down the block. It's like a film set, and the doctor is James Gunn. Next day, I have a million texts, and I have to reply to them all. I can walk around, but I'm very sore, and I'm told to stay nearby as I heal. I can't see the wound, but I can feel it. It takes a while before I wake up, and I'm out of it. Dramatic, right?
Very dramatic.
Yeah. From this dream, I wake up exhausted. Discovered the door was open all night.
This wasn't when I left the keys in the door.
I think this was when Christy left the keys in the door all night. Thankfully, we were in a safe place. But get up for real. I take keys out of the door and lock it again at 3 a.m. Up for real at 6 a.m. Take a long 4K walk. Get home, do some journal taping, do more room work down here to clean it up. Around 11:30 a.m., I go up and sit at the roof. I listen to a classic rock station for a while, including Danzig's Mother, which I've never heard on a classic rock radio station to my knowledge. It's always been something I've had to play, but I guess now that I'm older, They go to 7-Eleven and I get some Chester Cheetah Carolina barbecue hot fries because I've got to see what it tastes like. And of course, it's the South Carolina mustard based that I do not enjoy as much. We watch more Office while you have Mexican beans and rice for dinner. There's a new 9 Inch Nails on the Tron Ares soundtrack released. Respectable song, although it's I assume a horrible movie. I haven't watched it. We have these up front. We have these lovely little sparkly things that Christy made, the resin. You can see the top one is where we have also a little mole, I believe, that we haven't been able to find, but he occasionally comes and smashes the place up. So I went out and spent an hour or two cleaning that up, scooping all the thing out, flattening out, and putting everything flat and stamping down his mole holes. And I hope he moves on. Up at 9, some cat cuddles. It starts in the 60s and cloudy. When I wake up, I do some journaling. I sweep outside to prep for tomorrow. And what is tomorrow, you ask? It's coming in just a second. Bring down the chairs from the roof to prep for tomorrow. And what is tomorrow, you ask? And some general cleaning. We have leek tarts again, which is great. And mini cupcakes that Christy makes. We watch Taskmaster with Matt and Kim. I don't know if they're here watching, but if they are, this is one of the nights. And 19th of July is our annual parade.
Woo! Which we also live streamed.
Look at this guy. And yeah, we do live stream the parade. If anyone's interested, we usually just sit on the porch with the stream. Reach out around July. And you can watch our live stream of us talking with the parade. We mostly do it for like my mom and for Lily so they can watch, but anyone can join in.
I do it because it's funny and very hometowny.
She does it because it's funny and very hometowny. We get a big cooler full of Rainier. Sadly, nobody comes over. So we just hang out. There's some wonderful new floats this year. This year they include the Lions, which Renee dances around. Afterwards, we take down the chairs and we have pizza. And then watch Parks and Rec while reading pizza, and then take a nap around 4. Christy takes the rest of the day to clean the coffee machine deep and fully because she thinks the flavor is unusual, and it really does seem to assist. Here's some more moments of float and the various bands, the tow trucks that came by.
Very exciting showing.
And we always get compliments because our porch is out front, so we can put up chairs, and we have some trees, so we're somewhat secluded, and people always show up and are like, "You got the best seat in the house," and that's pretty much the morning of us.
Me doing finger guns at those people.
Yeah, Christy enjoys it, but it's always "You got the best seat in the house."
Yeah, I do.
And people get there really early, so I'll wake up at like 5 or 6, and people will be setting out chairs. And the stand for the announcing is at the 7-Eleven across right next door.
That was new this year.
So we can hear them
Very
like
exciting.
narrating, for their radio show, which was kind of annoying for our radio show of streaming, but whatever. 20th of July was a Sunday. I went to see Africop. Excellent band. They had visuals this time. Really, really nice. I very much enjoy them. Christy slept in, so I took a long morning soak while she slept in, and then woke up, and we had a mom call and had coffee and the final cupcakes. It was getting too cold, so I drained the pool. Because
already too cold.
Yeah, it was weird. It got really warm and then got chilly again, but I drained the pool on the roof and left it to dry for a day or two, because when you leave it too long, things start happening to the water. We put away 11 of 30 beers. I kept track of how many we drank out there, and then we cleaned the cooler. Christy went upstairs to take a nap because she had 19? I had some too, but we had 19 beers. The other 19 of 30 beers, so we were both tired. I finished reading a book on the Fall, the band The Fall. It's very good, but the author is Dave Simpson, and I wrote "There's more of Dave than I wanted." The story is him trying to track down every member of the Fall band members, which is really fun, but it turns into like, here's my life and here where I was at that time in it.
Wow.
And I listened, of course, to The Fall while reading it. For dinner, we went out and had dinner with a friend, Seven, who may or may not be here.
Did you tell them about this?
I did. I don't know if they're
I forgot. As much as you're talking about music, I was like, who would like this?
Yeah. No, I sent it over to them, but I don't know. We'll see. We'll see if they show up. Anyway, I had a patty melt, which was really good, and then we had cocktails. Then we all went to see Africop. Amazing set. It was great to see them. And then we went home. 21st of July was a Monday. Took a 3K walk in the morning. Did some journaling. Watched Man of Steel to see how I felt about it. It actually, the problem I had with it, I feel a lot different about now. I feel like it's aged much better than.
Which one was Man of Steel?
Man of Steel was the Zack Snyder one.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it falls apart the longer it goes, but he very clearly had a vision. I don't agree with his vision still. It's a different Superman for me, but like, it's watching the extended stuff. If you're going to watch it, not only does it make Joss Whedon look like an absolute clown because his Justice League is irredeemably bad, but Zack Snyder's stuff like actually has connections. I don't agree with them, but it's very clear he's a really good director.
Mm-hmm.
He and I have a difference of opinion on superheroes, but he's a much better director than most of the, like, he didn't deserve the hate. I just disagree with the movie.
People didn't like him because he's a dick, right?
No, he seems like an ordinary, nice guy. A lot of it was that there was a view on what Superman should be. And
Gotcha.
I got to be honest, this is a conspiracy thing, so put quotes around it. I think there was a corporate raid on Warner Brothers that started with realizing that if their superhero universe failed, they wouldn't make any money. And I think a lot of the internet crap was bots and people like shilling for Disney. And I think one day down the road, we may discover that, this purchase of Zaslow's purchase of Warner Brothers and this collapse that led to where they are now started with him realizing they were over leveraged on superheroes and they had to make a lot of money. And the bad reviews were bought and paid for by bots. Because I didn't agree with the movies, but they weren't as bad as they should have been. And then Warner Brothers kept blinking and making it worse. And that ended up making them lose a ton of money. And it went to these guys. And I think there's a real chance one day we'll find that. And I'm saying that because I'm seeing that start with Disney, with the current Marvel movies. That's all or nothing with Marvel, where people online are like, does anybody really still get? And it's the same faces and names who did it, but I have no proof of this. I just feel like it's exactly the corporate strategy someone would use if they were looking to buy a company cheap and then dismantle it. And so, I mentioned this now. If Disney gets purchased by this same gang of idiots. Anyway, I also watched The Black Vampire. It's an Argentinian noir. It's like the movie M, but in Spanish. And remember that Lolita book I mentioned earlier on? It's like the reverse of that with M, where M is about Peter Lorre, but this is all about the women who were affected by the bad guy. So it's like an assault movie, but the assaulter is not the main character. He's the direct object, and it follows the people involved as a noir. And it really works because it makes it like, the bad guy is out there being bad, but it's not his story. The story is the people he affected. And I think it works very well. And sadly, Malcolm Jamal Warner today drowned in Costa Rica, which is a sad ending to Malcolm Jamal Warner.
I agree.
22nd of July was a Tuesday. See what you get if anybody's new here this year. Oh, we lost a viewer while I was on that rant. Oh no. Due to a blister, I skipped my walk. I stay home, clean the room. I listen to Black Sabbath Supernut, which is really nice. Christy goes to pottery and does laundry for us first. I listen to podcasts. Listen to Dengue Fever, 1,000 Years of a Tarantula afterwards. And Ozzy dies. That's why I listen to Supernut. And KEXP does a 7-hour tribute that I also listen to Ozzy. 23rd of July was a Wednesday. We sleep in till 9 and then have coffee, cereal, and yogurt, do a little journal, catch up. Listen to Black Sabbath from 1970. Goodbye, Yam. Miss you. Around mid-morning. Oh yeah, today is the day also South Park finishes their $1 billion deal with Paramount, and then they just shit on Trump for the rest of the year, which is I find incredibly funny. But it's baseball day. As always, we get on the Jumbotron. Still a perfect record for Christy being on the Jumbotron every time she's been to Mariners Stadium. Perfect record. Really fun salmon run. We meet a guy named Sebastian and a guy named Andrew. And Andrew has become a really good friend over the years, but Sebastian just
over the years.
Over the year.
Oh.
If I said years, I'm sorry. But Sebastian just happened to buy a ticket and asked if he could sit with us. And he was from Miami and Andrew was from Miami, and they hit it off. By the end of it, we're all going to get dinner at Douzone to get dumplings. It was a really fun day. And it was a bobblehead day too.
Oh, yeah.
We still have these downstairs, but we got bobblehead of the salmon. For those who don't know, the Mariners do a salmon run. These very much beloved salmon come out and run around the bases. There's a salmon named Humphrey who always loses, which is, unfair. He had a perfect 0 record until, stay tuned, but he lost this one. But we got the bobbleheads, and then we make a deal to go hang out with Andrew at Beer Junction. And since then, except when he's back in Miami, we have been hanging out with Andrew on a regular basis on every week. since the summer. He's been really fun. Apparently, we were some of his first friends after he moved from Miami too, because his lady friend told us that he came home and he was so happy. He said, "I made friends." But here's photos of us with Seven standing up and the stadium in general. It was Mariners Brewers, though Mariners lose. 24th of June was a Thursday. Do some bill paying. Listen to Metal Machine music as a meditation. I haven't done that in a while. It was nice. The first new South Park premieres, and it's just nonstop Trump jokes and becomes controversial. I do a 2K walk to buy some buns so we can have a Warlock meal later that night, and with sake, plum sake no less. Hulk Hogan dies. Chuck Mangione dies. There's an odd pairing at Heaven's Gate. All right, train.
I don't know if they heard that.
I don't know if you heard the long horn. That pause was met with a whole horn outside.
We have a lot of sarcastic honkers that go through our intersection.
Christy goes to bed around 7 because she is exhausted, like fully exhausted from yesterday. I think the fun, and I just finished my night listening to podcasts rather, and then I join her on 10, and she is fast asleep.
Ariella did confirm that baseball is the best.
Baseball is the best. I have a dream. I'm on a park bench with a guy with a water dissolving spray, sprays the seat next to me, so the water dissolves. We talk, and he seems cool, but he tries to sell the water spray to a pushy guy who sprays my work laptop and ruins it, and I'm very upset over it. Didn't realize how many dreams I had about work processing the layoff. 25th of July is Friday. Christy's sleeping poorly still. I have yogurt and cereal. The yogurt and the cereal. I watched the Batman vs Superman movie, and it really should have been like. I think this is where the DC stuff fell apart, because that should have been 2 movies with a Wonder Woman movie in between it, and they just crammed too much in an attempt to try and be Marvel too fast. And I think I think if you gave somebody who was a real director power over the producers, they could really save that movie. It's not a good movie, but there's thematic structure in it. I don't enjoy it, but you really feel how it could be, like there's something good that could happen. I listened to the Chantals song called Work With Me, Annie, which is really good. That came up in a book I was reading. Christy's copy of The Fragile arrives. My Sunday's records arrive. It's really nice. I finish up more cleaning downstairs. We watch Taskmaster with Matt and Kim around midnight. And that's it. A slow recovery day from the baseball. 26th of July was a Saturday. Yam taps me awake at dawn and then get extra cute in my face, although annoying. Have toast and coffee. Christy goes out for her Saturday clinic with Jim Jack. I do house cleaning, including toilets and vacuuming and all the important stuff. She brings back Injera, and I also have half an orange soda because I'm too old now to drink a full orange soda because it was just too sweet. But well, with the Injera, watch Foundation, and then Christy has a huge nap. I join her with my headphones and listen to radio stations while she and the cat dozes from 2 to 6, and finally get some sleep and some evening reading. Also, news that an asteroid may hit the moon. Harvard scientist says it's aliens, and he has proof. Obviously, of his refuted paper. You may know this as the asteroid that already came through and did not drop off aliens. I guess they might have just been visiting. But who knows? 27th of July was a Sunday. Christy makes bacon biscuits in the morning, and we have mimosas. Call mom. She takes a nap and a bath. I listen to Shumo Kino's Thank You and Take Vibes song Golden Brown in a jazz version. A dream. Around 6, it is my birthday. I meet my friends Brad and Alex and Public Enemy again at a Chinese place. I forget the Flavor Flav one over also, Brad.
Okay.
After they go, I walk the freeway with a struggle. I run into a childhood friend, Sigourney. I do not know a Sigourney other than Sigourney Weaver, but
Yeah.
in this, we were childhood friends. And we go to a diner. Though she has to leave early due to medical issues.
Poor Sigourney.
Yeah. Yam shows up at the diner, which is nice, to walk me home.
Aw,
I guess she needs to find my way back. And the waitress teases me about having the cat come in to walk me home. Two guys come in, and the boss asked me to get an ashtray for them. And it's hard to find, but I do. And then they offer the card, and I take it. And I'm going to ring them up, even though I don't work there, I guess. But then they dine and dash, laughing. And Yam stares at me in shock. And then I wake up, and of course, Yam is with me all the time. I actually really like this washi tape, so I'm showing it off. 28th of July was a Monday. I watch the first half of Zack Snyder's Justice League while I'm sitting on the roof. It, again, not a good movie, but there's a good movie in it. But it's very clear by this point everybody panicked, and it was bad. I read for 4 hours on the roof. I do a little roof sketch too. Roof sketch. That's basically my roof sitting space. It was 65 to 74. It's really nice. We walked to Beer Junction around 4:30. Andrew arrives at 6:30. We hang out with him and have a great time. We listen to the band Taxi. You Talk Too Much. They're an Italian punk band. Christy brings Nine Inch Nails Fragile, and George Benson's The Other Side of Abbey Road. Go to bed around 11. And it's a really nice night, just hanging out with Andy. It's our first time hanging out together, and it's fun. Here are some pages with ads on it. I get up at 6 a.m., watch the other half of Justice League, have a bacon sandwich with some leftover bacon. It just feels joyless. Like, I know it's on purpose because they're fighting Darkseid, but they could have been more. But again, I think it's somewhat savable if they cared. Go to the roof. It's 79 degrees. Listen to my podcast up there. Have salsa and chips. Christy comes home, and we watch the tsunami arrive in Japan on NHK unexpectedly. They just switched to live coverage. And there's an 8.7 quake in Russia, which I believe had something to do with the tsunami. '30th of July was a Wednesday. I take a 5K walk in the morning, come back and have some cinnamon toast, which I haven't done in a long time, but I just felt the urge. Start putting CDs, like organizing CDs at long last, have just a heap in the closet. We have chocolate and coconut shugs on the roof. I do. Christy just hangs out on the roof and set up the pool once again because it's getting warm again. Listen to a classic hip hop stream, which was really, really nice. A crow flies up and caws in my ear behind me and then gives me the nod and flies away. I think that is a crow I would like to make friends with. I don't know where he is. Have beans and rice for dinner. Watch more Parks and Rec and have this lovely sunset on the roof. Also with some koi washi tape. 31st of July was Thursday. I make coffee around 9. I feel very wiped out, and I have a dream. In the dream, I walk to the pool via a long trip via hard route. I give up and start to cut off the path. I cut into a control room by accident. Guy's giving a lecture on Charles Kuralt, and then he runs out after me and finds his wallet in the streets. I walk away and meet my friend Tony at a bar. We discuss the new box set of The Fugs, which does not exist. A waiter points to the guy besides me and said he is actually the Fugs drummer, coincidentally. I say, well, but he refuses to sign the album but is preparing a note, and we don't read it. But he leaves the note, and when he goes Tony and I discussed how cool it was that we sat by the Fugs drummer. I don't know what was on the note, but I presume I put it with the box set.
That's very funny.
That sounds like the thing I would do. Journal tape and sticker, I run them at market. My sticker printer actually dies, and I have to order a new one. It just dies. Things die. I watched Strange Days on Criterion. Really good movie. I recommend it to everyone. Very fun look at what cyberpunk was thought it was going to be once. Have veggie burger and tater tots for dinner with Christy. Watch the Always Sunny. Around 6:30, we find the cat ate all our flowers and threw up in the hall. So we clean that and then call it a day. And we say goodbye to July with the lovely sunset. And hello to August. First of August is Friday. Hazy in the morning. Just hazy outside. I wake up at 4 and then make coffee, have a lox bagel, and 1 PB cookie bite. I think you had a cookie bite left over from the night before. Then I watched the Rolling Stones Rock and Roll Circus on Criterion, which was actually kind of fun. Do a bit more cleaning, and Christy wakes up around 9, and then I go to the roof and read. I find a pair of dragonflies sadly dead in the pool. Yeah, and so I when I go now, I set up a little thing so they can climb out because I felt so bad about the dragonflies.
Maybe it was a tragic love suicide.
Yeah, that's exactly. They were like it seemed very poetic. So here's the crow, because I want to tell this story. This is why I wanted to give him peanuts and make friends with him. And I hope the crow is there and he's not just scared of me. He lands on the roof and starts cawing and gives me nods, like he lands down by the front door and looks. I go to check the camera, and there's this guy stealing our package that the crow saw, correctly identified as stealing our package, and alerted me. I want to make friends with this crow because I like the idea of a watch crow. Anyway, the guy steals the package. It was a birthday gift, my friend. It was just a tea towel that had like some goofy statement on it that he thought I would find funny. It wasn't a big deal, and it's, I appreciate that when he opened it, he probably did not understand. But I like that the crow knows the area so well that he was just helping out. Christy wants pasta, so we make pasta and watch Acapulco. Taskmaster night is canceled because Kim is sick and has no internet. But yeah, the dude stole the package, and I reach out to. It takes me a while to figure out what it was or who delivered it. 2nd of August was Saturday. Go to bed at 1 a.m. Because we stay up talking, Christy and I. I vote in the AM. Christy can't find her keys, and I discovered they were in the door all night. So this is actually a separate case. I have to tell her when she gets back. Christy goes out to Jim Jack. Watch Parks and Rec as Christy makes a cake for me. There's the cake, and there is Yam napping, and there is my I voted sticker. And there's a small quake in New Jersey for some reason. Also, I vacuum the house, and I walk 2K to get Raisin Bran and yogurt, which I proceed to eat. 3rd of August was a Sunday. Go out for brunch, omelet and hash browns. We attempt to visit Big Well Consignment, but it's closed. And on the way out, we bump into a rock as we leave and get a little scar on our bumper. Go to Daiso after, though, and get some nice gifts for Lily, my niece, who may or may not still be here, but she got the gifts, and she really enjoyed them. Matthew cancels Fantastic Four due to COVID, but we go see it with Jim Jack, and it's very pretty visuals. Afterwards, we come home. Teresa is also with us there. Christy makes beans and rice tacos, and we eat more of the cake. Also eat 2 cut-up cherries, and definitely confirms my cherry allergy because I get sick very quickly. And Lonnie Anderson dies, A Russian volcano erupts for the first time in over 500 years. And then the 4th of August was a Monday. I'm up every hour, getting sick, very acidic. I'm not sure if it's the beans and rice or the cherries, but it's a rough night. So I don't sleep very well. Christie's goes to the office meeting for the partnership work and is very pleased. I wait for FedEx all day from 9 to 3 for my package to arrive. It arrives at 2:55 p.m. But it's old photos from my mom that she sent for my birthday, stuff like family stuff. So it's worth the wait. Beer Junction night. We play Sade, Diamond Life, Cornelius Point, and Gestapo Kazi, which is a punk band that's really good. I have a sandwich and a beer, because like a light sandwich, because I'm not feeling well from all the getting ill over the day. And then we move to Parks and Rec and go to bed. And there's bad air in Seattle with the wildfires, which could be why I feel ill. Also, I just got to the keys in the door night. So that earlier one was when the door was just left unlocked.
Oh, okay. Great.
And here we are on the 5th of August. It was a Tuesday.
It's your birthday.
And I found this note that I put in here from 1982 it's a note that my dad had about where I was learning in a programming class, that I will show you this story that he always loved. Have you read it? Did you read it?
I've read it.
Anyway, he remembered that story for a long time. It was the computer, of course. It's very poignant in this day of AI. But I typed that in to see what would happen, and the computer spit back that it didn't know how to love because the parameters were not correct. There's a lesson there for all of you. Very, very warm, very sweaty night. Get up around 9, have coffee, catch up on journaling, watch the Godard movie Sympathy for the Devil, which is Godard filming the Rolling Stones, recording Sympathy for the Devil. And it's both interesting and you see why the 60s ended as it did, because they get so pompous. But it's fun. Get some nice birthday wishes from people, some nice calls. Open some gifts around 4 with the old stuff my mom sent me. Christy gives me a very nice speakers and a nice book on Hammer, which is somewhere under her. It's on. She's got stuff stacked up right now, I think for production reason. But it's really nice, like the Hammer movie. I haven't even finished all of it yet, but it goes into depth about the Hammer horror movie series. And then we go out about 4:45. We go out into the world to get a very nice dinner at El Nido. Focaccia and salad and polenta, and it's really, really good. We get back home to find it's actually National Night Out. And we go up back instead of a quiet night home. It's my birthday superseded by this event that I wish wasn't on my birthday, but I want it off myself. But anyway, it's fun. We go out back and
I didn't know you felt that way. We didn't have to go.
no, I'm joking. It was fun. Like it was, but we spend like from 6 to 11 out back with our neighbors. We have a really great time. We all drink and socialize and hang out, and you can see this is us hanging by the cars in our parking lot. It was a lot of fun. The sad part is that at the end of the night, we're like, our neighbor Nicole orders pizza for everybody, and they bring like 7 pizzas, and it starts to rain. And everybody's always like, well, we've been out of too long, and the pizzas are just arriving as everybody's breaking up, and she basically just hands out pizzas to everybody, and we go away. But we do get we get a pizza to take home. But and it was a fun night, and I don't begrudge her. I don't think she felt bad about it. But I was like, oh, we could have just
right.
You got those pizzas to make us stay out longer, and it was very sweet. Here's the cat in the bed. Look at those nice eyes. I know Dallas knows Nicole as well. She has dog sat for them, and because we're all friends at the vet, it's very sweet.
that we all sort of overlap. And when Dallas was here, people were like, why is Dallas and Scott and Christie's?
Yeah.
It's just nice that West Seattle is such a big, small town at the same time. 6th of August was a Wednesday. Wake up for real around 9. Have a slice of my birthday cake and coffee. Then I go get a banh mi, which is really great. Brian in this chat sends a washi record mat, which is currently over there. Very, very nice. Wait for groceries to arrive around 2. Go get a scoop of ice cream to have with cake in the evening from Shugs and just dump it on there. The new King of the Hill is out, and we watched that. It's actually really, really good. Eddie Palmieri dies, the musician, and we find this post-party beanbag just waiting for a bus. Just like a sad marshmallow going to work. 7th of August was a Thursday. I get up at 4, and then at 8, it's raining at 4, and so we enjoy the rain for a little while with the cat, and then go back to bed. Journal and watch the new South Park, which is just slamming on Trump. Make meatballs for lunch, which are really good. Krista goes to pottery. I listen to podcasts. Take an evening soak with rain. And the Paramount merger goes through, which doesn't, because they're still fighting about it. The 8th of August was a Friday. Another guy steals from our porch. It's just amazing how often that is happening.
Yeah. Pretty quickly, too.
Yam leads me to the front door when she sees the shadow, but on camera, it looked like they're wearing a costume. Looks like UPS. So it looks like, well, the package that comes up, it looks like the UPS person sets it down and then comes back to get it. She doesn't actually come back to get it. She just comes back to adjust it or something. Around 10, I don't go there because I thought the lady took it and it's in the mailbox or something. Around 10, somebody shows up again and grabs it and runs. And it's very sad. Have cereal and yogurt and sit on the roof eating yogurt with cereal, which I will do again in summer. God is my witness. It was really nice to get up early and just have breakfast on the roof.
Yeah, why not? Ooh, Dallas asks, was this around the same time as the Raccoon Gang?
Yes, the gang will be coming up, I think, in a few pages.
We were very excited about that.
Basically, it's like Snow White, gangster Snow White here. People are stealing our packages. Raccoons are coming around. Crows are telling us what's going on. We're building this little exciting fortress here. I finally clean behind the TV, as in I remove it and slide it up and clean up the dirt that sometimes falls off the plants. Was that the raccoon that was hanging around? Yeah, he came the other night, in fact. He's going to be in the final volume. He came 2 nights ago with a cat. So, yeah, we got serious raccoon friends. And we order Indian for dinner, which has to happen again soon, I think. And then we watch King of the Hill and Always Sunny and go to bed around 10. Very frustrated with all their packages being stolen. 9th of August was a Saturday. I enjoy a station from Kenya for a little while Christy is waking up. What does she say? I can't see that.
Dallas is saying spiders are protecting the doors.
Spiders are protecting the doors. Yes, indeed. They have little guns out there. I enjoy a Kenya station. Christy feels kind of sick, so I sit by myself on the couch, having cereal and toast, and do a beer run for a bath beer, so she can take a healing soak. Let's do the classic hip hop station again. We end up going to bed around 9. Not much happens. It's just a quiet day out. And Christy feels bad, so she doesn't go out and we just chill. The 10th of August was a Sunday. Coffee and toast. A big call from Fayetteville, where my niece is back in Fayetteville again, having a fantastic time. We do a call from she's in my sister's old room, and she and my mom call. It's very nice. And then I listened to music on the roof for a while. We watched The Office and Parks and Rec. As Christy cooks a Japanese curry
It's really great, but it gets me all refluxy in the evening because I'm already having a bad spring. And then we watched Last Week Tonight. But her Japanese curries are excellent. She makes them from scratch, as in like buying an apple and chopping up an apple for sweetness kind of things. Really great recipe she's got. It's a lot of work, but the 11th of August was a Monday. Finished more cereal. I watched Velvet Goldmine. It ages nice, but it's not like, in retrospect, it's not as much Bowie as it felt like it was. It's just a good movie about the era. But when I saw it, it felt so much more Bowie than it does now. I'm not sure if I just know more about glam but like it's still a good movie, but it's very a personal experience for Todd Haynes, I guess. Around noon, an insane gust of wind blows the bathroom plant to the tub and it shatters. You remember that? We just hear a slap, and then the plant is sitting sadly unpotted in a broken pot in the bathtub. I listened to Suede's Sci-Fi Lullabies Volume 2, and we go to Beer Junction. Andrew sadly cancels, but Dallas and Nick come in, which is really nice. And we have fish and chips and a beer. Listen to Jay Blackfoot's album City Slicker and DJ Shadows introducing. Have a really great night with Dallas and Nick. Also, we are finishing up. We're still on track, but I think odds are good. We will miss the silent reading night tonight based on this reading for Dallas and Nick. For those who don't know, there is a once a month. There is on the first Thursday, which happens to be New Year's Day today, there is a silent reading night at Love for Seattle where people gather and hang out and read and then discuss books and socialize. And it's really fun. Like, it shouldn't be as fun as it is to read quietly with your friends. But we usually go to Easy Street and get food and then read with them. And then we hang out and talk. And I make jokes about the music to Dallas, and then Dallas and Christy make fun of me. And it's really fun. But we're not doing it tonight, almost certainly. So if you guys drop out and go, you have our joy with you, and we will catch you next month for February silent reading night. All right, we take on the 12th of August, Tuesday, cereal and coffee. Do a lot of journal catch up. My sticker printer arrives at noon, which is why I can now print everything for the last few weeks between them. Listen to podcasts. We go out around 4 because first it's 86 degrees and we take a 1K walk to the bus. Then we take the water taxi. The stranger compliments my houndstooth pants, but I think Christy is a little punchy because it's a Christy night. We meet some New York people who hide behind us for shade at the bus stop. And I laugh with them a little bit about they're just young kids from New York who came in for a specific reason. And then we go and get down to get Thai food, and I have anchovy rice for dinner. And we meet Mr. James Jackson in this very chat right now, I believe. And he hangs out with us, but he's already eaten, so he doesn't eat with us. We take another 1K walk, and we reach the Nine Inch Nails show. Jim Jack buys Christy a hoodie. The crowd chants. Well, I'll come back to this because first we actually go to the show, and there's some photos from the show and the night thereof, and a remnant of my ticket. And we have Lovely Company. You see, I wrote Lovely Company. There's a DJ set from Boys Noise. There are 3 stages. It's really cool. There's one at the back, there's one in the middle, and there's one at the front. And Trent will play in the middle and then go to the stage at the front. And then the opening act is in the back. And it's really cool. The lights are everywhere. I have seen Nine Inch Nails before with Bowie, of course. And this was a much better Nine Inch Nails show. He just only improved. You can see where he learned stuff from David Bowie from touring with him, and some of the ridiculous stuff he does, like the shadow Pepper's Ghost kind of thing. Oh, well, that's good. I'm glad you guys are staying. But there's the Pepper's Ghost effect we was dancing for is exactly what Bowie used when he was doing Andy Warhol. And I think Trent Reznor just noticed it at that night. But it's really good. Fantastic show. I had a great time. I have a video of a fan actually right above us that's turning when the concert started. That's like a Nine Inch Nails video all by itself. I just looked up and was like, oh, hey, that's pretty Hate Machine industrial just by itself. Really great show. Afterwards, like, you know, we're walking back. We're walking Jim Jack to his bus, and then we will catch our bus. Somebody in the crowd finds an ID and starts chanting, "Hey, Blankenship, come get your ID!" And everybody's still walking, but the whole crowd picks up the chant. And so somewhere around the stadium, this guy Blankenship, the guy's holding his ID, and they're just chanting it. And it expands to like the whole Seattle Center, and everyone is just chanting it. And I feel like it's both funny because the guy knows he lost his ID now, but at the same time, I don't know how you'd find who had the ID because everyone was chanting it. So where would you go, you know? But we take a 2K walk to the bus, and we Uber home in a Tesla. Christy is charmed by the horn and the Rainbow Road video, even though if something went wrong, we would have been trapped in there and die because there's no handle on the door. At 11 p.m., I take a shower because it's been a long time since I went to a concert and felt that sweaty, but we were soaked because we were dressed, you know, to go see a show. It was also weird to me how many, like, I know he's a rock god now, but there were all these like little 16 to 21-year-old girls in leather bondage gear, wearing next to nothing, dancing. We got really good seats because we were lower level, but they were dancing around. But it was just odd that there were more people wearing that than when I saw Nine Inch Nails, you know, when he was a contemporary of mine, where everybody was just 90s. like, and everybody's just like in, you know, flannel and shirts. But I guess these things happen. But it's clear it's a different world now. But it was a great show, and we went to bed about 1 a.m. I'm very glad I went and did that. And Christy got a very nice Nine Inch Nails hoodie from Jim Jack, and we all had a really good time, and I hope to go see shows with them again. I think he's still here with us now. 13th of August was a Wednesday. Went to bed, as mentioned, at 1 a.m. I sleep till 9:30 a.m. and get up, and our legs are sore from all the walking we did because we walked all over downtown Seattle. I haven't done that in a while. Christy takes a morning soak for her legs before going to work. I print all basically I print all day to catch up with sticker printing because I was both behind and had Nine Inch Nails stuff to print. So slap it on there, listen to podcasts, clean the kitchen, run to grocery, get a crunchy Thai salad and some beer. We start watching Alien Earth, which is really good, but Christy can't really watch it because there's so much eye stuff. So I just describe it to her, and the plot is fun, and I think she like enjoys the plot. But there's a monster that is an eyeball that goes into other people and takes over them that they're really proud of. Yeah, she's shaking her head off camera, but they're so proud of this eyeball monster that it's in every scene. And if you don't have eye horror issues, I recommend it to you. It's a really fun show, but Christy does and cannot watch it. And every time I'm like, well, that's over. There's a whole episode where they're talking to it and it knocks to communicate with it. And I just text her like, yeah, there's no way I was just watching it to preview, but I was like, there's no way you can watch this. It's just an eye monster. The whole episode is an eye monster. The alien isn't even in it at this point. Oh yeah, here's my niece's box of walruses that I sent her. She put it in my sister's old dollhouse. And I also have a pimento cheese sandwich, and we go to bed around 11. 2 a.m., this guy attacks our mat, just throws it around. I assume looking for a key under it, but he just walks up and throws it around, throws his hands in the air, and then Yam plays bass solo in the afternoon on my work stuff. This is the 14th of August. I'm glad that on the days that one of us has forgotten to lock the door, and I've done it too, especially when we first moved in, but it's always like it happens and we're fine, and then the next night some absolute hobo comes by. Yeah, right.
Or just that lady who checks our door just to see if
it's the woman just walked up and like rattled the doorknob and then walked away. She's done that before. I'm like, that's why I get nervous. But anyway, I wake up at 7 a.m. and sit on the roof for a while to enjoy the opening. Set up all my insurance finally. Christy goes to pottery around noon. I listen to podcasts. She brings back pizza for the evening. And we watch Always Sunny and have pizza and chill. 15th of August, sleep till 9. Very rainy morning. I have another pimento sandwich to finish off the rest of the pimento cheese. Set up the guest room because we have a guest staying again. Christy goes out to a client. My friend Burke arrives around 4. We walk to Proust, have beer and a pretzel, him and me. And then Christy meets us at Arthur's at 2K down the road, have really good breakfast for dinner. We come home, have beer, and I think we should leave. I finish this little groups of tapes, and here's my friend Burke, as well as the tapes we finished. It's actually funny because Christy wants to join us an hour before she arrives, and the traffic is so awful. While I'm talking to Burke, and we're sitting there having appetizers, because Christy said, "Hey, you guys should go. I'll meet you there." We went down to get a beer, and then Christy's like, "I'm definitely going to be there." And then she gets trapped on the bridge, and so I'm watching her try and come up and find a parking space and set up. And Burke and I are stalling for dinner with the waitress, and poor Christy is just stuck. And finally, we order some snacks, and then we get dinner when she arrives, and it's a lot of fun. But when she arrives, you can tell it's like, I've been in this goddamn traffic like 90 goddamn minutes on that bridge because they wouldn't.
I think I made you drive home too. I was like, I can't anymore.
Yeah, the plan was she would go home and park and walk up, but by the time she arrives, she just like, I'm parking on the street. But yeah, we all made it back and we hung out and have a good evening watching. I think she's leaving drinking beer. At 5 a.m. on the 17th of August, which was a Saturday, I get up to watch Tottenham play with Burke. He's a Tottenham fan. He's seen them live in England several times. Been a fan for years. And so I gets up at 5 and I watch the match with him. And it's really fun because it's on Peacock. So we can watch it together. Burke goes out around 10-ish. Christy goes out to the Jim Jack weekly meeting. I redo my headphones. I have a nice pair of House of Marleys that broke, and I like take them apart and put them back together again, so I can use them again because I like them, and I have better phones, but they're just fun to use sometimes. They broke like 4 years ago, and I just never got around to it. And I was finally maybe if they're broken anyway, maybe I should just rip them open and see if I can, and got them to work, and then reupholstered with like some foam I ordered and some glue, rebuilt the covers. So they'll last a while. Have some nachos, watch Acapulco and Foundation when Christy comes home. We deconvert the guest room as always. We go to the wine bar from 3 to 7 with Nicole, who we mentioned before. Really nice hanging out. And Trump approval is down to 38. That's the only news I will mention here. Here's me with Christy's first bagel that I hope she goes back and makes again sometime soon. It's really good. She really has gotten bagels down for a while. Makes bagels from scratch, and Kat offers judgment.
Kat always judges.
Coffee and a long mom call while it's happening. Sit on the roof in the afternoon. Obviously, I ate that bagel. We get a Vindaloo in the night and watch Last Week Tonight, and Terrence Stamp dies. But the bagel is the big thing, and pretty much the whole day is just Christy making bagels, and I'm sitting there and I think I don't remember what we watched. I think I was just so focused on.
Yeah, you're very.
Because I think I put on a Twitch stream of like wandering around Japan or something, and just kept trying watching you make the bagel and discussing it with you. I have a dream that it's that I'm meeting an Instagram model who's making faces at me, but it's a dream in the dream. I'm having a dream that, and I don't usually do that, but I'm dreaming there's an Instagram model making face at me, and I know I'm dreaming, but then I wake up from that dream and I'm actually in the dream where I'm dreaming, and I don't realize it. I'm just lying in bed like that was a weird dream, and then I wake up again, and that just ruins me for the day. And this is the 18th of August, but I get up at 7:30. It's early morning. I make coffee, and I actually toast the day-old semi-fresh bagel, and it's amazing toasted. But Christy goes out to a client, and we have a fight in the morning because I'm so out of it from the dream. Like, she doesn't know about that because I haven't explained it because I'm still out of it, and we get an argument because she can't understand why I'm not reasoning well. And then we talk about it when I get home. She's like, "Oh yeah, that makes sense." Roof sit from 1 to 3. I read finish a Lou Reed biography, which is really, really good if you want a Lou Reed biography. Lou Reed, The King of New York by Will Hermes. One of the best biographies in general I've ever read, but it's really, really good. Then we go to Beer Junction night. The sound system is broken, so there's no vinyl night, but we just have beer and sit around talking for a while. The 19th of August was a Tuesday. Get up at 7. Do some journaling. I listened to a radio station in Burkina Faso. This is on Radio Garden, by the way, if anybody doesn't use it, but it's really nice. But it's fun to just spin the globe and pick a station. And something to stop. Christy goes to pottery. Drink a ton of water that day. The FDA warns against irradiated Walmart shrimp. Cracker Barrel changes its logo. I make an egg bagel in the morning with Christy's bagel. That's so good. Also, there's some nice fake stamps from Russia that you can sort of see. And that's the day. And we go to bed when Christy comes home around 10. 20th of August was Wednesday. We're moving right along. Kat wakes me at sunrise, and I write pushy and helpful. Immediately get up and go for a walk. Come back around 7:30 to take the car out to our mechanic around 8 to fix an issue with it. Christy is asleep during all this, by the way. Not in a judgmental way. She just, we agreed she would sleep. I stop, and there's a little bakery out by our mechanic that has amazing donuts. And so I drop off the car, and it's now like 8 o'clock. And I walk down and get donuts and coffee and text Christy. Christy texts me first because she's awake. And then we talk a little while I'm there. And then I walk 7K on top of the 2K, on top of the 4K in the morning. I walk around before I go, and then take the car, and then take a 7K just all over the place. I play Pokemon Go, which is how I know it's in K, and I hatch every single possible egg I can possibly hatch that day. Really nice walk by the library, and it's a very nice. The weather is perfect, and so I just basically walk around areas of Seattle I don't normally go into. And there's actually I find some little like old guy bar, like some old Greek guys that are just hanging out there, and it's
pretty cute.
Yeah, it's really cool. But then they call me and tell me the car is done, and I walk back around 1 o'clock. So basically, I just walk from like 9 to 1. And so in celebration, I go to Jersey Mike's and get a sub for us, and then pick up some chips. And when I come back, Winnie, the dachshund, is outside. She runs to all the doors she wants, and everybody is just happening to coming out, and everybody opens the door, and she runs in everybody's house and does laps. And then I come inside and have chips for Christy, and we eat our subs, and she is shocked by how big it is because she was expecting like a 6-inch or something, I guess.
Not used to Jersey Mike's.
Yeah, but it's, great big.
Huge.
I got the big one, and then I take a long warm bath because my legs hurt from walking like 12K. I think I lasted that when we were in Japan. And I read a book some more. In the evening, we watch an Office, and Christy makes more bagels. And here's a photo of the first everything bagels she makes. She buys some special, poppy seeds and stuff. The 21st of August was a Thursday. Fresh everything bagels in the morning. Very, very good. The new South Park is really funny. Add some songs to help make Nick and Dallas's wedding playlist. That's coming up soon. Run over to Shug's and get this lovely photo of a hummingbird on her camera. Rarely does it come into focus, but it just zipped in to check out the camera. Always Sunny finale. Watch the 1%. And I listened to a radio station in Casablanca, which is very nice. Here's a very nice picture of Yam being flat. She's just a photogenic cat. 22nd of August was a Friday. I have a jalapeno bagel and coffee morning. Christy makes jalapeno bagels. She got some dried jalapenos. Very, very good. Play some morning cat games, about 20 minutes of straight cat combat. Go to roof around noon. Have some sake and beans and rice for dinner with an egg cream that I make. We skip Taskmaster night because Mask works late and we're too tired by the time he gets off work. We regret it. I watched Peacemaker season 2, which begins a there's a song from the Graduate Guys, which is what Tears for Fears was. Nope, that's not true. The song is Graduate. It's what Tears for Fears was before they were Tears for Fears. And the song is called Elvis Could Play Ska. Elvis Should Play Ska. It's really fun. I recommend it. We are very warm in the night and go to bed around 11. Of August was a Saturday. Another jalapeno bagel and coffee. I have lamb and jira when Christy brings it home. Do a morning house clean before Christy wakes up. She goes to Jim Jack's meeting at the library. It's 83 degrees. I go over to our friend Kathleen's party and I drop Christy at Dallas's bachelorette party. And then I hang out for a little bit, have a long talk with Kathleen's cousin. Then I come over and pick up Christy, and everybody teases me. Dallas and you, Nick, probably remember this too. They stop from far. Oh, here's a photo of them from far away. In fact, they stop over there, and I don't want to approach because I'm with the car, and I don't want to interrupt. And so, at some point, they yell, and I yell back, and then they all wave, and then they invite me over. And I pick up Christy, and then we go home and have bed around 11, and we eat. I have mentioned that in Jira, right? But that was a fun night. 24th of August was a Sunday, and I have this very nice washi tape everywhere. Also, this proto bagel. Have coffee in the last of that round of bagels, so Christy makes more bagels. Have a good mom call for over an hour, and brunch with Jada and Sage at a nearby cafe, which I end up paying for because I have cash, and they didn't know it was cash only. They say they didn't know it was cash only. Anyway, I buy them lunch, buy them brunch rather. It is really good.
Yeah.
Afterwards, I go to get some ice cream at 4:30 p.m. and Christy makes garlic bagels, which I have to eat one while it's fresh, and it's great. And then we go to bed upstairs around 8 to go to bed and listen to the radio and just kind of sit and hang out together, and it's fun. And then we fall asleep slowly over time. 25th of August, Monday. Wake up around 8:30 a.m., have coffee and a bagel. Finish my actual insurance paperwork, but they need a second account because the first account is just the account to buy the insurance and not the account for the insurance. And so it takes a while for me to put all that together. It's 80 degrees. I have a nice sit on the roof for a while. Then I sit with the cat when it cools down in the living room. We go to Beer Junction. Beer and bento box. My throat closes when I eat the salad. I had a rough year.
You really have.
Christy stays up editing some videos after we get home. The Beer Junction, we listen to Sabbath 4, Black Sabbath 4, Bear in Heaven, of Montreal. And then we listen to that when we get home. And here's a lovely sunset. (26th of August was a Tuesday. I do journaling and catch up. I listen to podcasts. It's a surprise pasta night because we had planned something else, but it doesn't work out. And so we just say, we're going to make pasta because we just have to boil it and eat it. That's basically it. Oh, yeah. Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce announced their engagement. More bagels. Aren't they lovely? As it gets cold, that's the perfect time to bake bagels. We can
think
turn
we
the heat
should.
off and run it
Yeah.
off the oven and
Mhm.
save money and get delicious bagels. Oh, I drop a coffee lid and break Kim's little sconce thing, which is now deceased.
Oh yeah.
We really like it, but I shatter it by hitting it just the right angle. I was really good with shattering things this year.
Yeah.
Listen to an Elephant Graveyard podcast on the Austin comedy scene and why it sucks. It's a kind of manipulative form of journalism. I agree with all of it, but it's also sort of manipulative in how they present it. And that's a little frustrating because I hate when I agree with something and also their flaws. But at the same time, they're right, and these guys suck. All these Austin comedy guys. I just wish they did it in a more direct, But fighting podcast with podcast, what are you going to do? Make a frittata, a very nice frittata night. Yeah, I watch Alien Earth again. Christy is baking bagels, so she doesn't watch it, and I just summarize it for her after.
Thank you.
Thank you. And here's a dream: we have to give Yam to my friend Alex to take care of. She does not like it. She does.
She would not like that.
Oh, he does. He has a pet owl, and she does like his little pet owl. My friend Alex shows me his favorite TV show. While Yam and the owl are getting along. It's just this is the most Alex thing ever. I said, like, Brian will identify with this. I sent it to him. I think all of what happened, but his favorite TV show is a guy who just yells, "Do you want to go faster?" And then, and then he does. I forgot about that entirely. Then we go to a Nine Inch Nails show in Chapel Hill in the Dream, where a fat guy tries to close the bleachers early. We argue against him, and he feels bad. We get yelled at for making him feel bad. And then we go to there's a bathroom nearby where some growth young men are finding items in a foam, and the foam is an undetermined nature, but they're reaching into the toilet where it's full of foam and finding items in there. And I don't know where all the other stuff came from, but they do want to go faster. Being Alex's favorite TV show is pretty much dead on.
Yep.
He even laughed at that when I sent it to him. 20th of August is a Thursday. We wake up at 6 and we feel pretty good. And then Christy and I lie down again and get up at 9 and feel really wrecked. And I don't know what happened between 6 and 9. But we make coffee. I sort through my cassettes and I'm missing several David Bowie cassettes. And I don't know how, because when I left Chapel Hill, they were there. When I left New York, they were there. And the box was sealed. So I'm unclear where they went. But I finally got rid of a sealed box where my cassettes were in. And I'm missing some. And they must have gone decades ago, and I don't know what happened.
I wonder if Kim just stole them from you.
Yeah, Kim just stole them from me. How dare she? I actually take a long soak and get egg and bean tacos with salsa and chips. We end up going to bed at 7:30 because of how tired we are, and we're not sure why. I have a weird dream, but I don't recall much. 29th of August was a Friday. Yam wakes me at 4 a.m. for an Amazon package at the front door. I run down to my underwear and sneak out and swipe it in. I don't know why they dropped it at 4 a.m., but I'm not going to let anyone see these packages.
Diligence.
Thankfully, nobody's out there, and Christy doesn't notice my underwear on camera. I watched Thunderbolts, a.k.a. The New Avengers, because it's gray and hazy out, and it's an okay movie. Like, I feel like a lot of people hyped it more, but it's all right. It was all right. Journal and finished with the salsa. We watched Japan Railway Journal and Parks and Rec in the evening. We have panda cookies, which are wonderful. We have a Taskmaster night with Matt and Kim. Season 19, episode 5. I wrote, wow, it was one of the best episodes of Taskmaster. If you're not watching it, watch them all. But if you are, season 19, episode 5, top notch.
What was so good about it?
I did not write down. I think it was just funny. Like, the whole season was good. Season 19. I get chocolate ice cream and pistachio ice cream from Shugs. So I basically make my own Dubai chocolate ice cream cone. And I'll show you these lovely pictures of Kim was playing around with filters. Like, this was while we were there. She was playing around with filters while we were meeting, and some of them came out really nicely. And that's the chocolate pistachio ice cream. And I saved this for the 30th of August. Christy was attempting to make a plant time lapse, and she left me a note that I saved because I really thought that was nice and funny. And I got up around 8:30 a.m. Christy goes out while leaving a time lapse to her son Saturday. Our coffee arrives, and so I make coffee for me. Christy comes home and has some coffee, and then we make more warlocks and potato tops with them. Watch Foundation Acapulco. In the evening, we just lounge around in bed and listen to the radio and have a quiet day. Because on the 31st of August, which is a Sunday, I get up at dawn, I listen to a gospel show and drink coffee, have a great call with my mom, and then we go out for brunch as planned, which I'll show you some of in a minute. Finish the last of the Salzburg Christie cleaning. I read Naomi Klein's Doppelganger, which is a really good book. Very good book but it's journalism on journalism, I've noted, but it's a nice look at what 2020 was seeing as far as insanity from people in real time. Christy makes a rice dish for dinner as I redo the bed and prepare the trashes. We watch a new Jenny Nicholson thing. It's very, very good. I have a dream. I'm at an art house. My friend Brandon, who did the art house thing, gets promoted in his job. He invites me. It's a cool place, and we hang out there. It's a very music-focused theme. We step out, and he explains the layoff. I feel sold out because he invited me to get the job, and now he got a promotion, and he's laying me off. But I hide it. He would not do this to me. He would warn me well in advance. We've worked together long. But continue touring the house. It turns out he is addicted. He leaves, and I look at a desk. It's splintered and needs work, but clean up the mess. And there are bugs underneath and everything. But after I take out the leaks, mess, and bugs, it is perfect again. And here's Christy being happy that she got brunch.
Always happy.
And also I listened to Underworld's 2 Months Off, the album. And here's a little dog with a space needle. Oop. Here's a little dog with a space needle that Christy got me as a sticker. And now I'm going to go to the bathroom because we're on September. If you will all forgive me for just a moment. Christy, would you like to entertain while I'm going to the bathroom?
I don't think I have anything.
We're gonna take a small break by doing my legs. All right, I'm getting up and going to the bathroom. I will be right back. Christy, chat with him. Tell the people who you are.
I don't know if I have anything.
I could look through his stuff. Well, that is pretty great. Look at his kitties. I wonder if there's anything else around here. Well, I have nothing for you.
Scott, I don't have anything.
Oh no. You're just chatter. Improv. I hope that was entertaining, whatever Christy did.
I did look briefly at your journals. I know, I never touch them.
How did you touch them? I will not. I will not be able to break them down tonight. But yesterday we did I did a final accounting of all the food we ate. You will see that there are numbers broken into like by journal. I haven't added them all together, but this is the primary list for those who are curious. And if you really
just share that with Allie.
Yeah, I know. Well, Allie just texted me that they had to go to bed.
Oh, wow.
She won't be here. But for everyone else,
Man, it's late.
and Brian gets up at like,
Yeah.
2 a.m. to build coffee for
What
people.
about your
So.
poor mother?
Is my poor
Right.
mother still okay? What
Gotta
time
go
is it now?
quick.
It's only like 7:30 there. I think everybody's fine.
Yeah.
You got some hellos.
Yes, I freaked out and ran away. Glad to have helped.
See,
I was unprepared to offer.
she's just here to prove how not easy it is to talk all day on camera.
I never needed to prove.
You used to do on camera stuff.
That's true. Yeah. That's fun. Your poor mother says she's okay.
I'm glad mom's okay. Here's a bunch of cats for September
Those are
from my cat washi tape. And my comment is, how is it still this year? Goddamn. A lot happened this year. Like, I'm skipping all the news. But I would encourage you to go back and like look at the stories of the year, because so much has happened. Like, I'm seeing it go past and it's all awful. And we don't really need to do it here, but man, so much happened this year. I'm glad I recorded it. One of the things I've liked about this is I can go back to 2020 and see what was actually happening on a day by day while I was covering news. And it's amazing how, what the pandemic was like and everything. Anyway, when all is said and done, I'm going to have this amazing story of the weirdest time in American history. So that coincides with my marriage.
Wait.
Where's the camera? Why is it over here?
Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm just like, why is it? Here's Christy and the cat peering off. And a lovely sunset. All right. The 1st of September was a Monday. Also, I'm so mad that other light is out. Like, I feel like we need a little extra light in here for reading it. Like, just
What
this.
about that light?
That's a black light.
Oh, never mind. Well, I could bring another light if you.
I'll be okay for a while. Let's see. It's like as it's getting darker, I'm feeling it, but like we'll see what happens.
Well, it's only going to get darker.
The 1st of September was a Monday. Up around 8 for journaling and stickering to catch up on things. I buy tickets to go to Texas, and a nice sweater. Sweater is not here today. Ooh, I'm getting an interrogation light.
Yeah.
You got to unplug the night light.
I guess so. Yeah, let me do that.
I'll reassemble everything later. Oh, yeah. Wow.
Is that better?
Yeah. The bottom doesn't get hot, does it?
No.
She's got it right on my Bowie record, so I wanted to be sure.
No, they are.
Yeah, look at that. It cleared everything up. It's a whole new lighting. Wow. Like I'm in a studio. Yeah, now I can read all it. Now I no longer need the magnifying glass for the blur. Everything works perfectly. All right.
Done this all along.
Here we go. Yeah, we'll have to remember that next year. Give me the blinding murder. I don't know who did it, Christy. I don't know who did it.
Tell me.
All right. Christy makes new bagels. we watch Parks and Rec and The Office as she's making bagels. Uh, I have a nice little meat snack. They brought in at 7-Eleven. They made these new little meat snacks this year that everyone enjoys. They're quality. M&Ms and some beer in the night. We go to it's Monday, so we go to the Beer Junction Final night. I bring Swing at Sister, and Christy brings Frankie Goes to Hollywood. We walk home at about 8:30, and there's the sunset is lovely, but because there's smoke in the air, it hurts to breathe, but it's beautiful. 2nd of September was a Tuesday. I have a serious dream, but I don't recall it after the dream. Christy unknowingly drinks a 10% beer, which she did not realize afterwards, and then she comes in around 1 a.m. She finds out the next morning it's a 10% beer, but talks in her sleep all night, kind of like she's in tongues. And I wake up and at one point she goes like it's Morse code or something. It was a weird night, but it wasn't malicious, but it was just clear she got beer and didn't realize it. She thought it was normal and not high alcohol, and had a normal amount of beer. And I remember even you were like, I didn't know this was a and then had a breakdown in the night when she was asleep. Christy got up. It was very funny, but it was weird to wake up and have like, 2-hour call with my mom about Mac issues, which we solve, which is great. I think she's doing very well with Mac issues now. Yeah, thank you, Ariel. I feel like we should have done this next year. We're going to consider lighting before we start. What would you say?
I think you still look a little tan.
I think there is tan that didn't go away this year.
Right.
I thought so too. Like I was tanning on the roof more than like maybe in high school, but like actively going up for day and being like, this is great. And I think between that and Hawaii, like something broke in my skin and I get to be brown for the rest of my life.
Meanwhile, I think I get sun rashes now.
Well, thank you, Ariella. Yeah, I mean, if even the photos, like I look browner in some of these photos, but like I liked how it looked with the pink and white for the summer. But I expected it would have faded by now because I haven't gone back up there, and it's Seattle, nobody gets any sun. But I really do think something stayed this time, and I don't understand how. But
he's in his brown old.
I'm trying to keep it. Yeah. I want to look like a tan guy, so everybody's like, I can get away with not being white. Who wants to be white these days?
It's hard on you white men right now.
People are going to be like, what nationality are you? And I'm like, a lot of them. And then I'm not going to be one of those white jerks who's like, I'm going to stand up for my people. The beige. Yeah, honestly, it will probably, I expect by March it's going to go away again. But thank you. I'm glad I feel classy. The 3rd of September was a Wednesday. Woke up, had bagel and coffee, took a long, hot morning soak. Oh, yeah, the kids are back in school. On 7-Eleven, they will be returning, so they're starting to flock around our house. We realized this because Christy, when the first time they start returning for early school stuff, Christy hears the noise at the 7-Eleven when the kids show up at right when they get out of school. And she had told me she got used to the quiet of summer. Yeah. And suddenly there's this, around 4:00 or something, this explosion of kids, which is funny. Alien Earth, watch again. We go to Jada's for dinner, our friend Jada's. She makes a fantastic pumpkin soup with pumpkin pesto, twice cooked potatoes and beets with lychee and cauliflower parmesan, a radish salad, brown butter, malt pound cake with salted banana leaf, coconut ice cream, and peaches. And here are some of the foods. Yep. And it's fantastic. Oh, yeah, and we end with some Japanese whiskey. We got them for their graduation that they share with us. That's a really great night. That I think is the plan of the day. So basically nobody does anything. We just work toward our event. The 4th of September was a Thursday. Wake up at 6 a.m. thanks to the kit. kitten, and at 7:30 she accepts her breakfast and comes back for very serious cuddles. And then I get up at 9 after cat cuddles, have toast and coffee. It's a hazy day. There's wildfire smoke everywhere, and I find it really hard to breathe. And there's an odd fog in the morning. When I get up, I journal, and then I watch South Park, which again is, really solid. It seems so fast and yet so slow since everything happened. I set up my final journal of 2025, which is the one that's coming up next. And it feels weird that the year has been, everything speeds by. Order more stickers. I listen to Marillion Chambers. Maybe I do need to. It's like falling off the page, so I crammed in real far. Yeah, Marilyn Chambers, and she's great. Oh, it's not a radio; it's Rabid, the movie Rabid. I made that B2. Yeah, I watched the movie Rabid with Marilyn Chambers, and it's a Cronenberg movie. And it's really good. It's a respectful horror movie, but she's much better as an actress than her porn past would reveal. I don't understand why someone, she did porn, but I don't understand why someone would hire her as a real actress other than, just being a jerk, because she's really good in this Cronenberg movie. I run over and get another chocolate pistachio shugs before it goes away. We start watching the paper. I think we watch almost all of it, and it's really, really good. 5th of September was a Friday. We finished the paper. I order Indian, and they deliver it to the wrong door, but I managed to find it because they text me that it's arriving soon, but they don't text me it's arrived. And when it doesn't show up, I run next door, and there it is, my neighbor. Taskmaster with Matt and Kim. We also talk about Galactus with Matt and Kim, something that they were unaware of. I confound poor Kim with my love of Galactus, and also my ability to, reason, I guess. Like she sort of goes into, she says I confound her when I explain what Galactus is, and I find that very amusing. Serious fog in the morning. Before all that happens, I listen to radio and take a long morning bath, a very hot bath, and drink coffee and eat a bagel while in the tub. Because Christy makes
bagel?
Yeah, you gave me a fresh bagel. You were making them. I was like, yeah, I'm just gonna.
Yeah.
And then I run to 7-Eleven for apple juice for Christy, and she enjoys. And unfinished plans for an unfinished Bowie musical is found in Bowie's study.
Oh. I mean, he did get a musical.
Yeah, he did. Apparently, he had more. I'm sure he had several. DC March Against Trump is on the 6th of September, which was a Saturday. Otherwise, Christy goes out to work with Jim Jack as always. I make coffee for us. I vacuum while Christy is out. And when she comes home, she brings me chicken and sambusa from Juba. And we watch Foundation, and I eat them, and Acapulco as well. She goes take a nap. I listen to Freudian Slip and Baldur's Gate 3. Grocery run in the evening. We finish the paper and go to bed around 11 p.m. And I get Christy watermelon juice and tiny pumpkins as well. Also, here's one for Ariella. This is a spider that left the house because it broke the rules. You notice it's on our toilet paper. I will not abide by spiders in my toilet paper. There are not many rules I have, but that's one of them. And if the spider goes in the toilet paper, the spider gets to go back outside. With no appeals allowed.
You're a fair man.
I'm a fair man, but there's not many no appeal rules, but we received, although Allie had to leave, she sent a photo of where she was watching. I'm on her big screen.
Oh, that is very cute.
I'm glad they had fun. I always appreciate that you guys enjoy this. It seems like I'm such a boring person, but then everybody likes it. All right, here's some more cheese bagels that Christy made, along with some nice washi tape. 7th of September was a Sunday. I have coffee and toast and chocolate milk. And have a very good call with Mom and take a long soak as Christy naps, and I make bagels. Or she makes bagels, and they're really good. They're salt and cheese, top notch. Or watch the 1967 Avengers because it's on a stream while she's cooking, and then we put on the Great British Bake Off because we realized we have a Great British Bake Off, and then the evening watch Last Week Tonight. 8th of September was a Monday. I have coffee and salmon bagel. Christy wins a trip to Maui the weekend of October 25th, so we have to refigure our plans. I listen to Witch, the band Witch, on KEXP. I read on the couch while I'm waiting for a sweater to arrive. Here is the sweater.
So cute.
I like it. I've worn it downstairs. It's a little big, but it's nice to. Yeah, I've got when Christy's free for Hawaii trip first arrived, I actually think it's somebody trying to scam her at first. We go out to dinner. We meet our friend Tracy, get fish and chips, clam chowder. There's not really parking, so we have to pay $10 instead of $2 to get there and leave. And Rick Davies of Supertramp dies. Here's a dream. Christy and I go out, and a couple runs in and demands we let them in to where we are. I see a weirdo advancing. I say we should go now, and the couple gets mad, but they do go. The weirdo is trapped in the garage where we're standing. Later, the couple returns and tries to sit with us. They show us literature on bear attacks, and they say, "What if a bear attacks?" And we rearrange our seats immediately. Christy wants to go, but the guy asks us to hold his table until he returns, and the couple comes back again. The guy asks if it's okay to be barefoot in a restaurant. I say no, but he takes his shoes off anyway. I move tables and alert Christy that I have moved tables.
I probably would have been like, for the weird foot guy, I mean, come on, let's just sit here.
9th of September was a Tuesday. Have coffee and a bagel. We actually have Taco Bell for dinner, which we haven't done in a while. Go to bed around 11, and Christy goes to pottery. It's not much else. I will say this is the day that the Banksy painting is found and then immediately covered up, and everybody finds that amusing. How, considering every other thing is left up except this one, with a judge getting mad at protesters, is immediately taken down. 10th of September was Wednesday. I'll show you this washi tape I actually like to with my ice cream. Spoiler, I got ice cream. The postman knocks at the door at 9 a.m. He has WFMU stuff and a record Christy bought for me, Tangerine Dream live from Germany, which I'm so surprised about. The WFMU stuff is the stuff that I get as a bonus for donating, like shirts and things, one of which Christy also got. I ripped the new set of WFMU CDs and add them to my pile. I watched To the Devil a Daughter. It's like Chinatown, made by Hammer Studios, but the effects are neutral, except there's a baby demon that's really hard to describe. It's terrible and also horrifying because it's terrible. Like you would expect a demon would look this crappy. It's a bad effect, and also it's scarier because it's a bad effect, because it's on the other side of the uncanny valley, but because it's a baby demon, like it's kind of understandable. Anyway, it's very disturbing how bad it is. Strange movie, but it's good horror. I run to 7-Eleven for milk for later. Caramelize some onions in the afternoon and make an evening frittata with roast potatoes with intensely caramelized onions. And then run for ice cream, which you saw listed. Jim Jack, what are you nicing about?
He does like foods.
Maybe that's it. And we got an odd fire alarm at 5 a.m. We can't figure out. Also, Polly Holiday dies, which is very sad. And Larry Ellison is the world's richest man. Thank God, right?
Yeah, we love him.
11th of September was a Thursday. Get up at 7 and then accidentally fall back asleep and then immediately get up at 9. Christy makes bagels again and cuts herself on a broken spoon.
Oh, it was the spoon rest. That's why
Yeah.
we had to get rid of it. It hurt me.
Yeah, and then I have a fresh bagel with salmon. We go with Jim and Teresa to Elvis night. We see an Elvis impersonator with Jim Jack. Maybe that's what he was nicing about in advance. Then we go to Cactus, and I get some crab tamales and fry bread, which is really good. And after a full evening doing old people stuff, and I mean that in a positive way, we're home before 9. And it's pretty wonderful. We had a full dinner. We went to this weird, event that was lovely. We walked everywhere. And then, boom, 9. Also, we play some games with the cat when we get home because she wasn't expecting us to be home right at dinner time. And so we all have a really good evening.
I appreciate that Jim had to text us to let us know he's still here.
Yeah.
We know.
I was just talking to you. 12th of September was a Friday. Maybe he's like really delayed on the stream or
It
something.
could be.
He could be watching us. He could be watching me take a break. He's an hour ago because he left for a while. The 12th of September was a Friday. Up around 9-ish, make coffee, clean the various filters we have in the house, and do laundry. Have another listed bagel, watch Peacemaker, sit with the cat to watch Peacemaker. Get groceries, clean the kitchen. Christy make beans and rice for dinner. Taskmaster night again with Matt and Kim. Matt tells an amazing story I will not repeat publicly about getting a jacket shipped to his house, leading to all sorts of things. 13th of September was a Saturday. Dallas and Nick bring Clancy photos.
We love him. Big weirdo.
Clancy growls at everything, but also demands love and pets at the same time. I get up. Christy goes to bed around 2 a.m. The night before Clancy arrives. That's what I'm saying here, because then I get up at 7. I take a hot bath and listen to a podcast, from the Oast House with Alan Partridge. Alan Partridge is really funny, and she sleeps all morning because she was up all night somehow. And I hang out with Clancy downstairs. We clean up a little bit. He fights with the broom and hangs out with you. We end up ordering a pizza because Clancy's here and we don't want to deal. Here he is hiding in our couch. Like he starts up there and just sinks throughout the day. It was very cute. He just dropped. But we end up ordering pizza with Clancy and hang out with him. Yam hides on 3. She does not like Clancy at all. Like compared to the other dogs, this is like an extra don't like. There's an intensity to Clancy she will not abide. Although she does come down and hangs out on the chairs. I think you saw that, but she's not scared of Clancy. She just does not like him. And I think that's the difference, where she's scared of Winnie, but they got along. She just did not like Clancy. Clancy goes in his box around 10, a whole lot of tears all night. Christy convinces me not to do anything, and we wait it out. Next day, we have this headline in the paper, which looks like an 80s album cover to me. But this is actually in the paper. Tufted puffins in a mysterious decline. 14th of September was a Sunday. We get up early. Yam wakes me for her Sunday brunch. Clancy's in a box, so no big deal. I go down and give her meals and then get up and then I dress and prepare. We drive out. Big wait for the ferry, but it's nice and fun. Clancy barks at everybody on the drive over. He actually exhausts himself with barking. That's him sleeping on my lap. when we go out. We drop off Clancy. I'm sorry. Before we get there, we go to a wedding. Very, very nice. It's a very fun event. Did I? Oh, here it is. I made a stupid mistake with the order, but these are all the wedding photos on the next page, and then I'll go back. Because Dallas and Nick got married on the ferry. It was lovely. Really, really fun. I love that this brave soul we did not know just wanted to look out the window and grabbed a seat for no reason. That made me laugh so hard. It is a public ferry, and nobody minded. Dallas, Nick, and Austin were really polite about it, but it was just the bravery, to see a bunch of people in suits and dresses and be like, oh, that seat's open. I'm just going to go sit there. A lot of respect for the guy who was able to pull that off. Christy gets a Black Raven Frosty at Wendy's because she really wants to try it. And it actually was really good. It was very brief, but we go to a really nice reception of 4 to 9. I accidentally end up watching RoboCop 2 and 3 because they're just showing it at the bar while we're talking to all the vet people. We get to sit with all the vets. We have fantastic pasta, fantastic concha, fantastic cocktails, fantastic beer, really good cookies. Big walk to and fro to get there. In the evening, we run into Camille and Winnie on our way back and have a nice talk with her, putting out the trash in the evening, which is unexpected but fun. And then basically, it's just a really good day.
Agreed. Dallas is sending hearts.
Yeah. And I saw at one point that the photos I took made it to their Instagram profile, so I was very flattered by that.
Aww.
Here's some of the pasta, too. And the drink menu. Really fun day. 15th of September was Monday. Oh, yeah, and we also dropped Clancy off at the end of it.
Yeah, we were like,
he's happy to be done.
Please take it.
15th of September was a Monday. Morning toast and coffee. Beer Junction night, vinyl night is canceled. Oh, we do get a bento. Andy is back, and so we just hang out and we all talk, even though there's no tunes. Pay bills. I do.
Dallas is so honored to be in the journal.
You deserve it.
That's honestly why Jim Jack is here, just to hear his name.
Yeah, everybody. Maybe that's really what it is. My sister has questions about veggie sausage.
I know. That's such a dicey question. I don't know what veggie sausage I do like.
We've done when we do sloppy joes, I do the impossible meat, the ground impossible meat.
I think she's asking about like real sausages, which is, I don't think there's any great.
Well, there's that brand that we use in the, right?
I mean, it's just field roast. But
it's just field roast, yeah.
Yeah.
But when we do sloppy joes, we get impossible beef, which cooks like regular beef. And is, for those who don't, my sister just texted me. I saw it pop on screen. But it's good. You can, if you're putting it with you're dumping in the sauce from a can of Manwich or something, you don't taste any difference because it's the sauce that's carrying you and the texture once it's cooked is pretty much the same. So I would recommend that. But yeah, the field roast, I think when we're putting it like beans and rice, we use the field roast links. And there is that, there's a veggie hot dog I think we get, but I don't know which one that's called.
Yeah, I don't find any particularly more remarkable than the others.
Yeah. I mean, impossible is like when I'm cooking with beef and substituting that doesn't make as much difference.
Yeah.
Although for burgers, it's not as good. But if you're pouring stuff all over it, who cares? Where was I? 17th of September was a Tuesday. Cal Raleigh passes Mickey Mantle, ties with Ken Griffey Jr. with 56 home runs. So it's going for the record. This is the actual like once it's clear he could make the record, and everybody starts walking him, which is foul behavior. Should let him have his chance. Anyway, I sort through a bunch of old papers today to get rid of it. Catch up on some more Family Guy. Christy goes to pottery. I play some more Baldur's Gate. Listen to podcasts. We start the new Futurama, which is all right. We're mostly kind of watching it out of habit, I think. I can't see what Sam makes a.
Sam makes an incredible Impossible Burger.
Oh, yeah. Good for you, Sam. I'm proud of you. What do I say to that? What's the quality of the compliment?
I don't know.
Sam, I respect your Impossible Burger. I don't even know. I don't know what emotion to have there. I'm glad. I'm glad he makes. Sincerely glad. God damn it, Ariella! You've torn us apart with this true statement. Turkey sandwich, chips, milk, chocolate milk, and a cookie. I listened to a Nuevo Testamento, Soldier for Love. Our friend Andy suggested it. Really good. I listened to a live stream from it. The 17th of September is a Wednesday. Make coffee. I do a nice roof sit in the final days of when I can manage that. Go to our Shugs, get chocolate pistachio again. Listen to podcasts while cooking. Camille and Winnie pay a visit. A very nice chat while we cook. She just stops by, like she wants to just stop by. Without giving too much detail, she went through a breakup after this year, and so she wanted to have people to hang out with, and she just felt like talking, and it was very nice. Christine, I was cooking, and says, as long as you don't mind that I'm making food, come on in. Yeah. I make a frittata, which is why I needed to keep cooking because we were already mid-cook. She's not hungry, so she doesn't stay to eat, but she hangs out well. We watch High Potential Season 2 again. The fires are still around. The Jimmy Kimmel mess starts, and I am not going to be able to fly across the country for Vren's birthday. So instead, I take some photos. I don't know if you ever saw me playing this USB stick. I sent him some photos he could use in my place. The 18th of September was a Thursday. Christy visits the Seattle Bouldering Project, which I liked very much. She was actually doing work, but when I looked to see where she was right by the Seattle Bouldering Project. So I assume you did something there.
Definitely.
Get up around 8, make coffee, watch Alien Earth myself. Christy goes out to visit a work friend. I listen to some podcasts. It's in the high 60s. It's a very nice day. When she comes back, she brings bakery snacks, savory pastries, which I enjoy. Not pasties. We have another pasta night. We eat half and save half for the next day. Watch the Parks and Rec, finish the Futurama series. We have new bath salts that Christy orders, so I take a bath with the bath salts, and it's very nice. Good choices. Listen to a woman called Say. I listened to the Shona Beach FM stream, and a woman named Saya, who is the piano player, plays the theme for Alice in Wonderland, which is such a non-standard standard that I'm really impressed. How do you get to wonder? I shouldn't sing it; they'll take us off YouTube. But it's not. But nobody ever they play something more traditional. But this is just a nice, lovely song from the '60s that's great at piano, and I actually put some effort into finding out her name. The CD costs like $250 because it came out in the '90s, and has never been reprinted. So I'm not going to get it anytime soon. And it's not on MP3, but I'm glad I know it exists. I wrote it down to watch. And a band called Kiss the Cats with a song called September in the Rain. I have a dream in the evening. We were in our living room. We were talking about, I wrote dusky things. I don't know, I guess just like shadowy things. And that's it. We're talking about dusky things in the living room. I don't know what that means. There's a 7.8 quake in Russia, though. That's not dusky. Here's the cat checking out my records. As I cleaned throughout the year, a lot of spaces that I just crammed stuff into became empty, and the cat immediately decided to annex them. And also, I had a sticker. I don't know why, but I have a sticker that says yam.
Yeah.
So I just came across it and was like, great, yam. I also had a sticker that says September 19th on it. So I used that with the yam sticker too. They were on the same.
Great.
19th of September was Friday. I watched Peacemaker. I watched the old Office Christmas special from the British Office Christmas special. Moved to Apple One from Spotify. I finished a Mishima book after the banquet, which is really nice. I sent a copy of that. I had an extra of Kim. I hope she enjoyed it. I think she read it recently. It's basically a nice soap opera. There's not a lot of plot. It's an early work, but it's fun. It's well written, but it's not one of his heavy hitters. Up at 9, a lot of laughs. Christy and I do a lot of routines in bed and make each other laugh early in the morning. It's nice. Journal tape and sticker, and then I go to the roof sit. It's autumn weather, so I have to, I'm not tanning now. I'm wearing like a sweater, but it's nice. Have the second half of the pasta of the day before for dinner. Have tiny pies. Christy makes us tiny pies. Go to bed around midnight. Watch Taskmaster with Matt and Kim. Also listen to the new Miley Cyrus song with Lindsey Buckingham and Mick Fleetwood, where she's singing the Stevie Nicks part, which I found incredibly funny because even when the band is broken up for good, they still find a way to create drama amongst themselves. That's just insane to me. I listened to a Asao Suzuki album, A Day in the Sun, which is really nice. And that's the day. 20th September was a Saturday. Christy goes out again to her usual Saturday events. I'm back in the upstairs. Have a chicken sandwich and Zabusa when she comes home. In the evening, Christy says she is too hungry to reason, so I just order her Chipotle.
I'm glad that went over well.
Yeah, I asked what we should do, what she wants for dinner, and she's too hungry to reason. Even though it was her night to cook, that's why she was too hungry to reason. I asked what she would make for dinner, and
did I just start crying?
You just said I'm too hungry to reason. With Chipotle, we watch K-pop Demon Hunters, and it's so good I am annoyed. While she's out, I watch Alice Doesn't Live Here Anymore on Criterion. We also watch Japan Railway Journal. But seriously, we wanted to dislike K-pop Demon Hunters because it was for young people. We're like, hey, we don't like that. And this is a good movie. Yeah. In the evening, I listen to Bass Drum of Death, pick them up and put them down on KXP. And then we get this dude who just comes up to our door and looks, like just meanders for no clear reason and just stands there. Basically, he's doing this, just standing at the door.
Yeah.
And I could not figure out why, but I was like, you know what? Our door is locked and I can see him. He's not taking anything. I don't want to interact with him. Mm-hmm. So God be with you, guy. I don't know what is it about a door. Yeah, here's the Raccoon Gang. Maybe that guy was a front for the Raccoon Gang. The 21st of September was a Sunday. It's very nice rain, so I open the window and take a long hot bath, onsen style in the rain, while Christy sleeps late because of the rain again. There's a mixer issue. I took a photo because I had to find the part, but I figure out what's wrong and I repair it. And it hasn't happened again because I'm great. One of the few easy mechanical repairs I made in this house. Make some coffee, clean the house, make toast, have a great mom call. Christy makes garlic and onion bagels, which are equally great, and we have those. Watch the Great British Bake Off. I read Colson Wilhead's Crook Manifesto, which is about 70s Harlem. Really, really good. It's so well written. I had to look up some of the jokes they make about somebody making blaxploitation movies because the movies he writes sound so real. I was like, did I just never see that? And no, he made it up for the book. But top-notch writing from Colson Whitehead. Also some nice 70s things because he's also a David Bowie fan. And so he works some references in there, which are nice. Have sake and John Oliver in the evening. We go out for veggie Thai with our friend Tracy and Jada at this little veggie Thai place by Christie's Pottery. She's meaning to go to, and it's great. Also nice to see her and hang out. And Jada's best friend Emily likes fountain pens, so we have a very brief conversation that Christy rolls her eyes at in a polite way.
Yeah.
But it's fun. 22nd of September was a Monday, up at 6. Christy goes out to work in the office, have some big cat battles with the cat. Listen to Brahms' Piano Concerto 3 Intermezzo as well, while battling on the Apple Music. I go pick up some packages at 7-Eleven because I started sending them there to avoid from Amazon and stuff, to avoid not even worry about the door. Christy was back around 1. Oh, I see a shape by the back door later in after Christy is back. I think it's a package that someone has left there, but it's Winnie. She's just standing by the back door, and I open it, and she's thrilled because somebody opened the door for her. Camille didn't know we were home, so she usually, we don't mind, but she would let Winnie come up and sniff. When he runs in the back door, she's really pleased. Yam is shocked, but kind of calm. We have a impromptu hangout with all of us in the backyard, and then our neighbors start walking up, and Celeste and Nicole, and they're all standing there from their own doors, and so we just all hang out for a little bit. After that, we go to Beer Junction night. Andy does not join us. We have fish and chip, onion rings, and a couple beers, and then I go to walk and get a butterscotch pie. I listen to the Tangerine Dream Christy got me, and I bring for Christy De La Musica Electronica, a band from Argentina that we did not discover in Argentina. My friend Brad sent to me after I got back from Argentina, but I wish I'd bought a copy there. 23rd of September was a Tuesday. I have this lovely bagel, and we get coffee that arrives, and I make this coffee diorama that Christy actually doesn't take the hands or face off the coffee, and it stays for the entire duration of having that coffee. Wake up at 7 with the cat, make a bagel with dried jalapeno, and it's very tasty. Do some journaling. Christy goes to pottery around 1. I listen to a John Peel Bowie live set from 1971 while I'm playing Baldur's Gate. The game locks up due to a new bug, and I lose progress. And I do not play again because the bug is not fixed until, I guess, a couple of weeks ago.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, I don't play for most of the next journal because of the bug. If you bring up the menu that does anything, the game crashes, which is horrifying. And the step is to do this and turn off this and move them. Like, oh no, why don't I just not play until...
Yeah.
Listen to a bunch of podcasts while Christy's out. Start watching the new series of The Morning Show, which I actually enjoyed. And China moves to Argentinian soybeans after making a deal with the U.S., pretty much crippling American soybean farmers, which is darkly crappy enough I have to mention it. 24th of September was a Wednesday. I make a lasagna. It's very tasty. Also wine. I've written down lasagna night. It's very tasty. Also wine. So that was our evening. I go to the grocery store in the morning to get stuff for the lasagna. Make coffee when I come back and cookie. I sort some old photos that I've got. Run to 7-Eleven to pick up a package. And we go to the winery next door to get the also wine previously mentioned. Small talk with the server about the book she's reading. I forgot what it is, but Christy goes, this is a direct quote, Christy goes, giant letters, extra cozy, lower letters, with a second blanket. So she get lasagna with a second blanket. Watched Alien Earth, Gen V, the 1% Club, High Potential in the Office. Cal Raleigh hit 60, and that's the Babe Ruth number. And it's weird looking back at it during the age of totally not doing steroids.
Yeah.
Like I looked that up. It's like Babe Ruth, and then one guy in the 50s, and then the Mark McGuire thing where Barry Bonds, where like everybody beats it, and then Cal Raleigh. You know, I was like, no, they're totally not doing steroids. It's just this race where everybody every year is setting all-time great records, and then they all got investigated, and now, you know, it doesn't happen again until Cal Raleigh. Of course, that was completely normal. 25th of September was Thursday. Get up at 6:30. Run to 7-Eleven to get the last batch of my boxes. Sorted some tapes, and you know the closet is pretty much clean at this point, I think. Watched Marvel Zombies, and it's just, and my review is probably not. I watched the first one, and then I just, you know, don't care. Have a sandwich for lunch, veggie burger night for dinner. I watched, listened to the Man Who Sold the World album. Also ate some all-dressed chips with my veggie burger, and have a Mexican Coke, which has been a while. And then we start watching Task, which is really good. The first episode like captivates us both. Yeah, Big Dumper. There's Big Dumper beer next door that we have had before. 26th of September was Friday. I believe we get Clancy again.
Oh,
because I
Clancy.
think Dallas and Nick go to see Shaq at a DJ
That's right.
thing. And I don't think Shaq is maybe he's the reason they go, but I think there's someone else that they go specifically to see, like a DJ they enjoy. But you know, I don't say that with judgment because it's Shaq. He started this crap when I was in college. I wouldn't go see him.
Yeah.
I remember about laughing with Shaq Fu with my suite mates. And then we put it on. It's like, all right, well, I'm not going to hate this. 26th of September was Friday. Clancy arrives. I make morning coffee, and I wait for Nick to arrive. The dog drops off around 10. Yam peeks in very briefly and then flees because Clancy's back. I make a big Italian sandwich for lunch and read with Clancy on the couch, but he gets really grumpy and growly with me. And so I have to flee. Yam pops in now and then, does not want to be near Clancy, but does eat on the stairs. So I put up the little cat gate, and she eats on the stairs and glares at him. Go to bed around 8. Once Clancy is put away in his box and grumbling, she comes in very happily and jumps up. I see Shaq, Dallas coming, but
Shaq and Rezzy.
The next day, the 27th of September, is a Saturday. Christy makes us great eggs and toast, which are great. New SVU is waiting for Dallas and Nick and Vanessa to stop in. I'll show you a photo of Clancy in just a minute. It's actually amusing. Get up at 6 a.m. I do a 2K walk with Clancy in the morning. He really enjoys it. And then come back at 8, and we sit on the couch. Christy joins us about 11. We set baseball plans with 7 for the following day. I run to get shrimp, but I get the wrong shrimp.
Sorry.
And so we just do grits for dinner. And here is the Clancy photos of him on me and then him by himself removed. And here's us doing our hand game, like 2001. We bonded at that point.
Very much.
28th of September was a Sunday. 6-1 Dodgers, but all right. Final Mariners game, main Mariners game for the season. A bunch of Ohtani fans from LA come up. LA is all over this place. We're like sitting with LA people. It's really fun. They're nice. The Japanese Ohtani fans love Christy screaming and their home runs. And that should get Ohtani is like perfect stance. Like, I'm glad I got to see him live. He's incredible. We go with 7, who may or may not be here. Shout out if you are. Get beer at Proust. Have a really fun day hanging out together. Also, Kershaw gets a standing ovation, and Cal ends the game with 60 because they won't let him. They just walk him over and over again, and that's sad. This was the chance to see everything. But whatever. Other than that, though, we get up at 6. I get up at 6, and the cat is very happy to be by herself again. Call mom at 10 a.m. We walk to the bus, and there's a huge wait for the bus because everybody's going to the stadium today. Because it could be the Cal's record if he, in theory. We get to the stadium. There's an awful line. It's seems like it's just poorly directed. We grab some beers once we get in. 7 offers me a slice of their pizza. I misunderstand and think they're done with it and eat the rest of it because there's like half a pizza left. And so I eat the half, and then he's like, what? They're like, what? And I buy them a slice to make up for it, and then I buy Christy a slice. Or I buy 7 a pizza to make up for it. Anyway, I'm very embarrassed.
It was funny.
It was
We all
funny.
thought it was funny.
But 7 drives us back for Proust, and we chill out for a while, and then we have a really good day with them. Like, it's really fun. And then we take a trip home. I take out all the trash. Task and Last Week Tonight or watch. I listened to a song by Smokey Bubblin' Bee called Just Like This. The 29th of September was a Monday. Playing with Yam is so intense that it shatters the cat toy. Watched Law and Order. Very gray outside, a lot of rain. New sheets on the bed, though, which is nice. I do a lot of laundry. Listen to The Jam. I think if Fools Mixed Up, Underworld, Bamboo, Prince, The Line, and Swan's Birthing. I clean shrimp and boil my own shrimp. They're a little bit overcooked, but it's the first time I've ever done that. Rather than throw the wrong shrimp away, I just make my own and have some shrimp.
The shrimp was wrong because it was not deveined or peeled. And I told him that was a step too far for me.
So I
That's
deveined
why.
and
Yes.
peeled it myself, which I'd never done before. And then I just ate it when I was done. For dinners, we have dumplings and beer because we go to Beer Junction, but the vinyl night is canceled. So we just hang out, and that's that. '30th of September was a Tuesday. Lots of crappy news. I, however, get up at 3 because I can't sleep, and so I just stay awake and lie in bed for a while. And I still can't sleep, and so I just go for a 5K walk at 6 a.m. as soon as there's some light because I can't sleep. I listened to Cheap Trick, Hello There, and Big Eyes, and that leads into T-Rex, Children of the Revolution, a great set of 3 there. Later in the day, we watch Law and Order. I have some brats and sauerkraut, I think I mentioned. I take a very hot bath in the evening, and we end up in bed around 11 after Christy comes back from pottery, and I go to sleep real fast. I have a dream. I'm at a club. A kid is being stupid. Christy grabs the kid to correct them. Suddenly, Donald Trump charges her as it is his kid, and he knocks her over, and I have to defend her. Also, a number of planes get turned back, according to the Flight Radar Twitter. And that is September. And 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 books. Here's the map of music I listen to. So far, 28 books.
Wow.
And here's the ink journal. Ferris Wheel Royal Flush, the gift one. Diamine Spruce, PJ Ackerman's Den Hog, which is a very nice orange ink. Rogue Hematite from J. Herbin. Diamine Solar Storm, Diamine Bliss, Quartz Black, and Quartz Black. 2 different pens, plus Diamine Warner Miracle, Diamine Blue Velvet, and Diamine Spiced Apple. And that's book 3.
Woo!
And it's now 5:29. We've been doing this for 7 hours. And I don't know if this will be faster or slower. This is the biggest book I've ever made.
Very exciting.
In this book is a trip to Texas and Hawaii.
We had a very exciting
We had a
Q4.
very exciting Q4. October. What a busy autumn. Gosh. And here's a nice October outline. All right. Let's go October. Here's Dallas and Nick at the sushi night we went to. I'm sorry, it's technically sake night. We just had sushi. 1st of October was a Wednesday. Chose not to walk in the morning during the rain. That's something that comes up a lot here. I was doing so well in the summer, and then this book I just never go out anymore. Although I do a little bit at the first of it. Have toast and coffee. Start the new journal book that I'm holding right here. Do a big pen clean, and only ink a couple pens due to the impending trip coming up. Watch High Potential. Watch season 16 of the High Network stuff on cinema and catch up on that. Listen to a Le Rally Denou album from 76. And again, I say, wow, just wow. I actually bought that one. I have all of theirs on MP3 form in one way or another, but I haven't bought a lot of them because the quality is not great because they're all recorded from live recordings. They sound great, but like the difference between vinyl and MP3 is minimal because the quality is going to be the same no matter what. But this was it was a recently discovered one. They thought it was a different show. And when they announced it and they pressed it and they were ready to sell it and they destroyed the entire run because it was not the album, what they thought it was. And they figured it was an unreleased show that is rarely happens for this band because they've had everything they make out for a long time. So, and then they re-released it. It's really, really good. I order a copy and hopefully it will hopefully be here before we go. It does not arrive before we go. It leads me to must stress at the start of the trip that I have this giant set of things that don't. Anyway, we'll come to that later. Also, listen to get a new album from Program 4, which is a made-up 70s universe by a woman named Rachel Lightman, who is a designer, and design is actually the most important thing. So all this, it's like visuals and then the music that would accompany the visuals. I think I've sent it to Ariella before. I think she would really like it if you don't know it. But look up Program 4, Rachel Lightman, if you care to, and you will find her world. And then you can watch her live streams and things like that. They're actually doing a tour right now where she asks people to donate their house. You need to hold about 20 to 50 people. And they have people come over. And then they will host an evening where they show the footage and serve hors d'oeuvres. And it sounds charming. It would not be used for a house, but it sounds charming that they're doing a graphic design tour effectively. Really fun. And then I take 3K walk in the morning, and then it's sake day. And I don't need to tell Dallas and Nick if they're still here, but we have wonderful, 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 wonderful sake and fish pairing. I'm not going to read all the different names, but just know they're incredible. We go down early. We wander around the art store a little bit. I buy Christy a little tiny bow charm.
Oh yeah.
That I assume it's somewhere around here.
He's right behind
He's over there?
my
Oh, good.
computer.
Oh. Wonderful evening. It's Mashiko, so it's I'm not going to say too expensive because it's absolutely worth what we paid, but it is very expensive because it's Mashiko, but it's worth it. Worth every penny. Do that once in a while. The waiter is elegantly sneaky, as I describe him. We have a lot of fun. There's sake from Nara that's really good, and we get doubles of that one because of how good it is. Great night, great fun. 2nd of October was a Thursday. Another photo of us out at silent reading night. We go to a wine bar for silent reading night. It's really, really nice. We have not been there before. Up at 7. I get up at 7 to see Christy off with some coffee. She goes out to her business day. Very impressed with it. I make a beans and rice for lunch. Ichiro plays in the Mariners scrimmage that day. I don't go to that, but it's really great. I watched Chicago catch up. I watched the morning show. We walked down to Easy Street. Local band The Heats is playing. Hang out there for a little bit. The bartender says he would prefer silent reading night to happen because the band is playing. They are cool. Like, listen to it, but doesn't work. We just get a burger and fries while we're waiting on everybody, and then we walk to the wine bar. After we eat, we run into Dallas and Nick as we're walking. We already planned to meet them, but it's just funny we run into them rather than meeting them there. Have fruit, wine, and chocolates while we're listening. Take the bus home rather than walk, as Christy's getting sleepy, but it's still a great night. I read Strange Houses, a lot of blueprints, mysterious ending. It feels very anime. It's really good. Dallas has borrowed that one too. It's on my Dallas shelf. She slowly takes all my books. The 3rd of October is Friday. I do a 5K walk and stop off at Top Pot to buy the new donuts, pumpkin, blood orange, apple cider, and just a plain old chocolate. And we bring that home. Christy and I have them with coffee. I have a very big dream that I fully recall at 3 a.m. when Yam wakes me up, but I don't write it down immediately and forget. The 5K walk includes this lovely spider and this lovely fog at the high school. I've enjoyed the visual fog, but that is just a fun spider. 7 gets playoff tickets for the 4th of October, and Jim and I are set to go. And we're very happy they gave us a chance to get these tickets. Jim had a great time too. Then I take a walk for another 2K walk. So it's 7 for the day to get shrimp for Christy. But I grabbed the wrong shrimp.
Oh, again?
Yeah. They have the tail on it. And so I have to remove all the tail myself because she's mad I got the wrong shrimp. And then we have shrimp and grits though, because it's easier for me to just go chop shrimp with the tail. But I get a lecture about the proper way to buy shrimp that ensures I'm never buying shrimp again.
I'm so sorry.
No, it's fine. She gets shrimp now. I thought I was just being nice going at it. We watched Great Task and the Great British Bake Off. Lovely, lovely photo, and I pasted the ticket. But look at that great sky. 4th of October was a Saturday. It's playoff day. Christy goes to the gym jack for a while. I finished the last bit of the donuts. Do some laundry, sit on the couch for a while. As before, I moved to a second page, I think, I have so many things stuck in it. Yep. I get in, get this nice little towel, have a hot dog, beautiful shots. There's 7 in Jim Jack. Home run for Rodriguez, fantastic pitcher catch from Munoz. 11 innings, 3-2, but a great game. Mom and Christy and watch us on TV, and it's very, very cool. I come home on the bus, take to the bus to the stadium around 3. I have half a sausage and water outside while I'm standing in this line that wraps around the building 20 times. I just get something in the vendor because I'm like, why not? Finally go inside and catch up with everybody. 7 buys me a shirt because they don't have the money with me, and I return the money to them later. But I want to get, a playoff shirt. 11 innings and 3-2. It's a great game. Christy goes to a soup gathering, and they watch the game there. I was originally going to go, but I do not because I'm at the playoff. But they watched on TV. On the bus home, the first bus is full. Makes sense. Wait for the second. Second drives past us to pick up Sounders fans, and it's too full. I tell a guy at the gate, my New York training with Ariella, I tell a guy to slide back and let me get on and to a space behind him. And I say, if you don't slide back, just move over and I'll get in the space behind you. But somebody's moving right now because I can fit in this space and you don't understand how easy it is. And on the way back, I get into the space behind him. And on the way back, he loudly complains about how squished we are. And I don't care because I'm on the bus.
Yeah, like he's just like talking to his buddy. We really should have more room than this. I was like, all right, yeah, maybe you really should. I'm still on the bus. That's all I care about. Anyway, I thought of Ariella while that was happening, as I do every time I have to get tough with her "I lived in New York" statement to somebody. That always makes me laugh. Anyway, here's also a photo of the bus and how I took a photo before I got on, just to show it. Anyway, when I get home, the after the game, I get home in time for Saturday Night Live somehow, and Christy has leftover Thai curry, and she's worried it's not warm enough, and it's incredible. Like I cannot tell you how incredible this soup is. We have had it once since that, I think, but I know we end up making no curries, but it's such a good. It was so good.
I just love curry so much.
And then some peanut butter bats, Reese's peanut butter bats, really good. And then I have a dream that I'm on a ship that is also a mall. It's floating on a sound. I keep seeing rockets launching, like they're headed to the land, like the start of a war. It's very slow and cinematic, and I wake up abruptly. No comment from Ariella, so she might have dropped out. 5th of October was a Sunday. I forgot most of the dream, but it was important at 3 a.m. I go to bed at 1 a.m. as my recovery day. We call Mom in bed before we get up. I listen to another Les Relais du Nude on Apple Music, and it's really good. Have a morning soak, and I clean the kitchen. Christy enjoys I Think You Should Leave as I cook pasta for us. Then we watch Law & Order and The Office while I'm eating pasta. I get a chocolate pistachio cone from Shugs. Go up to bed around 7 due to exhausting. The Mariners win 3-2 on this night. It's because I don't watch, but it's the first playoff win in 20 years, and I know it's because I'm not watching. LOL. But I think 7, I think they went to that game. 6th of October was Monday, up at 6:30. Do some clean up in the room again to finalize it. I start watching The New Statesman, which is a Rick Mayall British comedy that's fun. It gets worse as it goes along, but it's good for its time. Coffee toast, pick up package from 7-Eleven. Beer Junction night, I go solo. Andy and Kelsey show up, and I hang out with them because Christy isn't feeling well. Get a couple slices from Pagliacci's. Do have a fun night. Listen to Odyssey's Rock Creek Park, and I bring Scandal Ska for Andy. Come back home at 8. And I am on the second night. I'm on the floating mall ship again. Wander to the edge of it alone, but I can't find a space, so I just I can't find a spaced way to get off, so I just kind of stare at the edge. 7th of October was a Tuesday. I'm going to show a photo in just a moment. First, let me get some information. Go to bed around 1. Breaks around 3 and 5 when I wake up, and then I get up finally about 7. Christy goes to pottery, and I decide to make nachos. And due to an issue, unexpected issue with the broiler, we end up having pizza for dinner instead. I let it burn to take these photos, which is why they're so caramelized. Kim finds that incredibly funny when we share it later. But what happens is the nachos were too close to the broiler, and the top nacho caught fire and carried it down. Anyway, it makes for a beautiful photo. Dallas forgot about the nachos.
It really is just a great photo.
Watch Mariners stream from Detroit. It's 8-4 final. 2-1 the series Mariners. We get pizza later. However, I order a cheese pizza for Christy, and they put sausage on it, so Christy has no food. And she says she's not hungry, and goes upstairs sadly.
My heart was
even though I know she was actually hungry, but then won't eat anything. But I ate a little and wrap up the rest. Also, it is the anniversary of the time I saw David Bowie live. That's my little ticket down
30th anniversary.
Dang.
8th of October was a Wednesday. Take this great picture of a package arriving at our door, or the delivery guy takes it, but you see there's a ghost from our neighbors across the street from the Halloween decoration. So it looks like there's a ghost in the house, and I really like it. Take a morning grocery visit. 4K walk around to go to the grocery and back. Watch On Cinema again. Fix the chair, my chair that Christy's in right now, so it's no longer syncing because the connector breaks.
Great.
And I rebuild the connector. Then I go back to the grocery for fruit later, and fruit and bread for dinner. High Potential, watch more Task, watch Smiling Friends. It's really good. Law and Order, we're caught up on. Have a nice sit with the cat too. Very nice quiet day. We have a vegetable curry for dinner with sake and those little egg toasts that I enjoy. And on the way, I listen to a reggae version of Sunday Morning Coming Down. But you get Keith Lynn from the station in Jamaica, which I did not know about. The 9th of October was a Thursday. 3K walk in the morning around sunrise. I pass a parent watching the kids walk to school, and I think about when my mom used to let me walk ahead of them and watch from behind. Morning sausage pizza slices left over in the fridge because I've got 2 pizzas to eat now, so I'm having watch the morning show, watch Chicago Med, Chicago Fire, listen to Hammer of the Gods audiobook, really good. Listen to Alexi Sales' The Absence of Normal audiobook, really good. Watch They Live and The Parallax View with Christy, really, really good. Incredible visuals on some of them. And I hang some new pictures, and we get a possum in the night.
Ooh, yeah.
It's hard to see because, but it is what it is. 10th of October was Friday. I watched the Peacemaker finale, coffee, and Christy skips pottery plans. Does some cleaning. She hangs out upstairs with us to my podcasts. We watched the Mariners game, 3-2 Mariners. Oh yeah, this is the long one. This is the 15-inning one.
Right.
7 invites me in like inning 5 to come out for a free ticket because they have it, and I say I can't get there in time, and then it runs 15 innings.
Mm-hmm.
And we watch pretty much all night. And this is the night, for those of you who don't know, that Humphrey wins the unprecedented second salmon run, because they do a second one and let Humphrey win it because things are going so well. Really an incredible game, after which we watch Taskmaster with Matt and Kim, and there's a whole lot of laughing over my nacho fire from the day before, and they make this photo of me and Christy over a nacho background. But I get her back because of this. All good on time. I'm going to read the text. She tells me, all good on timing. Please prepare guesses to the closest living relative to this thing in the animal kingdom. And within seconds, I say elephant. That's a Hyrax, I do believe. And she says, fuck off, Scott, you fucking fucker. Additionally, I have a very nice bottle that Christy got me, and I get a lampshade for it and make it into a lamp. And it's now in our kitchen. Very nice lamp. And I have a dream. I meet Bowie at an art exhibit. I recognize some work that I got from my grandmother. I ask a question, and he ignores me. Someone else says question time is later. He hits on a woman by lighting a cigarette in front of me, the woman I'm with. I wanted to experiment with our friend Sage, who's been mentioned, and he finds a gamer shoe in 2 different stores for 2 prices, and he laughs, and he wonders how they made a shoe designed for sitting, which I found amusing. 8th of October was a Saturday. Go to bed around 1 a.m. after Taskmaster with Matt and Kim. Sleep till 9. The cat sees my exhaustion and does not wake me long. She comes to wake me and then flops with me at 7. Nice outing for Jim Jack. Buy him coffee, and I get myself a latte, and he seems pleased. Were you pleased, Jim Jack, that I bought you a coffee? Then we go to the Southern Diner afterwards and have some really great catfish. Go to the hardware store and the grocery. Get onion and some chocolate pies with cherry. Go home and take a nap with a very happy cat who's happy we're here. Watch SNL and have a salad for dinner. Catfish is really good. Also, Diane Keaton dies. And the 12th of October is Saturday. Get up at 8. Have toast and coffee, and Christy makes a little egg toast for us. Mariners, Blue Jays. Cal gets 62. It doesn't count the same way because it's after a game, but he still has 62.
Yeah, we count it.
Yeah. 3-1 Mariners. Watch The Chair Company, the new Tim Robinson thing. Really, really funny. Last week tonight, I finished Murakami's I Hear the Wind Rising. Very good. It's very youthful about Japan in like the 90s. And I make a little note that I should have been in retrospect, I wish I had taken that Japan class in college and gotten into it in the 90s. It would be in a very different world. I probably wouldn't know any of you. So I'm thankful that I did not. But it would have been neat to have been, the whole book is basically about how Americans are cool. It would have been neat to have been the cool American in Japan at a time before everybody else was. I remember I got into Flipper's Guitar, the band, in the very late 90s. Through Cornelius, which I absolutely loved. And I was downloading one day on a file sharing thing, and I got a Japanese kid who was like, I can't believe, they started in Japanese, and I said, I don't speak Japanese. And we talked in English, and they couldn't believe they were from Shibuya, and they couldn't believe I was an American to flip his guitar. And we talked a while, and I was like, you're really cool.
Oh,
Had I known Japanese, I would have been even cooler.
So cool.
I could have spent my early 2000s dominating Japan. But I say that because in the I Hear the Wind Rising with the Murakami felt a lot like stuff I was thinking at that time, when I was young and in college. And so I feel like if I had discovered it then, I would have absolutely loved it. And then I would have been cool. Christy says I mean because I say boba tea is Gen Z. Made a note of that.
I mean, obviously.
And I have a big Lily call with a ton of laughs from 10:30 to 3 o'clock. I think she's probably in bed by now. But she creates a food company called Cool Drinks and Cool Fries. And she makes these little paper in front of me and comes up with the whole concept of the company. And it's really, really adorable. A fun day.
It was very cool.
Sad cat. She's figured it out. The 13th of October was a Monday. Up around 7, coffee and toast. Do my last journaling before the trip. Start packing, and Yam seems offended. I listened to a band called the Go-Go Vanillas with an album Scary Monsters and Apple Music. Nothing to do with Bowie. It's just interesting. I listened to Steve Winwood Essentials because I'm just in the Steve Winwood mood for some reason. Take a long soak. We go to Beer Junction. There's no vinyl night, but Noel and Seven stop by, and it's a lot of fun to hang out with them. Washington Statesman, catch up on Chicago PD. Refill the tires before we go, lock up the car, put away the trash cans, do the last laundry, have burger and fries and a beer. Mariners and Blue Jays, watch some at 2 p.m. and then some at the Beer Junction, and it's 10 to 3 Mariners. And then, I'm going to need this again because I'm in pencil. Then we're taking a trip. The 14th of October was a Tuesday. Up at 7, feed the cat, final cat games while Christy prepares. Empty the dishwasher, take in the cans, go to the post office. Back around 9, all the stuff we need to do. Put on new sheets, clean the toilet, shower and dress. I had a really big morning. Take the Uber to train to the airport. Security random stream, and then lounge. We hit up the lounge. I have to because they're. Oh no, that's later. That's the next half of it when they go out. Right. But yeah, we get selected for random screening and then we go out.
Well, I don't.
I do, yeah. I may have a mix for Christy on the plane. Listen to a podcast. We leave on Alaska Airlines 5:49 at 1:37 p.m. We land around 7 p.m. in Texas, high in the 70s, and meet Dennis. Christy plays Legos with Owen and talks about her beefy arms. Owen demands beefy arms. We immediately get a burrito and fries when we land. It's incredible. We watch the Chair Company and Smiling Friends with Dennis, and he loves them both. And bed around midnight in Texas. And here are some of the photos of the amazing burrito. Oh my God, that was like $1.50. Like, it was so cheap.
And just encased in styrofoam.
Yeah. Yeah, everything was styrofoam. And then we got a nice food in the lounge where we were sitting. It was a nice place to hide. 15th of October was a Wednesday. Up at 6, and I forgot to pack underwear.
Oh, that's right.
So I have I have one or two pairs because I put an extra in my bag in case my luggage got lost, but that is it. Some attack with the cat Figgy. We go out and get hash browns, and one of us get. I put my stuff in the laundry, but make a second plant playlist with coffee. I go to get coffee. I run to get enchiladas. Christy tells me we get the wrong enchiladas, and Christy's mad, even though I didn't place the order. She tells me I did not listen to her.
No,
and we get in a fight about that.
No. The problem was that it was the wrong order, and you kept saying that you would go back to get some more, and I was like, for $5, it doesn't matter. Just stay here. And you kept on saying, no, I'll go out and get you some, and I'm like, you're not listening. No, I'm fine. That's what was happening.
Christy has amended the journal. Then we basically chill with Dennis for a while. We take a poke walk. Dennis and I play, so we play together. This is an auto upgrade is pushed through. I forgot about this. I automatically go to level 63 and get 1,000 extra things that fill my
upgrade for what?
Level upgrade
For Pokemon Go.
Oh yeah, that's what I said. I'm sorry.
I don't think you said.
I play Pokemon Go with Dennis.
Oh.
I upgrade. It gets an upgrade in Pokemon Go to level 63. I get several thousand things, and it fills up my bag. And apparently, everybody stops playing because they can't play stuff anymore. And so, in like a month later, Pokemon Go increases the space. It was a horrible decision. I had nothing to do but sit around and talk to Dennis. So Dennis and I. While Christy was actually doing work at the plant shop.
Oh.
And with Alicia, Dennis and I had free time, so we just walked around and burned through everything. Had a lot of fun playing Pokemon Go together. Anyway, we get nice pizza with the kids, play Mario Party. It's also Mariners Blue Jays 14-3, or 4-13 rather. And this is the slow collapse of the Mariners season that we watched there. And Trump gives Charlie Kirk the Medal of Freedom.
That's right.
And surprise party for Alicia, in which this is drawn, which I think is very cool. You can see it kind of shining there. Also, I'll validate Christy is right. I wrote these very quickly. It actually is saying the thing exactly what she said. I just read it wrong.
Oh, for the
yeah. No, I'll verify. Oh yeah, we have some stuff with Figgy, and I go night swimming. I don't know if that shows up there, but that's a picture of me in the pool. And this is the lovely cat Figgy, who's helping me read.
He's great.
(16th of October) was Thursday. Christy makes coffee in the morning. We drive to the store, we stop and get a bacon burrito, and Christy walks through some sort of law realtor seminar. They're using the space, and she just kind of busts through, which I think is charming. I also take a long walk around Wiley. It's very warm though. I finished Strange Pictures. This is from the Strange Blueprints guy. I forget the name of the other Strange Houses. There are more dead kids in this one, so I don't enjoy, but the ideas are very more complex. I just don't like the book as much because it's not fun. It looks more realistic. We take a stop at Target for underwear, and I buy some new underwear. Hooray. Dennis grills in the evening, and I take an evening swim. We watch America's Funniest Videos and Scariest House in America with the kids. Owen, the kid, thinks he can do it, and then he has nightmares because the Scariest House in America. It's not really scary for an adult, but he's a kid. Ace Frehley dies, and Mariners Blue Jays 2-8 back to Toronto. Here's a picture of me hiding in the plants. th of October was a Friday. We try a diner. It's actually a really good diner. Sit in the coffee shop a while. I listen to some nice guitar music on an Apple Music thing. Band called Cherry Stones with Demdike Stair, Who Owns the Dark. It's a very witchy record. Very witchy. Mariners Blue Jays. Suarez has a grand slam, 6-2 Mariners. And we go to PlantCon. Oh yeah.
Your favorite, Scott.
Yay, PlantCon. Oh wait, I'm sorry. Wait. What did I even do here? Oh no, this is the brewery night. I got these pages wrong, man. All right, anyway, the brewery night is, I shouldn't have written surprise party for Alicia. This is the surprise party for Alicia, not the previous day. And we go to brewery, and it's great. We're watching the Mariners. There's a guy, I have a photo here. There's a guy who's also from Seattle who's watching the Mariners, and he does not sit with us because he's really from Seattle, I guess. But it's funny that we're both there watching.
Yeah.
And then the next day is PlantCon. We get a check-in bag, get stickers and a shirt, take a 4K walking just around PlantCon. There's some lizards in the back. I'm unclear why, but there are. The PlantCon smoothies. I find a gin and tonic, and I walk up to Christy and put a gin and tonic in her hand, and she's like, "Where did you get a gin and tonic at the at PlantCon?"
That was very surprising.
We get enchiladas. A lot of walking. We drive home past the grassy knoll. Have some great sandos. Here are the photos of it. Christy slips right in front of this giant eye.
It was pretty exciting.
Where's the giant eye? There it is. It's Giant Eye Art Project. We go into Santa Place. Christy goes in the air and slips, and it's awful. And I think she's going to die, but she endures it. There's the PlantCon badge. There's some things at PlantCon. It's amazing to go to PlantCon. Also, afterwards, we go to. I get Slightly Big Sharks on. Where is he? Slightly Big Sharks on from the Gachapon machines.
Slightly Big Shark song.
Mm-hmm.
Very cute.
PlantCon Day 2. There's a rapper that was really nice. There was a plant rapper who was rapping about plants, and then he rapped about other stuff. And when he was rapping about other stuff, he wasn't so good. But when he's rapping about plants, he was really, really good. We clean out the car, and because they were doing a special, there's thousands of pumpkin buckets that they were doing for their. So we have to move all the pumpkin buckets. I wave at Christy to take this photo, and she waves back just out of frame. The girls I cannot see are watching, and they say, "That creepy guy's waving at me," even though I'm not, and they're not visible from everywhere. And of course, Trump smashes the East Wing. 19th of October. We watch KIF with the kids. It's actually very fun. Have burger and fries. After PlantCon is boba tea. With the girls I mentioned. Then we watch Ghostbusters Afterlife. Share company and smiling friends after everybody goes to bed because it's not really kid friendly. Mariners 2, Blue Jays 6. I don't watch, but I hear about it over text because we're watching Ghostbusters. The 20th of October was a Monday. get to bed around midnight, wake up, sleep till about 8. It's Alicia's birthday. She wants pasta lunch, so we go out to a very nice
Italy.
Italy. I was trying to remember who's that's Batali, right?
No. Nobody owns it.
I
Did
thought
know?
there was a chef that worked with it.
I don't know. I don't think so.
But we go to Italy, get some nice meatballs and Cassio Pepe, take a small nap on the couch after we get back, and then go gaming. We game with Dennis. Dinner is a charcuterie board, which is very nice. We watch the Great British Bake Off together, finish Afterlife, watch Saturday Night Live. I have a note, Dallas sleeps over with Yam, ? I think Dallas stayed over at some night in there. But I can't recall. I was basing it on like the cameras, but it's very nice. During this whole time, Dallas and Nick were cat sitting, and so they would come help the cat. And finally, Mariners lose to the Blue Jays, 3-4. And ironically, Cal Raleigh is on deck and could have had one more chance to swing if they hadn't lost the exact moment they did. But they're out. Yeah. 21st of October is Tuesday. Up at 8, Figgy breaks in and visits us in the morning. The cat comes in. I catch up on Journal by pasting all these, by like doing it in pencil. Ghost of Yotai is really, really pretty. We watched Dennis play that, and I wish we would watch him play the whole thing. Have curry night, watch Jeopardy. Watch Atsuka's Father, which is a really funny comedy special. Giant pile of mayo just sitting around at the grocery store. And Christy gets a long paw moment with Poppy. There's a tiny rodeo that happens outside, which makes us all just annoyed. This little rodeo shows up for a weekend and goes away. 22nd of October was a Wednesday. It's chilly yet muggy at the same time. I get a catfish basket for lunch. Christy has a dream about a documentary called The Piccolo Murders, about a murderer who also plays Piccolo murdering others, also part of a group, so they thought he was at the concert, but no, just some other Piccolo player. And I wrote that down because that's so brilliant. Coffee and catch up on cinema. Get back home and help Dennis. Dennis builds a costume, basically, which I'll show you in a little bit. Pasta and the Ghost of Yotai with our friends. But I remember the Piccolo Murders.
Yeah, that was a weird dream.
I think Dallas says she was over a lot, which is good. All right, here is, if you can see it, Christy dressed as a plant, and I was a watering can for October at the plant shop. And we get chorizo tacos. Figgy is in fine form, I say. I smashed the place up. Make the watering can costumes on there. It's Boo on Ballard night. Insane turnouts, like a lot of free candy giving away, but man, there were also a lot of kids who were just awful. Christy does have a lot of fun though, and the church nearby gives away free hot dogs at the end of the night. They have so many hot dogs to give away, so I go get some hot dogs. The cat Tonks joins us in the evening and sleeps in the bed with us. She just knocks herself in. She slaps Christy's phone out of her, like Christy is just sitting there, and Tonks is like, bedtime, and and just slaps Christy's phone out of her hands and slaps the glasses off her face. Tonks just decided it's bedtime.
Tonks gets what Tonks wants.
Yeah. But we stayed in because the next day we fly back and Tonks knew it. 24th of October was a Friday. Tonks stays in bed all night. There's an early morning thunderstorm. We get up at 5 and shower at 6 to go out around 7 to go through security around 8:30. We get the lounge with Christy, and we get to play Mariners playing home though. And I listened to another Mia Joke album. I mentioned her before. We get home at about 3. In the lounge, we have apple cinnamon bread and some lousy potatoes and eggs and as many cappuccinos as I can make to make up for the money I paid. I just went crazy with cappuccinos. and then a bunch of cookies. We take the train, we land on the plane. We take a train from the plane to take the bus of the 50, and then we land. We watch the Dodgers game, Dodgers 4, Blue Jays 11. Make a little mix for Christy as she showers. We got home for one day, and the cat was very happy to see us. And we took planes and trains and buses, and the cat was so real quiet at first, and then real happy and snuggling. Watched Fiona and Cake, and we got a pizza, and we ate some pastries that Dallas left for us.
Yeah.
And then do laundry real fast, repack it, unpack everything, repack for Hawaii, go to bed about 10. And then our kitten, who is very happy to be with us, we wake up around 4 a.m. and the cat, I believe, was freaked out that we just left again. Yam seems reserved and sad, but we had breakfast with her. Go through when we arrive at the airport early. My information. We got split up on that, right?
Yes, because your information was.
Yeah, my information was not on the ticket, correct, and so I had to go through normal processes, whereas Christy was correct and she just zipped through, and I had forgotten all the normal processes because we're used to the
pre-check.
The pre-check that we got screened for, and so it was absolutely awful. It took a while, but anyway, we got the lounge. I got egg and sausage muffin. Had biscuits and gravy. Was there? Had Bloody Marys. A lot of coffee. OJ's. Landed either 2 or 11, depending on how you count. We landed in Hawaii. On the plane, I listened to the Spinal Tap audiobook, A Fine Line Between Stupid and Clever. It's really good. As in Sundays, I watched The Bourne Identity. I listened to a couple podcasts. Dodgers, Blue Jays, 5-1 Dodgers. When we land, it's really muggy and we have to wait in a very long line for the car, but Christy gets a free upgrade to a convertible Mustang. We drive and get a Loco Moco and fries and coconut cake. We stop at a Shinto shrine, which is empty but nice. We drive right to the hotel, which is much bigger than we expected. It's some White Lotus shit that she won. Shower and journal, and immediately walk to Wagyu night. And we are like exhausted and flying now.
I was being bitchy as hell.
Christy actually, there's a line I'll get to in just a minute, but beach walk to Wagyu night. We walk down the beach. It's really nice. It's really muggy, but it's beautiful. I'll show the sunsets in a minute. Meet some celebrity chefs. Ask one to make. Christy can eat almost nothing, so I asked one to make a meatless dish. He's wearing a hat that says "I love my wife," and I said, "Speaking of that, can you make my wife a meatless dish?" And he said, "Absolutely," and he does. And I bring it to her, and it's really hot, and she's there, and she can't eat anything, and she's drinking the free water and the whiskey, and I put down what's this? And I tell her I got the guy to make her custom dish, and every anger she had melts away. That she just feels so happy, and it was so neat to see. We end up walking about 7K that day. Get home, we walk a little further, and I get a pistachio pie, which is wonderful, from the local store. And then we finally make it home. June Lockhart also dies at age 100 from Austin Space, and it's very sad. But here's a picture of Christy eating in the lounge, being happy about the lounge. Here's a picture from the window of the plane. We had been, huge. I don't think we've ever traveled that fast in that short a time. And we were exhausted. Here's Christy in the car. Here's our location on the beach. Big beach walk. There's a shrine we went to. There's Christy at the table. A beautiful, beautiful photo of the night. No filters there. That's actually what the sky looked like. But Christy was stressed about it, and when I said she could go somewhere, she said, "I can't. They'll know." I was like going to get whiskey or something. She said, "I can't. They'll know I'm a vegetarian." That's how stressed she was about it. Here, a variety of the meat things and the location. Very good dishes, and of course, our best friend Nancy Silverton. All right. The next day, however, now that we had done our obligations to go to the festival, they had wanted us to make that the end of the trip, but so we made it the beginning. Yeah. So we had nothing to, after that, it was just fun. And we watched Kiku Mystery Theater, the dubbed Japanese cop show. It was Detective Mishima versus George Washington, the American criminal. Really, Christy got so into it. Got up at 6:30 to watch some sunrise. Went for a morning swim around 7. Had banana bread and coffee. Took a walk to the shops. Got a hat because I forgot to bring it. Got a Hawaiian omelet and a delicious Maui pie. I go swimming while Christy naps. And then we go to dinner and have a balcony sit with a little finch that lands on our guests. Watched a show called Travel Nurses, which is another Japanese show about nurses.
Yeah.
Really fun. Great Gift, medical sci-fi drama about a guy who had a chemical that saved people. Oh, hey, Sam's here. He made it for time to talk about his Impossible Burger. Have shortbread and fried banana and ice cream. We got a hat from Title Tom. It was adjustable. Here are the parking lot chickens that actually chased me after I took this photo of them and their kids. This is the giant pie we got, and there's the balcony pigeon. And the 27th of October, update from 7. 7 says they passed out hard.
They work very hard.
Heather is impressed with the crow story. I'm just seeing that now, Heather, but all right. 27th of October was a Monday. Up at 5 for a bit of a sunrise, and then go back to bed and up at 7:40. We have muffins on the balcony and coffee. Go down the Ocean 8. Christy gets cold. She can't get aboard because her card is being declined, and it makes her kind of sad. And I go back and make a big deal about it, and the woman finds out her thing was just unplugged. And then she feels bad and tells a story about how her cat just died that morning, which I'm not sure is true because I brought it up later and she seemed to have forgotten that she said it, but I wasn't causing a big fight anyway. She gave us, I paid for it, and the machine was unplugged, and she realized like she made us come down. We got extra days with the board, and Christy was happy when I brought it to her.
Very nice. She acted like it was my fault and that I was using a lot of money. And I was like, I don't think that that's true.
Yeah. And when I came back alone and was grumpy about it, it changed really fast. Because I went up to the room and had to get the card. And anyway, there was a really big pull in the ocean. So I was at one point just swimming in place when I would go to the right. And it was great exercise. I wish I could do that every day. It made my arm feel great. Moved to the pool a bit, took a real shower around 11 a.m. I took like a pool shower before I got in the pool. Had a can of Pringles, LOL, I put. Afternoon outing to mail postcards. Got venison Loco Moco, and Mai Tais. Small trip to Safeway, home and swim in the pool again. World Series 18 was the longest ever game. 5-6 Dodgers. Really fun to watch. And a Cat 5 was hitting Jamaica at that time. Here is some of the food. We got the malasadas that you injected yourself. The ube ice cream they brought us for free to test it. There was birds that flew in and hung out with us through that window. You can see it there. And the venison Loco Moco was top notch. 28th of October was a Tuesday. Got up around 7. We had gift cards for food that were supposed to arrive on the first day. They couldn't find them, so we paid for our own stuff. And the last day we got gift cards. Went and got macadamia pancakes and coffee and sausage. Went swimming, got back, took a small nap, took a big call with my niece where I walked up and down the beach, and now she wants to go to Hawaii because she loved looking at it over the camera. Christy was the narrator on that because I couldn't hear very well while I was watching, so she would explain things and while I was holding the phone. Grabbed some Christy gifts while I was out walking. Another pool swim. Christy films the sunrise. World Series 2-2. Blue Jays 6, Dodgers 2. I go out to the plantation for dinner, roast beef and cocktails, malasada, and then some very nice night drives.
That was really fun.
Yeah. And you can see how gorgeous the You've all been to Hawaii. Most of you have been to Hawaii. I think some of you have been to Hawaii. How many of you have been to Hawaii? I really don't know how many people here who've been to Hawaii. Here's a picture of us. We bought actually authentic Aloha shirts and outfits, and we decided to make them match. So it's cute. So maybe we'll wear those sometime when we go out with you guys in summer. I think that'd be fun. Go to get summer sushi or something. 29th of October was Wednesday. At 3 a.m., the flight is delayed due to damage over the Pacific. So we don't know what will happen and when we will fly. We end up watching Friends on the couch while looking for more and have another balcony so golf mountain. A lot of texting our pals, and the Blue Jays beat the Dodgers 3-2. There's an Azure outage around 9, probably related to everything else. So people can't even log in to check Microsoft stuff, let alone how the flight is going to do. Go to lunch, have a Reuben and potato salad and root beer. Go to the airport, and our flight is incredibly delayed. So we get in anyway just to see, and there's only air conditioning in one spot. So we get fries and Caesar salad to sit around. And I listen to Springsteen, Nebraska demos, and another Live Real Use Denudes 77 Live, and Kishiro Takahashi's jazz album. We basically sit around all day around the counter to check in. We get a boarding pass. It's in Sammy Hagar's restaurant that we hide. I forgot to mention that. Flight is moved to 8. It's a very empty plane and it's unbalanced, so we can't just move anywhere, but we make it home. Take a little nap on the plane, but it's an all-night red eye, so I sleep awfully. We do get this lovely coconut pie, though. And anyway, that's basically the flight is just us going through. We get home. Yam is so happy. Yam is so happy that we returned. She hangs out with us. We fly all night, and then we take a train to a bus. We see the sunrise. 6 a.m. we are home. We were supposed to be home at like 11 p.m. or something like that. Shower and then immediately sleep till like 11 as a nap. Do a post office run in the afternoon, get the mail that we missed. I watched the morning show on the New Statesman and KIF. Our sleep schedule is ruined now. And the evening watch last week tonight, Chair Company, High Potential and Solar Opposites. I listened to Donovan's version of Bowie's Rock and Roll With Me I've never heard before. Prince Andrew is asked to leave the real people. It's just a day of lounging. Yam seems happy we're home, and we sit around. Oh yeah, here's the strange woman who tries the door after we get back. Comes up in the night on between Thursday and Friday. Dodgers 3, Blue Jays 1. We watch it with Yam. She enjoys it. I go to Snapdragon because we want to get a cherry Danish cinnamon roll, chocolate cake, and a coffee cake. This is the 31st of October, Halloween. That woman comes in the morning of Halloween, though. Cat wakes me up at 5 and stays up till 6, not eating anything. She just wants company because I'm there. I take a small morning bath at dawn, and then we sleep again after that. Journal sticker, all the stuff I just showed you. Watch various shows. The band Them releases a Monster Mash cover, which makes me laugh. Finish reading Tokyo Express, which I read on the trip. Seikyo Makamoto. It's a mystery with that Christie's reading now, sort of, that has a lot of timetables from trains in it. Yep. I think it's really cool. I think she does too, but she's just reading basically. It's them narrating timetables, and then you figure out when people could have murdered each other based on the train timetables. Absolutely fascinating. We order Indian food for dinner. I listened to the WFMU Halloween stream for a while. There's a Jenny Nicholson on Witches we watch. Do Taskmaster with Matt and Kim and go to bed just before midnight on Halloween. And also I found this photo while we were around, which actually made me laugh. Famous Little Thin Pancakes. I feel like that'd be a good t-shirt. 1st of November.
You can do it. You need some more drink.
I feel like we need water for the last push.
Yes, sir. BRB.
1st of November was a Saturday. Yam wakes me at 6 o'clock. Chance of rain, but it's sunny in the morning. Yam helps me put on new sheets. After all that, we deserved new sheets. Christy goes to the library on 10 a.m. We watch the South Park Halloween special, or I watch it while she's out. Quick store run. I run to the store to buy tortillas for enchilada night. We watch Game 7, 11 endings, Dodgers 5, Blue Jays 4. The series is just an incredible series this year. I know everybody knows this too, but just unbelievable series. We watch Saturday Night Live. We come in at right at weekend update, and then afterwards watch the first half on Peacock because we missed through the game, and then go up to bed. As we are listening to Star's End, the Amit show, we notice it's a time change night, and it falls back, and it just, we are, by the 2nd of November, we have been in so many time zones for weeks, and we have no idea what time it is on Sunday. We are just an absolute mess, as represented by Yam in this little nest with Christy, where she just snuggled up. Do a little cleaning in the kitchen, clean all the leaves off the front. We have toast and coffee, watch the Great British Bake Off, small naps throughout the day as we come back to normal sleeping. Leftover enchiladas. Christy makes some cookies, which are really good. Watch Fiona and Cake, which is a very fun show. It's the sequel to Adventure Time, well, continuation kind of, but it's been really, really good. Put trash and compost for the first time in a while because we haven't been home. 3rd of November was a Monday. Christy goes into the office and I prep her a little bento of snacks for her to enjoy. Make coffee and have coffee and cookies at the beginning. Catch up on podcasts. Do laundry and fold. Journal up. I update journals and catch up with all the stuff I now have to paste in for weeks of being away. Listen to podcasts. 5.8 earthquake near the Chilean coast. Six Flags shuts down. Heartbreaking day. And we go to Beer Junction. Listen to Marty Robbins' Gunfighter Ballads and Beastie Boys' Paul's Boutique. Hang out with Andy for the first time in a while, which is really nice, and have Japanese curry. We also drop off our ballots. And I hurt my ankle when I slip on my way back. When I slip on some wet leaves, I heal relatively quickly. I forgot I made you a snack bento on your first day in the office.
Aw.
Remember that?
It was very sweet.
Yeah. Autumnal AF, I have written. The 4th of November was a Tuesday. The kitten is so cuddly and chatty in the morning. I make blueberry coffee, this bag of blueberry coffee we have at Christie's request.
Yes.
I am not thrilled by it.
It's not the worst.
It's not the worst. I've had worse, but I was just not thrilled by it. Catch up on Chicago and the New Statesman. I make some toast choices. I wrote that down. I make some toast choices. Catch up still with Journal. I listen to Rilla's Where Is My Mind. I fill all my pens now that I'm back and can fill them again. And these pens will stay filled until the end of this journal right here, which is coming up. Have some salsa, have some more of the cookies Christy made, and finish another round of very nice bird-based washi tapes. Right before I leave, I'll pick up my washi tape box that I'm having for the year. And you can see what's coming. 5th of November was a Wednesday. Christy makes the coffee in the morning, and I have 2 cookies with that coffee. You made cookies while you were out of the room.
Oh, yeah. Which kind did I make?
I think it was,
The peanut butter ones.
yeah, the peanut ones.
And then I forgot to take one.
Yeah, that we made for, did you ever tell?
No.
Should I tell him? All right. I have curly fries and egg toasts. I listen to Sabrina Carpenter's Man-Child and Nobody's Son, which are actually very well-crafted songs, and I have nothing against her. Nobody's Son is kind of fascinating how it's put together, like just the how country and pop it is at the same time. Christy takes a bath for an hour and I read, and then we go to bed around 11. And we're very happy to be home and kind of getting closer to being normal again. 6th of November was Thursday. I called the bank about a 22-cent issue. They are my IRA was assembled wrong, so I had like a side money market that had 22 cents in it, and they say I've got to go get it because they can't do it digitally. And I know the guy was lying, but I also it's 22 cents. How much work are we all going to put in? Anyway, they sent me a check for 22 cents. Haven't cashed it yet. I hope it's screwing up all their paperwork, having a live check for 22 cents. They can't shut down the account yet. I'll get to it eventually. Make reservations for our February trip for our anniversary. And Christy needs to make her wrapped by the there's a thing where they wrap you up and prop you in a corner. Yeah, and she wants to do that. I set up the bulbs that are up here that are not as good as they are now. One of the three won't even like speak to the Wi-Fi anymore, but whatever. Have coffee and cookies, watch Chicago Med, silent reading night at Easy Street, burger, fries, coffee, water. We start Free Rin, an elf anime, which is really good, even though I can't say it, and more Smiling Friends. I started a book about Chapel Hill in the 90s that I really enjoy because there's some people in it I know. 7th of November was Friday. New song from them, Girl Like You, which is nice. Christy makes coffee for me to have in the bath at 9:30 a.m. It's very nice. It's Fountain Pen Day, and I order notebooks, which are coming up. I'll show you the notebooks too when I'm done with this, because they don't make these anymore. This is my last year for the Enigmas. I've had them since 2020. I ordered them first in 2019. I've gotten them every year, and because of the tariffs, the guy just shut down his store. Also, he's in Taiwan, so I don't know, but he still sells to China and Japan, but won't sell to us. I have a dream. I'm on a billionaire's island. It's very empty but open. I wander the golden grasslands I've written that are there, watching escaped dogs as they wander. Was clear there was more in the AM, but I'm too comfy to get up and write it down, so I don't. Yam is very pleased. We play cat games with the string and then watches TV with us. It is very relaxed. We make mini muffin pizzas for dinner after a grocery run. Watch the Great British Bake Off finale. Watch Taskmaster with Matt and Kim. And then go to bed after midnight. The 8th of November was a Saturday. Hit bed around 1:15. I get up around 8:30 and go to 1 and read for a while. Christy goes out to her Saturday afternoon. I have a salmon and cream cheese sandwich. Christy is home around 1 and immediately goes to nap. I pass out on the couch by accident as well until about 5, and then I go up and find her. I planned to read and listen. I planned to listen to an audiobook, but immediately fell asleep as well. I would have gone upstairs if I knew it. I was just like, I'm just going to listen to the audiobook on the couch, and I would have just gone to sleep otherwise up there. But it's baked potato night. We watch Pluribus. We're Saturday Night Live. It's with Nikki Glazer, and it's really, really good. Mishima is also screened in Japan for the first time officially. 9th of November was a Sunday. Get up around 10. Great cuddles with everyone in the morning. Make a mom call. Then we go to Chilan with an omelet and apple pie. Christy sets up lights outside, which eventually die. The lights short out before Christmas. Probably if we wait about like 2 weeks and order next year's lights, they'll be cheaper.
Yeah.
And then we can put those in the box where the lights restore. But I figure we just unwrap. When you get around to unwrapping, we just throw them out.
We'll see.
But yeah, I don't know. We'll talk more. Have a dream that I'm in Brooklyn and across from Like the Spice, the gallery I worked at. Zoe and Yam are there too. Very busy, but Zoe keeps going out. Eventually I do too and get lost. It's a dream city without design. It's not the New York I was in. I just don't know where anything is. Eventually I have to find a grass alley. I find a grass alley that I wander into, and I have to fight a guy to escape that grass alley. Another dream, a long weekend trip with the Cams. Owen keeps trying to get into our bags. We fly home and land in a flooded parking lot with moving cars. It's very video game-like. Forget to put in the seatbelt. The pilot does not announce until the last second that we're landing, so I have to scramble to strap in. I hear others doing the same too, so I don't feel as bad. Watch the morning show while Christy is taking a bath and setting up lights. Law and Order SVU. We watched The Chair Company last week night and evening. We watched Canada Rail Show on PBS with a trip on Canada Rail that looks amazing. It costs like thousands of dollars, and you have to reserve it years in advance. But the 10th of November was Monday. And I have a dream. Is Sam still here? I have a dream that a card comes to me. Sam filled it out, and I find he's been stealing my name all this time. So, Sam, if you're stealing my name, stop it. I knew. I also have a dream that I forget, but it was island-based. Island-based dream. That's all I wrote down. I get it. We are very sleepy still. Have coffee and toast. I continue my big journal catch-up. I do housework like laundry and big sweeping and clean all the fans again and vacuum. First time since I've gotten back, and then update various photos. We go to Beer Junction for the night. I take a 2K walk in the process. Listen to David Axelrod live at Royal Albert Hall, and Christy picked Joe Jackson Night and Day, which gets compliments from Ross, our barista. Beer and cider and Japanese curry for dinner, and come home around 8 and watch The Office and go to bed. Here's some clouds. That was the night we had the aurora. There's a little bit of color in them, but on the whole, we got nothing aurora-wise. 18th of November was a Tuesday. I had a dream that an ominous phone ring awakes me, and that's all I remember. And then immediately after, I had a dream about something kinder. There was not a real phone. The dream was a phone ring.
Of course.
Christy gets up at 7 and goes out. Mom has some weirdness that I call her about, and we talk for a bit. Christy brings home Jersey Mike's, however, and it's delicious. And she even gets me some tasty cakes, and I'm very pleased. Again, watch on cinema. Again, I'll recommend that to anyone who doesn't know. The current season is all caught up, and it's hard to describe the current season, but it's fantastic. More cat games, and I actually find some cat poop on the floor, however, that apparently fell off her because it stuck to her. I know. I shouldn't tell you this. Don't tell him. Joe Rogan says aliens came to him in a dream.
Yep.
And listen to podcasts in the evening. The 12th of November was a Wednesday. I take a 4K walk. I get donuts in my mouth, though, and bring them to Christy. I have some. Christy has some with me. And takes the rest to the office for people. I think she gave those to Jim Jack.
I did.
Jim Jack, if you're here, those donuts were from Christy.
You got them.
You remember them? We're a team. I listen to podcasts as I shower from the previous night that I didn't finish, and then I have some egg salad and chips. Sit with the cat. I'll show you a photo in just a second. Christy makes curry, and we watch some anime, Fury on again, and it's getting really good. And then we go to bed, and here's Yam on the couch, being thankful that we're back. I think she also was sleeping for the first time in a while. The 31st of November, the 30th. The 13th, sorry. Where it was. The 13th of November was a Tuesday. I had coffee in the morning. There's some fun cat combat. She seems to really be into it and enjoying it. Christy out to lunch and stops by Safeway and forgets because I also emptied the tray, forget eggs and sausage in the trunk. We don't find it till the next day when I look for the eggs and sausage and can't find it, and we both figure out what happened, and we just throw that bag out immediately. New South Park, watch that. I started watching Sunday's Main Event because it's going to lead Peacock at the end of the season, and I remember being fondly loving it as a kid, and I actually really enjoy the 80s. I watch it throughout the rest of this book, and when I make it to the 90s, something happens exactly like happened when I was a kid. Like, it's genuinely fun to see the ridiculousness, and then I make it to the exact point I quit, because I remember, when they showed one, I was like, yeah, I've outgrown this. Yeah. And I watched that one again, and I was like, yeah. And it was genuinely funny that it's just like, it's not a youth thing. It was just how I think about TV. And, wrestling got really popular at that point, but it was something about an era that I was like, yeah, this is fun. And it was still fun for me. And then I got to it at that point. It was like, yeah, I don't care. I still don't care. So it's just me and wrestling about that. I go to a show. Christy doesn't come with me. And so I drive up. I almost don't drive, and I'm very glad Christy convinces me to drive and park on the street there. And if I took the bus, I would have been home at like 3 a.m. if I'm lucky.
Yeah.
But there's an artist called Quill Finn, who's the sweet spot between Kate Bush and Stacey Q. A band called Bad Optics, who was really loud. They gave a warning, and like my chest hurt, and I went outside and could still hear them fine. And Select Level, who I went to see, who are some of Afro Cup, which turns around. Hang out with Seven and Ben and Ryan. I actually knew Ben online from back in the day, in the old era. But he forgot his ID, so he can't get in. I hang out with Seven, and they and I have a great time. Their friend Ryan gets like stupid drunk. But it's a fantastic night, and Seven and I hang out a lot, and I have a great time with them. And then we drive home after, and it was a very nice night. And I get home around midnight, and Christy is happy to have me. And some really good bands too. 14th of November was a Friday. I listened to some Malombo Sagoma, which is an album I got from Masuli Music. It's really good. I go to bed at 2 a.m. And then wake up at 9, and we are both sleepy. Do a big kitchen clean. I go to get Shug's Pumpkin and Cinnamon. Watch Chicago and Law and Order Fiona Cake with Christy. Quiet Rainy Day I've written down. I've also written down Yum Beans and Rice, and drawn a little picture of the beans and rice. Looks sort of like commas and dots. And then watch Taskmaster with Matt and Kim, and it's really good. And I have a vague dream about helping dogs on a empty island. And I have not noticed till now, but that's like 5 in a row of island and 4 in a row of dogs. So clearly my brain is going through something. With all these dogs and islands, 4 people left. Some of you are holding in. We're getting late now too, but we're going to do it. Whoever is left, thanks for staying. I hope you're enjoying it. The 15th of November was a Saturday. Get up at 7. Big Dreams That I Forget Quick. We watch Pluribus and SVU. Christy goes out to Jim Jack, and I do dishes and make her coffee. A surprise afternoon nap, and then we watch Del Toro Frankenstein. Yam also loves it. Here's a picture of Yam watching Frankenstein on Christy's lap. Very adorable. Christy craves pizza, so I try a new place. It's okay, but it takes an hour before they even start making it. It's all right, but we managed it again. Oh yeah, I have this lovely tape I enjoy. Christy takes a bath around 10, oddly enough, and then we read in bed for a while. And there's a huge Gen Z protest in Mexico City. 16th November was a Sunday. Once again, we go out. This is Christy and I doing karaoke, singing Love Shack, and getting rave reviews. Up around 9, shower, toast, and coffee. Mom called and then dressed, go out around noon. We get home around 10 p.m. And bed around 11. Go out for Dozone, dumplings in the morning and noodles. It's great. We go up Capitol Hill, but we're accidentally 2 hours early because we misread the time. And so we go wander around. We go to Elliott Bay and do a little shopping for books, and go to Comet Bar for beers, and then over to Rock Box, where we do karaoke for Andy's birthday, and he absolutely loves it. Christy does an Oasis song, and I think locked in his friendship forever. And then he and I and our pal Seven do stuff in the main room, which isn't always appreciated by the staff, but
it's their job.
yeah, and then Andy drives us home. Oh yeah, we go for ramen afterwards. We didn't expect to,
So
but
good.
it's when we walk by, there's a vegetarian place, and it's vegetarian ramen, and that so rarely comes up, and so
vegan ramen.
vegan ramen. And so I was like, I can't deny Christy vegan ramen. And so we go in, and the woman says, "Have you ever been here before, or did you go to a place in Japan?" I was like, "Oh, it's legit. They're only in Seattle and Japan." Oh yeah, I have these wolves because within me are 2 wolves. We do Love Shack, and it's great. I do Birdhouse in Your Soul with 7, which is a lot of fun. I do True. It's in. I'm not great at it, but then we do the Monster Mash, and then Golden Years, and it's very fun and a great night of karaoke. And I even record the video to send to my mom because she's never heard us do karaoke and was very interested.
Yes.
She really enjoyed it. But yeah, a lot of compliments for Love Shack. Beer Junction night, level 42, Bill Burns and 65, and the Guitar Blues from Matsui Music. It's just us at Beer and Bento that night. Andy's not in because he's off for Thanksgiving. And then Christmas, and Andy will return, I think, next week when we will go. Anyone in Seattle who wants to join Beer Junction, doors always open. I open the window, and Yam sits in front of our bed hunting cars. He's watching them on the street, which is very cute. Fold the laundry while she's doing that. It's a little rainy outside. Watch last week tonight, Cheer Company, which continue like all the way through. That show was incredible. Recommend it to anyone who likes anything, not even comedy. Just if there's something you like, you'll like Cheer Company. Christy goes out to work again. I listen to the podcast. I have some onion sandwiches, which is exactly what you think, and delicious. Sicker about a new kind of rice. Anyone can cook it like an expert. 18th of November was a Tuesday. Watch some more 7 Nights Main Event. I finished reading David Bowie's Rainbow Man, 1967-1980 by Jerome Saloni. Translated from the French, the 80 to his death is also out in French. It's not being translated, and I'm desperate for it because this is not only it's one of the top 3 biographies I've ever read. The other one that might top it is the Prince series that they're doing now, where they also go year by year because there's so much in that. But the 2 of these side by side are the 2 best biographies of anything I've ever read, and amongst some of the my favorite books. I cannot tell you how good this book was, how much I learned from it. There's also some really funny moments, like where they interview John Cale, and John Cale mentions something about Bowie. His new album, the interviewer tells John Cale his new album sounds like it's Bowie. And John Cale laughs because he's John Cale. It's like, well, of course, I was around longer than Bowie. And there's a footnote. And you go to the back of the footnote, and it says, actually, John Cale's first performance was 2 years after David Bowie's first performance with the Lower Third, and put the years and the dates and where they performed. And it's that funny little snitty thing you can do when you talk junk to a historian. And he's like, actually, we have notes here, but he didn't put it in the quote or in the conversation page because that would be mean, but he can put it in a footnote and make you go get to it, which is such a brilliantly catty little historian thing to do. But the whole book is like that, and it's just so good. I learned stuff I did not know. It's rare that happens with a Bowie biography, but there was so much in there that just happened, and that's just 67 to 80. So I feel like the next stuff we'll learn so much more. I'm really excited for it to finally be translated out of French. Regardless, I sleep till 9. I print some stickers for my journal. I check on the Sailors Lodge, and they say okay, even though I still have to this date not received my receipt. They say I'm in the system. Christy runs to the post office, gets me some tiny packages so I can mail things. I have a dream. Dream is that Tech Bro trims this dream.
You can't read.
Oh, there is a Tech Bro who trims our lawn, and it's based on I shorthanded to myself. It's based on the day when I was a kid. I called my dad home to fight an encroaching fence, which I'll tell you in just a second. The bro overcuts the lawn, though, while he's fighting to show the plastic underneath, and we all laugh because now he owes us big money after trimming the lawn. And, of course, this is about the incident where our neighbor cut down some of Christy's trees, which is very heartbreaking while we were gone. But the encroaching fence story with my dad is when I was a kid, I was out back and my dad had planted a tree that he planted with me together. And it was, and now it's a big tree, but it was one of the things where he wanted to plant something with his son. It was like, one day you're going to come back here and the tree will be huge. And it's still in the backyard. But our neighbor started who I did not know, put a fence out back, and they started driving posts. And it was weird. And I noticed that, the guy just drove the post left, and I noticed the post would cut the tree in half. And so I called him at work, which I didn't normally do, but said it was important. And I said, hey, they're going to cut the tree in half. Do you want me to move the tree? Assuming we had planned it wrong. And he got real mad, and he said, don't do anything. I'm coming home. And he came home, and he had the plans for our like the surveyor stuff. And he went back, and it was the maddest I'd ever seen him at that time. And Christy yelled at him Christy, I'm remembering when you saw him mad in Maryland.
Yeah.
When he hit that guy's car and had to bluff his way out of it. He was madder than that.
You did not seem mad.
It was a very intense anger because this was property. He went back and he fought with the guy for like an hour, and the guy didn't want to move the fence, and I think it ended with like some legal stuff, and because he was on the wrong side of the property just a little bit. But the only reason I knew that the guy had screwed up is because the tree was planted right at the edge of our property, and I just didn't want him to cut it in half because it was a tree that I held my good memories with my dad. Anyway, that's what the dream is about, and I think the bozo coming in our lawn woke up that memory.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Who's booing? Why is Dallas booing?
Probably the guy who cut down my freaking bushes. Jesus.
That's fair. Yeah. Boo! Boo! If you see this, Corey, we're still mad at you about that. The 19th of November was Wednesday. I have coffee, and I go to the post office to mail some stuff. I watched the On Cinema episode of that day. Is amazing. It's hard to describe. They do a Catholic mass as a remembrance for a character who died, and then the actor who played the character is sitting in the front row, and it's revealed that's his twin brother. But like the reveal of like they send an email that the character died, and then they say there's going to be a memorial service, and Heidegger was raised Catholic, so he picks like all the Catholic hymns and things that I heard. That made me laugh right off the bat, how well he put in it. But then everybody comes in one-on-one, and they start the footage, and there's delay, and then as the people are coming in, the guy they made so much news about dying, the actor who plays him, comes in and sits down at the very front, so it's impossible to miss. And that is the moment when it's like, this is a little funny, but it instantly jumps up to incredibly funny because you have no idea what's going to happen because they brought the actor. And it's one of those things that just never stops being funny to me. Anyway, really, really good. I watched that. I listened to Jethro Tull's Thick as a Brick while taking a long walk because I haven't listened in a while, and it sounds really good on Apple Music. We'll keep plugging Apple Music for a while because it's really good. Yeah, boo to the tree cut. I see your comment, Dallas.
I'm going to make him move. I'm going to kill him. Kill Corey.
Let's take his building. Let's eminent domain. Set up a trust and don't tell him. Let's take his stuff. I get a walk out and get a ham and cheese croissant and some German chocolate cake as part of my 5K walk, and then come back and have a night salad with the cat on the couch, and listen to the KXP Psych Show, which is really good, and on Wednesdays usually when it's not like a new year, but it's psychedelic music and it's really good. Watch the Interferon. Listen to Messiness with the song Eternity Unbound, which can incorporate some of Light My Fire. And we listen to a band called Froth with a song called Patterns, which takes Holiday in Cambodia. And it takes me forever to figure out what Light My Fire is because I know the sample, but I just can't figure it out. 20th of November is Thursday. Christy goes out to the office. I have morning coffee and toast. The power goes out in the tunnel and the traffic is backed up both ways. It takes Christy 2 hours to get to work. Remember that day.
Yeah. Sometimes you just get stuck on the West Seattle Bridge.
Yeah.
It won't let you leave.
I go out and take a 6K walk and buy breakfast pastries for Christy for when she returns. Shugs has candy cane ice cream, and I have to get some candy cane ice cream with candy cane and chocolate ice cream. So once I know it's there, I run over and get it, even though I don't need it. Skip sushi. We had plans to go out and get sushi at the sushi place that was a conveyor belt that night. And I was going to drive out on the bus and meet Christy. And Christy says, no, I can't do this. I'm trapped in traffic. And we get Thai instead. And Cherry Danish with the pastries that I bought for her. And she has some of that. And watch SVU and go to bed. Here's some more printers of stickers of movies from the paper. 21st November was a Friday. Coffee and coffee cake in the morning, left over from the pastries. Take a long soak, watch the morning show. Watch movie Countdown on Criterion. It's a pre-moon landing story about the moon landing, and it's really good. Watch Saturday Night's Main Event again. Stargate, Law and Order, The Office, and we skipped Taskmaster because we're exhausted. And break Kim's heart if she's watching. 22nd November was a Saturday. I have a dream that I'll share with you. In the suburbs, on the ground by a river, Christy is napping on the river, and inside I look, and there are fireworks above. A lot of people run to see the fireworks. Tony and Joe are there too. I think it's a sunrise thing. We go inside, but suddenly it turns scary. An invisible thing is there and hunts me through rooms. It's a new house than my normal house dreams. I flee and the thing grabs me, swings me around comically. I yell, "Damn it," repeatedly. And I think I say it aloud while I'm asleep. I think I wake up, but nope, it's a fake out and I'm still in the dream. Huge dread for hours, but nothing but fear chemicals from having woken up. I just lie there while I remember you sleeping. First, I'm sad because I think I yelled, "Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it." Well, you wouldn't know if I did that, though, because the monster's spinning around. And then I have all the terror chemicals in me from being scared in the dream and waking up inside a dream. And I just lie there for a while quietly. And then I fall asleep again, and I have a dream about hanging out with Prince, which is positive. It's vague in memories, but it knocks all those chemicals out. So thanks to Prince for his astral assistance.
Thanks again, Prince.
Post that dream, the scary dream, I play with Yam and the string for a little while, and she's happy to play with me. I have chills though, and I go back to sleep. I wake up and make coffee and take all the cans outside and discover our car was open. Then somebody went in the back of our car and broke in the car through the trunk and went through our glove box again. The car tools we had in the trunk are stolen, but otherwise it's pretty safe. Didn't take anything anything important out of the car, but just the tools. Christy goes out again. I have some coffee myself. Christy brings me Injera, and we watch Furion again. Then she goes to nap, and I join her because we're both exhausted. And bed around 9 after watching The Office. Here's a picture of Christy with some oranges. See her in the background? All right, another dream. Wander a big mall that is always curving. There are two families who decide their rank based on crisp shirts, like TC Tuckers, whoever they keep making the shirts crisper. The memories are saved on metal plates they step over. Very logical and easy to understand the dream, why it works. A lot faded, but a lot of involved them stepping over those thresholds to get their memories back. I run to Christy in the mall, keep going to the mall, tell her Taylor Swift is going to play Cat's Eye in Marvel. Cat's Eye is a mutant who is, for a while, was a mutant cat that became a human, but eventually became a human who became a cat and was raised as a cat, and so is bad at being a human. And it was a counter to a werewolf character who was a human and became a wolf. And I like the idea that there was a mutant cat that became a human. It was just a very smart cat. But that's on bird for Taylor Swift, and I say that. But you don't care in the dream, and then you just go into a jewelry store. When I wake up, I hug you and ask you to text me the details. I tell you this dream. And I lean over and hug her, and because I'm hugging her, I don't want to get up and write it down. It's like, I'm going to tell you a dream. Can you write it down and text me? And I say the whole thing, and she types and recites. I see it over her shoulder. It types, "You had a dream," and hits send. And it both makes me laugh. It makes me lose the details of the trouble that I tried to remember about stepping over plates, but we both laughed very hard because that's really funny. 23rd November was a Sunday. Take the mom call in bed. Christy takes a long shower bath. I listen to Hong Kong House while sitting with the cat on a stream. We have a go out to Owajimaya for a hot pot outing to get things we need. We get K-pop Demon Hunter shrimp chips and Sandos, and I get a potato salad cream bun, and then we get some sake and watch the Chair Company and go back to bed around 10. The 24th of November was a Monday. Have some really good sakes. I get up and go to the bathroom at 5 a.m. downstairs and hear water in the pipes, but I can't figure out what it is. It does shut off eventually, but I cannot for the life of me figure out what was draining. Because I looked, it's got to be something with like our upstairs on 3, but I looked around and there's nothing that's running, and I cannot figure it out. So, watch the New Statesman, do some laundry folding, soak in the tub and chill. Christy pulls out of the Winter Pottery Show, which is fine. Camille plans a Winnie visit during her move tomorrow, and we will be dog sitting while she's out. This chainsaw team comes out back to clean our neighbor's property and rearranges some of our stuff to get at the trees, and then doesn't put it all back correctly. We have pierogies and watch Blossom Shanghai, which is absolutely wonderful. If you're not watching that on Criterion, I recommend it. Gorgeous Wong Kar-wai. There was a whole episode about gorgeous people with gorgeous lighting arguing over a purchase order that lasted 45 minutes, and I was just entranced. 25th of November was Tuesday. Here's our last visit with our dog friend Winnie. She let herself into the room upstairs. She's so excited to be around. She doesn't seem to know she's moving, but runs all over the place. Yam even gets close to her this time. Look at that. Look at how close they got. Although she's much happier after Winnie leaves. They seem to be like, growing on her. I get up at 7 to meet the dog, pay some bills, make pasta for Christy, and make little muffin pizzas for me while I'm hanging around with the dog for later in the evening, and make a run to get chocolate for Christy at 7-Eleven. Watch Blossom Shanghai and The Office. '26th of November was Wednesday. Our sake box arrives.
Holiday sake box.
Some of you experienced our sake reviews. Christy goes out to the office, meet her at 7-Eleven to put air in her tires, and she walks home, and I drive the car back around. Hot pot night. Although we do run for some wine, drink with a hot pot. Watch Fury and Pluribus in The Office. And I listen to some podcasts. And Christy makes a pie. Look at that chocolate pie. Such good chocolate pie.
Just for us.
Last time we finished at 10. We're going to finish way before that at 7 o'clock.
Right.
27th of November was a Thursday, really rainy day. Small call with my mom, big cooking day. Christy cooks until 4-ish. And then we go to Thanksgiving with Dallas and Nick. Fun hangout. A lot of new friends, great food. List of the we also have a nice moment with Kat. Who's a cat? I bring some Thanksgiving records, and the cat shows up to listen to vinyl, and only then goes away after the vinyl's over. We listen to Nick's collections of the 1930s, which I did not write the names down, so I just wrote Nick's 30s collections. Listen to Elvis Costello, My Name Is True, Earth, Wind, and Fire, Head to Sky, Jerry Butler's Mr. Dreamboard, and Chet Atkins' Picks on the Beatles. Great cocktails, great potatoes, great sprouts, take plates home, toast, coffee, and pie, and home around like 9-ish. '28th of November was a Friday. Listen to the new De La Soul, Castle in the Sky, while I'm taking a relaxing morning bath because I wake up at 4 a.m. and can't sleep. So I just go do that so I don't annoy Christy. In the morning, normal morning, I have coffee and pie, watch South Park, make a donation to Maui. That's when I made the donation. Watch Saturday Night's Main Event again. I'm still working through the wrestling. It's still really fun. Watch The Golden Combi on Prime, which is a nice Japanese comedy group, and it's really funny. Comedians doing basically improv sketches. Have enchiladas and Taskmaster with Matt and Kim, and we go to bed after midnight. Big old raccoon returns. I don't know if you can see him, his little mask, but it's him walking around the patio. The 29th of November is Saturday. I go to bed around 1. Christy comes in around 2. And then we both wake up around 8 for coffee. Have toast, listen to podcasts. Finish Furion in the morning. I watched Hot Shots and Hot Shots Part 2, and Hot Shots is still funny, and Part 2 is not as good as I remember in the 90s. Although there is that one great joke about the Sheens passing each other. He's doing a monologue from Apocalypse Now, and he's doing a parody of the monologue from Apocalypse Now, and they both say, "I love you in Wall Street," and that's a really cute moment. But the rest of the movie is not so hit. Watch The Office with Yam. Christy hangs the lights. The icicles don't work, but I fixed the icicles and hang them. And I'm sad that I fixed them and then they went out again.
Yeah.
And then she takes a bath in frustration while I'm hanging lights because it wouldn't work. And the hummingbird watches me while I'm while I'm hanging the lights.
Yeah. It's his tree.
Yeah. What are you doing? Why are you on my tree? We start Violet Evergarde, which is I enjoy it, but it has highs and lows. It's about like post World War One, except it's not World War One, and it's women writing letters to each other, and it's interesting, but it's hard to get a grasp on what it is. I think Christy likes it less than I do. She's nodding yes. But we started. Dumplings, a lot of hot pot dumplings. And a good night. Good night.
Good night.
30th of November was a Sunday. Up at 6:30 a.m. to shower. At 7:30 a.m., Christy is so tired. She says, never again. We're never going to get up that early again. But we go to a fancy brunch at Cafe Flora. Have really good food. Next time we're going to get up later and wait in line.
Yes.
I still would like to get up earlier than 11. Mom called at 9:30 when we get home. And then we take a nap. Listen to a song by Cumulus called Dad's Song. Nap until 10 and then lounge with the cat until 2:30 in bed. Just chilling. Have a Jenny Nicholson video on her trip to Japan. Christy wants mac and cheese for dinner and mac and cheese and cider. She makes one and buys the other. And we watched the Share Company finale. And here is some photo of our Cafe Flora brunch, which is very good.
It was very good.
And that is November. And here we are in December.
Finally.
These are some of my cool rock-inspired washi tapes.
One more moment.
All right.
You ready, Scott? Got everything?
Look at how big December is. Jeez. All right. Advent begins. We got a little tiny horse in our Advent box.
Let's keep it plain.
1st of December was a Monday. Christy goes in the office. I clean the bedroom, do laundry, do a little reading on, finish the Saturday Night's Main Event from March 1982. Beer Junction night, fish and chips, and Andy brings some gifts. We listen to Ray Charles, country and western music, Pacific Breeze 2, the City Pop, Yumi Zama, What's the Story, Morning Glory. It's an Oasis cover album that Andy really likes, and Joan de Vera, which our friend Ross plays. And I watched The Prince and the Nature Girl by Doris Wishman, which is a nudist film in the sense that it's one of those exploitation things where people are walking around, in nudist colonies and they shoot their butts from the back in shots, and you never actually see anything other than, toplessness or bottoms. But Doris Wishman was a really good director, and all the producers they just wanted the nudity, and so she gets away with a lot. As like the script is abysmal, and the filming is just it's a stag film basically, but she gets to do whatever she wants as long as there's nudity in it. And so there's some really amazing shots that she just does and works in and learns to be a director. And it's fascinating how like compelling the movie can be and how campy she makes it, because the only instructions are we just need naked women in it. And it's almost subversive. It was really a fascinating watch. The 2nd of December was a Tuesday. I have a dream. I am stuck in a car and trying to pull my arm out before Christy arrives. In real life, she yells, "You're hurting me," because my arm was under her. And I was dreaming that I was trying to break out of something, and then she wakes me up yelling that I'm wiggling her too much because I was actually stuck under her. And I found that funny. Finish up Family Guy, watch another Saturday Night's Main Event, and then in the evening watch Blossom Shanghai and The Office. I have meatballs. I forget what Christy had, but I had it with sake. Oh yeah, this was. I think you had like ramen or something. This was a do-it-yourself night, so because she didn't go to Pottery. Had coffee and the wine gummies that came in our pack, and we had this lovely sake. And I'm probably not. If you're interested in sake reviews, I have photos of them. I'm probably not going to share them because they're just individual, like a picture of a bottle and then picture of pages. But I will mention when there's something outstanding. But reach out to me elsewhere if you really need sake information. I'll be happy to share any of it. 3rd of December was a Wednesday. We had the sake was the Mahitaka Thunder, and dried strawberries with white chocolate was our delicious advent calendar gift. Watched WrestleMania 2, which actually had some really good wrestling in it. The On Cinema series finale, supposedly, but not really. They just pretend it is. They're going on tour this summer, so they want drama for the tour. Christy goes up to Jim Jack. I finished the leftover Thanksgiving veggies, and they're really good even now. I go to Shug's for another candy cane and chocolate ice cream cone. With beans and rice for dinner. I wrap gifts for Christy's upcoming birthday and hide them in my closet while she's out, where they waited for weeks. Christy finds we have short one sake bottle and reaches out, and they promise to send a replacement overnight. So we get bonus sake out of this. And I run to Safeway to pick up groceries. On day 4, we got a Fuji-san handkerchief. It looks like Fuji. It's actually behind Christy somewhere. Yeah. 4th of December, I have a dream that I am at a dinner party. I don't remember very much about it. Get up at 7 for Yam Games, but not for long. And then I get up again at 9 after she and I play again. Christy goes to the office. It's a very, very rainy day. And bed around midnight. Have a tomato sandwich for lunch. It's silent reading night. Oh yeah, that's right. We go out and I get burgers and get Christy Mai Tai with extra cherries. Dallas will remember this. Dallas got the Dallas got the one with the cherries. Or Christy got one with the cherries, and then he thought Dallas was the one who ordered it and brought a cup of cherries for Dallas. And the clerk is troubled, and so I went up to tell the clerk that she got it right. She didn't make a mistake, and everything is right. And I start to explain, and the bartender goes, "I believe women," as he walks past, and you two both laugh at me.
It was really good.
It was a fun night. I wasn't actually mad. Advent Day 5, we got matcha cream waffle cookies and a dry Ryoko dry nama sake. Ooh. It's the 8th of December. It's Friday. A nice call with my mom. Run to grocery to get stuff so we can have egg toast for egg dinner tonight. Have a nice Matt and Kim night with great conversations. Kim has a photo of a fake me who apparently even has my gait, who stands in front of her. And I'm not denying that, but she follows him for a while, taking photos until he disappears into a movie theater, which again, hard to deny. I watch Weapons, which is a really good movie, but I think a lot of its claim is because they put like some images of guns in it. and everybody thinks it's a metaphor for guns. And in the interview, the guy said it's not a metaphor for guns. He just thought it looked cool, which changes the meaning a lot. It's about all the kids who disappear and no one knows why. And if it's actually about guns, it's kind of interesting that it's like, what could have done this? You know, who? It's. I think it's actually literally meant to be a story about witches. But I don't know. It's still a good movie. I'll listen to a band album by Polvo and enjoy it. And we have a Siamese cat friend across in the evening. And I do some journaling. Day 6 is a strawberry mochi that's really good. It's the 6th of December. I get up around 10 a.m. Christy goes out to an afternoon gym jack, and I do a lot of cleaning. We watch the Golden Combi finale and SNL, and order Indian. That's basically it. I do have a cheese and onion sandwich in the afternoon. And Christy takes a real long nap, and I read A Strange and Wonderful Time, which is a Chapel Hill book. I listen to a bunch of old Chapel Hill bands when finishing the reading on the couch. And we have, I will show this photo because it's a very nice picture of the cookies and the bottle, which I really like. Ryoko Juice, which is very nice overall, was our review. Very nice overall. 7th of December was a Sunday, up around 9, coffee and sandwiches, and call mom. Clean up, trash, compost, cycle, install some new bulbs downstairs. Dallas actually got to see those, the little rainbow bulbs that I had just put in. The Office, Blossom Shanghai, go to bed around 10. The new cat tree arrives. Yam enjoys the new cat tree. This goes very well with our cowboy chair, and I'll have a photo in a bit. We go out and I run to Met Market and get Korean sandwiches, which they have on Sunday, which we have with Christy, and we can maybe do that again some Sunday. Although it was a pain. Listen to Supreme Low Rocks, Sunday Soul at night. A lot of very nice bands, and we get a yam cake as our advent calendar gift. The 8th of December was a Monday. Get chopsticks, which is nice, and the tadpole is the sake, which is if I may quote Christy's review, Scott and I like the tadpole a lot. We have bagel and coffee for Monday morning. I have soup and bread for lunch. We make a scatatouille, which is my version of ratatouille. It's just ratatouille, except I make it. Goes really well with the sake. Christy goes to her office for a while I chop up a lot of vegetables in the rain. I have a dream that a British woman is upset at something silly, and the rest of it fades. And more Blossoms Shanghai. Christy thinks it's absolutely beautiful, but finds it harder to get into the romance, not the romance plot, but the business plot. I am absolutely captivated.
Of course you are.
9th of December was a Tuesday. Get some cookies and cream Kit Kats and some matcha Kit Kats from Japan. Although I like it, the trouble with every time they give Kit Kats is there haven't been new flavors in a while. And we are blessed in both Seattle and having been to Japan that it's real easy to find these Kit Kats. We just go to Wajimaya and we get flavor. So that always feels like a waste, like we want something else in that day. But they're delicious. It's just they're never new flavors because we live in the one part of the world where I can just go a couple blocks and get, all the stuff from Japan. I dropped my favorite mug on my second favorite mug, and they both shatter. However, this mug survived. It's Christy's Boro mug that she made for me. Absolutely love it. Everything about it is perfect, and I'm excited when she rebuilds. Like, I've kept the mug so she can look at the style. She's going to make me 2 replacement mugs similar to the ones that were destroyed, and I'm going to cherish them just as much. Here's the cactus chair with the cactus scratching post to stop Yam from attacking the chair. Yam absolutely loves it. We hear it every day. She's like, I watched the Beatles anthology. We are still finishing the office together. We have bean burgers. I do a post office run and a grocery run to get said bean burgers, and we go to bed around 11. 10th of December was a Wednesday. We have rice crackers is our sake gift. I have coffee and honey toasts. I do a deep clean of the couch and blankets to prepare for Dallas coming over. I have squash rice, and it's amazing in the evening. Christy makes it, and it works very well. There's a sale on Dubai chocolate next door because they over-ordered, so I actually get some again. It's a different brand, and it's okay. It's not as good as like the thicker original kind. But it's like a 2-for-1, and our friend Wilson, who runs the store, says that they're on his case to get rid of it, and they order too much, so I just buy some. Chris goes out to a client. Dallas stops by because it's a long way to get home to do her therapy session, and she does it in the red room, which is where we're in now. And then we hang out and talk a little on the couch. Afterwards, I chop up all the vegetables for more dinner. Outside lights go out in the evening, which is really frustrating that they just stop. I'm not clear why, but it does. Then we go to bed around midnight. Also, I watch. I listen while I'm chopping. I listen to a lot of stuff on Apple Music. I make a Cortez the Killer playlist, which is just Neil Young, different version of Neil Young's Cortez the Killer, which I absolutely love, and it's good music for chopping. And then I listen to Bowie's Diamond Dogs. I don't know if I could think of that. Day 11 is a Sakura mochi, and we have a very nice anchovy sake. It's not anchovy flavored. It's just pictures of anchovies.
Right.
The 3 anchovies. That's the 11th of December. I take a cozy bath in the morning and then take a walk for 3K, which I haven't done in a while. I'll come home and journal. Wrap the final gift for Christy. The Supergirl trailer is out, which looks promising, but I have mixed feelings, so we'll see what we see. Have some bagel, making a walking bowl for dinner. While I'm walking, I listen to Neil Young and the Chrome Hearts Talking to the Trees, which has an amazing Neil Young stream of consciousness song about how we need to get back to work in factories. That is, it's hard to describe. It's perfect, but it's terrible at the same time. I listen to Neil Young's Coastal. I watched the Saturday Night Main Event from '87. Listen to Shirley Kwan's Forget Him, the song, very pretty. And listen to, they combine One Thing by Silk with a Armenian dance song that they play on KEXP, and it's really great because the beats match so perfectly. And there's 6.7 quake in northern Japan. So I finished this cute tape with all these nice little stickers and things on it. Advent Day 12, we got a sake cup. 12th of December, have a bagel and the Sakura mochi from the night before and toast. Christy goes to her furniture course 10 to 6. This weekend was her furniture course as a birthday gift. So I'm alone most of the day, and she's texting me while doing fantastic clay work. I watched Spinal Tap 2, The End Continues. One good joke, like the whole thing. It's cute. There's a joke at the end. I will spoil it for all of you here. Cover your ears until my hand goes down if you don't want to listen. Or when my hand is up, I'm spoiling it. The guy says he reads the Springsteen book, and the Bruce Springsteen bio is called I Am Springsteen Going on Spreventine. And it was the funniest joke. It was so funny, I could not believe someone else hadn't made it before. But there's nothing else really funny in it. It's just, old guys living out their dreams. But God bless them, they did it. And then Rob Reiner dies in like a day after this. I played Baldur's Gate 3 a little bit for the first time in a while, listened to radio from Sichuan in China, and it's really nice radio. Christy makes some cookies for us. We watch Fiona Cake, go to bed around 11. Up at 5 for a cat battle, and then she is sleepy all day because we got up too early to fight, and that's her day. 13th of December was a Sunday. We get a rice candy as our sake thing. Listen to October Country, My Girlfriend is a Witch, the song. Chattanooga Cats also did the song because October Country did the music for the cartoon Chattanooga Cats. So it's the same song. They're just they're performing it to pretend to be cats. I watch Christine and Vampires. It's a nice use of my Sunday. It's a good John Carpenter day and Criterion. It's a Saturday rather, and I watch SNL in the evening when Christy gets home. She goes to day 2 of the pottery and a potluck, which she enjoys. She says she prefers to get morning hugs from me, and we just stay in bed while I'm hugging her, and then get donuts in the evening, then having me get up early and bring donuts to bring to her group. And so I say, sure. I take a cozy bath while I'm solo, and Dick Van Dyke turns 100 on this day. The 14th of December was a Sunday. Christy gets her dawn hugs, and then around 10 o'clock, she goes out to 6, and then I go out while she's gone and take a small walk for donuts, and we do an evening gift at night. The evening gifts include this Monstera plant. Oh, yeah, and the road collapses from rain. These are examples of what Christy's working on. I put photos she sent me during the day. It looks very cool. That's the waterfall at Snoqualmie. I also get her some flowers when I go out. So she comes home to donuts and flowers and gifts. Also, day 14, we get matcha chocolates, which are very nice, and a orange sake, which is, it's not bad, but it would be better with food, I think, is what we decided on it. I take a 2K walk. I get donuts and coffee. I have a donut and coffee while I'm waiting, and then I bring back donuts for Chris to have later. I watch the Saturday Night's Main Event from 1987, November 28th. We get Thai at night, but they give us the wrong bag, and I call them, and the food is kind of cold, but it's still yummy. They just turn around before they drop it off. I feel bad for the other guy, though, who gets an open bag. Our bag was still stapled. I caught him in time. We have night donuts and watch The Office, and then bed around 10. Christy's very sore from pottery, but we briefly watched the dog show on Peacock, and here's a picture of Yam watching the dog show intently, not wanting the dog to get near her. 15th of December was a Monday. Our Advent thing is a black tea, a black sesame bun. Sorry. I also, the wrestling I watched that day has this amazing 80s thing, which is some of the reason why I liked the insanity of wrestling before it got serious. You would not see something like that in modern wrestling, I don't think. And it pleases me. Play the Crazy pleases me. Listen to a punk song by One Way System called Stab the Judge, which is incredibly, like, it got them banned, but it's a really good song. I think I said it was the 18th of December. Big rain week. The atmospheric river is crossing. Still have coffee and donuts left over, so I have it. Christy is really tired after her week, and we skip going to Beer Junction and just have pasta and go watch The Office and then go to bed because all her muscles are sore. And I did not write it, but I think you took a bath in that day because of your sore muscles.
Perhaps.
16th of December was a Tuesday. We get a wonderful little matcha sandwich cookie. We have that in the morning with our coffee. We each have one. We split the bun as well from the day before. I make some salsa, but it's kind of bland because I'm trying new jalapenos, and they're white people jalapenos in a can because I can't find Mrs. Renfro's anymore, and it's difficult. And then we watch Blossoms Shanghai and have an early bed. The 17th of December was a Wednesday, and we got a lovely little mirror with our Advent. The sake is the Onjuku Dragon, which is good. It goes well with hot pot. It's great. It's not bad, but not great is our review of it. I watched Memoirs of an Invisible Man, which is a John Carpenter movie that are leaving Criterion. Watched the WWF from March 17th, 1985. Watched the Main Event from 1988 and October 29th, Jake the Snake. It's the famous one where they throw the snake on Andre the Giant, and he freaks out because Andre the Giant, the character, is afraid of snakes. I also got a little review from Jake the Snake, who said that it was all fake, of course, and Andre was afraid of nothing. And when they went backstage, the snake had bit Andre the Giant, and he had a fang stuck in his shoulder.
Oh, no.
And Jake said, "Andre, I'm so sorry." And Andre went, "Oh, didn't even notice," and pulled the fang out and put a Band-Aid over the fang hole in his back and threw the fang away. And Jake the Snake was like, he was a one of a kind man. The man was all that stuff you see, he's fake, and he was this indestructible juggernaut who was a good actor and a very kind man. And genuinely loved that. I distinctly remember staying up late in 10th grade and watching that main event. And so that was really fun to watch again. Then we watched Blossom Shanghai, which is just like wrestling, very lowbrow. Surprised that it's dry for the day. Someone broke our fence, and so I went out and redid the fence again, and they stole a piece of the fence, and I was like, what the fuck, guys? Christy brings me some ham, so I have a ham sandwich and a jalapeno bread, and some it's hot pot night again. And I listened to Slade's Merry Christmas, Everybody on the radio. It's not Christmas until they're playing Slade, I think is the rule. There's also a package delivery at 4 a.m. And again, I grabbed down to grab it to defeat Pirates. Can't believe that happens. Frustrating, 4 a.m. Day 18th of December, we get tea. We have not had that tea yet, even now.
Right.
But we still have it waiting. It's some very nice tea. Watch WrestleMania 4. Journal tape and sticker, have coffee, bagel, and ice cream. And not in that order, but in the morning I have coffee and bagel. In the afternoon I have a ham sandwich and ice cream. And Christy gets some bean dip that we have for dinner. Big clean of the toaster, which I did not expect. I saw there's something in it and I flipped it and stuff kept falling out. And I took like an hour and just cleaned the toaster. And I think an entire muffin worth of crumbs fell out. And now it works better. And I do the dishes and I buy Christy this, I donate as a gift for this bonsai apple, this Gravestein apple. We now sponsor it. And we have membership to the bonsai place. So we got to go see our apple.
Do I get to eat one of the apples?
I think if you're quick. I wonder how long it takes to grow an apple. I wonder if we could ask them that. 19th of December. Here's me and the cat playing some games in the morning. She's very serious about her games in the morning, by the way. We get hard sugar candies. I watch WrestleMania 5, Pluribus in the office. The sake is appropriate enough, the Macho King Yamada, and the bottle looks like a little wrestler on it. Which I really like. Let me hold this better so I can show you King Yamada down here. Up around 7, have a jalapeno toast and hot pot for dinner. And our friend Nicole brings by some cookies to thank us for probably for letting you sleep on the couch. But they're very good cookies, really good chocolate chip. Do some reading on 3. Listen to some various music from Broken Bones, Traitor into Death, Death Charge. They're like old punk stuff for the punk book that I'm reading, and we'll finish in the next couple pages. Day 20 of December, we get a sweet caramel bun that we enjoy. 3 Laughs sake, which is a solid, normal sake, basically, nothing fancy about it. I go out with Christy to the library event. We go at 7 to the Jim Jack thing, get cappuccino and bagel sandwiches, drop off Jim Jack's gift, and he gets happy. He opens it, and then he chills at the library for a while. And we get goat soup and sambucas. And while we're there, a guy in a ski mask with a megaphone appears to explain how the local mosque is un-American, and the owner has to step up and doesn't say anything with words, but he just stands beside him until the guy moves away. And some of the other Muslims in the restaurant are just open their eyes and look up, and thankfully they seem to tolerate us. And know it, we're not, but it was just weird that the guy just ran up to us with the megaphone and ski mask. You guys know about the mosque? We have shrimp and grits for dinner. It's really good. Christy takes a nap, and I stay with her a while, and then Christy sends me away, and the cat goes, yeah, and takes my place. I listen to The Dark, who do the Hawaii Five-0 theme, and Action Packed, who do a song called Yet Another Doku song, and then Sharon Ariana Grande and Bone Yang's Less SNL, and a little more Office. And now it's the 21st of December. Get up around 8 and call Mom, and then I have a ham sandwich and coffee. We watch Fallout season 2, episode 1. We watch The Office. We have some M&Ms. It's trash night, and I finished Burning Britain: A History of UK Punk, 1980 to 1989. A lot of good bands in that. A lot of band. It ends with, you can find it by writing them. We get a rice cracker for day 21, and we don't do any sake this night because we want to balance things out for the end. Christy does make tamales, though, and I eat a ton of tamales. A ton. 22nd of December, sweet potato cake. Christy finds the Pretty Hate Machine beer in her 9-inch nails when we go to the beer junction. In the morning, I have toast and coffee. In the evening, I have a Reuben and potato salad, and then we drink beer. Before we go out, I watch Law & Order and Beatles Anthology and Saturday Night Main Event from 1988. Journal catch-up. We go around 4:30 a.m. to the beer junction. Listen to the Johnny Mathis Christmas album, and it's very scratchy. Listen to Milt Jackson and John Coltrane. And then listen to, when I get home, I hear a song from Vanderay called 00:00 that I put in a mix for Christy. It's coming up. 23rd of December was a Tuesday. We're in the home track now.
I can hear your voice cracking.
Yeah, it really is. This is the collapsing part. The sake is Snowboat. It's this beautiful, very nice. It's the Junmai. I couldn't remember the name for a second. Very creamy, very nice. We get bath salts that we use. We get 2 bath salts. We split them. It's like high sulfur content, so it's very nice. Christy goes up to take a bath, and I watch The Town, which is actually a good Ben Affleck movie. In the evening, I have an egg sandwich and chill on the couch while she's up there. I make the mix while Christy's out. Matt and Kim send a package, and we do a call with them, but it was opened, so we were curious what is in there, and we open it up, and there's a lot of nice gifts from Matt and Kim in a new box, and a postcard from their dog, which I really like. And then I listen to KXP, which is play some Christmas stuff like Reishi Sakamoto's Merry Christmas, Mr. Lawrence, which is another sure sign of Christmas. And they also play some stuff I've been talking about with Nice Coincidence, Wolf Parade, which I talked about with Seven, specifically that one, and was thinking about it. And they played Show of Fools, which I was thinking about and studio I want to be just kind of stuff that had come up that I thought was funny that they put it all together. 24th of December was a Wednesday. We get a saucer to go with the cup we got earlier, which is nice. I listened to Teru Sakamoto's Farewell My Johnny, the album, because I go in with Christy to the office. And Jim Jack gets us some very nice pillowcases, Star Wars pillowcases that we are going to put on. We go to a sushi place. We get this little Kirby ring because we eat enough sushi to get free prize from the rotating sushi conveyor belt. I have to do most of the work because Christy is somehow full, but we need just a few more to get it, so I have to eat more sushi than I wanted. And I'm very full when we get home, and that's the meal for the day that we eat, the lunch sushi. Journal and tape at home, and I take a small afternoon soak until some of the plant dirt just falls off the plant into the bath. I don't know if I told you that, but that's why I stopped early.
Sorry.
Conveyor belt sushi in Seattle, yeah.
Yeah,
it was delicious.
It's actually a place that seems to have started in California.
There's one. This one is fun because everything is like gamified. Obviously, because I got this stupid 30-cent ring by eating more plates of sushi. But there's one we plan to go to soon where they put it on. If you order it specifically, they put it on a Shinkansen and drive it to your table. You get the normal rotating stuff, and then if you order something special, the train pulls it up too. And I think that'd be fun for Christy. But then watch Pluribus and Fallout, and have some bagels in the evening around 6 p.m. And Christmas 2025, and I have this lovely these stickers with some Christmas things I finally got to use. Yeah, we had to get the ring. 25th of December was a Thursday. We go over to, I'll get to that in a second, but here's Clancy, and here's Yam fighting with her Christmas gift. For when I mentioned those things that's what it looks like. 25th of December, get up around 9, have coffee and listen to Calypso Radio, where they're doing Christmas stuff on there. Open our gifts. I get some new shirts. This is one of them from Christy. Some cool books, including an SCTV bio, which is great. A new hat. It's the lovely green hat. I think everybody's seen it at this point. Thank you. Yam gets a toy fish, which has catnip in it, and she absolutely loves it. She's been playing with it every day since Christmas, at least once or twice. The rain returns. We do a Christmas call with Mom for an hour or so. Christy makes some yeast rolls, and I eat like 17 yeast rolls when they're still hot. And then we put everything together and go to Dallas and Nick's. Mac and cheese, tamales, cocktails, bread, squash mac and cheese, right? Gourd mac and cheese. It's really, really good. We eat it we take some home and eat it for a while afterwards. And cookies. Get home, I do all the dishes while we watch The Office, and then bed around 10-ish. And yeah, Clancy loves having me over and like immediately charges up and stays with me the entire time of the party, basically, until he gets overstimulated and runs. And if you didn't see me in a hat, this is me in the green hat Christy got me.
Dallas confirms butternut squash mac and cheese.
Oh yeah, it was great, and it was even better reheated. We took a bunch home. It was so good. But yeah, Ariella, if you go there, it's fun. But the more plates you eat, the more you put them in, and it shows a little video, and then you unlock free stuff. And right now it's Christy's typing stuff. Yeah, there's a robot that brought I took a video of. I didn't take a photo, but the robot brought you drinks, and then turned around and left after it winked at you, and you could hear it when it was coming. And if the waiters had to pass the robots, they like tapped the robot on his head as like a little friendly thing. And then the more you eat, the more stuff you get. So we got a level 1 gift. Mm-hmm. If we kept going, there were other gifts that would unlock. If all of you went, you would probably get a lot of sushi.
The next time I go, I'm going to bring other people so that I get all this stuff.
Yeah, we're gonna get Dallas and Nick and put them in the car and drive over, and we're gonna sit there and have a really nice day of talking. And then every time you put a plate in, the video will play with the plot line of the shark that the guy is fighting. Every 5 plates, and then we ordered like custom things like fries and that hot dog that came around the conveyor belt that is brought right to your table. And
the upper conveyor belt is a game changer. The
upper conveyor belt, you order stuff and then you just take stuff off the bottom and throw the plates in, and gamify it. And it was a fun sushi experience. It's not the best sushi I've ever had because we can go to Mashiko if we want good sushi, but this is fun sushi, which makes a difference. Yeah.
And they had a Kirby roll.
They did. They had special Kirby thing, and apparently they change every couple months to a new theme. So maybe we'll go back and it will be, K-pop Demon Hunters sushi or something. 26th December was Friday. I watched the Beatles anthology, The Prince of Darkness, the movie. Still holds up after all these years, the John Carpenter movie. And some of the offers with Christy. We had baked potato night. The cat taps me awake at 7 with her one claw again. Did some journaling tape and sticker. Saw some bill issues and was ready to go. 27th of December was a Saturday. Continued the Beatles anthology. Watched the movie one battle after another with Christy. Very weird movie. It's very pretty, but I have some political issues with it. I feel like it was an ill-considered rewrite. The original book it's based on is Vineland, and I think Paul Thomas Anderson wanted to make a Gen X millennial parody. Vineland is a parody about the way boomers handle drugs, which is very open to parody. This is a parody about race relations, and as such, I know I believe he's married to Maya Rudolph. And so I know it's not like he doesn't understand mixed race relations, but the decisions he made seemed like it was insulting a movement that could have been better handled. I don't know. It's not a bad movie, but I feel like the optics of 2 white men fighting over a series of black women lands different than he intended.
Yeah.
And I feel like there's an interpretation that all the people who are saying it's the best movie they've ever seen might not be thinking about anything other than the acting, because the acting is great. But I feel like maybe we're not at a point when you can parody the things he's parodying in the way he's parodying them, based on a novel about how boomers handled the drug war that came out in the 90s. Because I think they're two very different things. But it's not a bad movie, but like I feel like it got away from him at some point. Also, we got to the library with Jim Jack. We go get chicken curry from a client, which I get to eat because Christy doesn't eat chicken, and it's really good. We go to Washimaya and Renton and get some sous vide and some seaweed stuff, and come home for our evening hot pot, which we're filled up for our Christmas pot. The 28th of December was a Sunday. This is our roof. Was our roof then? Everything fell over in the wind. So I went back and obviously I put that all up, and we'll repair it at a later date. As previously mentioned, up at 9, I have toast and coffee. I have a lovely 90-minute mom call. I take a long bath and listen to the radio, and Christy cleans downstairs incredibly and also hangs our kitchen calendar, which looks fantastic, and we can start using today because it starts in January. We have hot pot night, watch Blossom Shanghai, The Office, and SNL's Downey wrote that, and I didn't realize how many, like a lot of the reason SNL was good in the 80s was just the Downey sketches. Hard to believe this one guy. But it's good. And I listened to BJ Smith's Umi Says, which is a nice cover. And Yam and I have some mouse games, and eventually she gets tired. That's a little mouse. She finds that mouse herself and drags it out of the closet because I forgot about it. So I was putting it places, and then I just throw it for her, and we have a great time. And then after a couple hours, she's like, all right, I'm done. 29th of December was a Monday. Christy goes into the office around 9. I do the trash. People actually pick up early for the first time ever.
Yeah.
Usually I move them back. This time I go out and I can just put them away. Do a big laundry sort, do some closet cleaning because Yam gets into some plastic that I can't find. And so I have to find what in the closet she beat. I have a dream. I'm in a menswear department in the department store wandering around. The fat owner smiles and ignores me, but there are a lot of handmade signs about credit offered. It hits me. I have no cash because I'm asleep, and I'm aware now I'm asleep. Christy sees somebody with long hair that I do not know and runs to her, and I wonder how they know each other. Listen to Steely Dan while I'm cleaning things on headphones. Two Against Nature, which I had never heard. The Royal Scam, which I really like. For the music itself, Two Against Nature has that weird song Cousin Dupree about a guy meeting his cousin after years and then trying to sleep with her. And it starts like exactly where they picked off. Like the first opening notes are as Steely Dan as possible. And it's a song about going to college and NYU. And it's just like, how do you guys still have the formula of just like, this is what I listened to when I was 19 in New York. But the Royal Scam is some of the best music I think their band ever made, and so I really enjoy listening to that one. Two Against Nature, I'm never going to listen to again. It's just like if you want to hear that, it's like a parody. If you want to hear that, you can listen to any other Steely Dan album. This is the one they did in 2000, and I was like, well, might as well listen to it, and was like, wow, that's the most unnecessary album in the Steely Dan catalog. Is that one? Surprise mac and cheese night. We were going to have something else, and Christy suddenly wants mac and cheese. And I mentioned that maybe mac and cheese would be fun. And she's like, yes, I was thinking that. And so she makes really good mac and cheese, very cheesy. We watch a Great Japan Railway Journal. Watch Stumble, that cheerleader thing on NBC, which is all right. It's not great, but it's not terrible. And Violet Evergarden again. And go to bed near 10. I have a dream. I am on the 30th of December. Look how close we are. You can see how by the handwriting too. This was like, I have a dream. I'm in a big open space. I hear a lot of old radio reports, and I find my way to David Bowie, and he's about to die. And he's like, at the end of his life, and he plays his new music, and it's awful. And I try to be nice and get away because I know he needs to plan his death, but he keeps trying new conversations to the point of comedy because he doesn't want to die. And I finally have to just say goodbye and walk away. And it's comedic in my head. Like, it sounds sad in real life, and I don't think I do that. But in my head, it's like, yeah, how do you like my new stuff? It's great. I have to wait. I'm not ready to, very comedic and very nice. We also have a raccoon visit us in the night. He comes by again on the 30th to just check in to end the year. I'm a very deep morning sleep, where I have that Bowie dream and then wake up, have coffee and a bagel. I vacuum in 3, and Christy gives me this very cool charger that slaps on the back of my phone, that didn't arrive in time for my birthday. For Christmas, sorry. Also not for my birthday.
That's true.
I finished the Beatles anthology. I listened to the latest Howl podcast while taking a big walk. The Howl is a guy who does 50s music, sometimes modern, sometimes old. Japan Railway Journey has a whole new cast, basically.
I swear that nerdy guy is like, he must fund this.
Well, I think the other guy is now his protege, even though they don't mention it, because he only shows up a little bit now. Yeah, they rearranged I don't even know, Sam, if you watched while Kathy Cat or whoever it was there.
Right.
She was. Anyway, I think they're preparing for the older guy to leave, because the guy who's now the dude who's there all the time, I feel like he's prepping his protege to take over on the railway when he steps down, because he's getting up there. But yeah, I'm glad other people are watching this amazing show. Japan Railway Journal, the Howl podcast. I was saying, it's a guy from the 50s. He used to be on WFMU. He's now, I thought he had passed away because he stopped doing it in like 2023, and then he just showed up this year, and he just released a new one on Tuesday. And it showed, I subscribed to the podcast feed, and it just showed up, and it was 4 hours, and it was great old and new stuff like rockabilly, old rock and roll stuff. And I took a big 4K walk and listened to it. Stopped by to get my free salami from PCC. Members got a free salami. Yeah. Christy told me, and so I went and got it, picked it up. Came home. Christy made mac and cheese, and very sadly, a bowl fell. And she had just made it. It was perfect. She heated. She set it down, and it smashed. And the mac and cheese went under the couch. And she was like, "I'm not hungry anymore."
Yeah, once I cleaned that, I was like, I don't want to touch this ever again.
And we swept it up, and it was really sad. But then I did some reading. We watched the Great British Bake Off anyway. I ran to get her some nuts and some cookies from next door, because she was sad about the situation. To wrap things up, Russia's number station started playing Swan Lake, which I hadn't heard since the end of the USSR, and they moved nuclear missiles closer to the Ukraine. I haven't been doing news for all you late arrivals because there was so much bad news, and might as well just wrap up with the end stuff. 31st of December was a Wednesday. Had to get up at 7 and ran in the car to get gas, groceries, and champagne to make sure we had champagne for the evening. Made coffee when I got home. Had some toast. Christy buses out for the archives for research. While she's gone, I put new sheets on the bed. Do the dishes, do the laundry, clean the house. Apparently, Christy spills some dirt, and when she gets home, and doesn't tell me. But if I was like, "You were so happy," so
no, it was after you told me how glad you were that we're going into the new year with a clean house, and I was like, "Oh God!"
I could have just vacuumed it. I watched the new Dave Chappelle, which is phenomenal comedy. I know he's politically not friendly, but like, he tells a trans joke that if that had been his first trans joke, nobody would have gotten mad. Like, it took him 3 years to figure out how to do that joke. And I think he just did it for himself to feel like he won. And then he doesn't really tell it anymore. Like, it's a good joke. It's not a nice joke. But one of the most amazing things is that while he's telling this joke, he keeps the pronouns correct. So it's not mean. And I think that's the point of the joke. Like, the stuff that he tells about being a black man in a position where he's a multimillionaire and can look at the politics of like the town he's buying where he lives, and having white people come to him and him like being in a position of power over them financially, are really funny. Every now and then he goes on this political change and it doesn't work, but his jokes are really good. I don't know where he's going to go because I think he's painting himself into a corner with it, but I absolutely respect the structure of what he's doing. You can hate him. I owe him absolutely nothing, but the man can craft a joke. Like, he can really craft a joke. Christy brings surprise donuts when she comes home. I finished my last journal, have a mom call for her birthday. My mom was born on the 31st of December, and have a very nice evening. We do a hot pot night as we watch the ball drop last night. The last news we have. Oh yeah. Also, we have. I took this picture of our praying chicken with some nice gifts. And this is my last pen clean in my skull shot glass that cleans pens that I soaked them in overnight. Wrap up the Enigma journals. I'm sad for the end of these things. I really love these things. End of the month, end of the year. I finished the general laws, my final pen clean, my final count on what food I do. The last news we've got is Congress refused to hear the ACA bill, so everything's will probably go up today. I haven't read the news today because I've been doing this all this. After this, I usually go read the news and write down my new journal with it. Trump vetoes bills like the water pipeline and expanding the Florida Everglades. So even Republicans who are bipartisan are mad about that because their people won't like it. Warren Buffett retires in Berkshire Hathaway. Massive protests in Iran. There might be a revolution starting. We shall see. And a tribute to the MetroCard, which ended its run from 1994 to 2025. And I have some, that light's in the way, but I have some Bowie MetroCards like right over here on display that I'm glad I got. And I will miss that MetroCard. I don't know what I'm going to do next time I go back to visit friends in New York. What will we do? We go to bed after midnight. There is a absolutely fantastic I got distracted. I didn't finish the end of my journal. But I can tell you what it said because we watched the Times Square stream on King 5, and then there's a new ball in Times Square, and the King 5 stream, and the fog is all everywhere with the needle, and we laughed so hard watching the fog with the fireworks going off inside the fog, over and over again. Absolutely ridiculous to see it. And I read 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. $39 books. I read 39 books last year. Is the final count.
Poor mother. She's signing out.
Oh. Goodbye, Mom. Thank you. Please have a good night. We are just finishing now, so Happy New Year to you all. Here's the last photo of all the music I listened to in this book, and we're going to wrap up with the inks. Diamine Spruce, which is a scented ink. It smells very nice. That's almost done. It was Diamine Spiced Apple. These are all Christmas inks from the Inkvent that I'm finally working my way down. We did not do Inkvent for the past 2 years. And I'm finally, emptying ink bottles because it takes a while to get rid of even the tiny inks. Diamine Blue Velvet, Vintage Copper, Season's Greetings, which is sort of dark green thing. Diamine Gingerbread, which is a brown one, and Noel. And that I'll wrap up with my little collection of ephemera. Includes this gift card. I should probably cover all the information. This gift card that we got, that's the one we used in Hawaii. I think there's still $10 on it because nobody takes it outside of restaurants. And I just keep forgetting to bring it. So I might have $10 forever. Thank you all for being here tonight. The 4 of you who have made it to the end. Thank you for being here. This is, this is 2025. And I will very quickly show you, because I mentioned it. This is next year's journal. It's much thinner, very nice Tomoe River paper. It's not the dots, it's the squares. I really like it, but I've got 5 of them. It's only 2 months worth due to their size. If it had one more page, it would be perfect. And here is my treasure chest of washi tape.
Ooh.
Yeah. Some of these Christy got me, some of them are gifts. Some of them I've had, although I'm running down. I have 1 or 2 that I've had since 2020 when I first started this, and I'm almost certain I'm going to run out of them this year. But such is life. Life is about change, and Washington change. Whew. I think that's it. I'm going to turn the light out now. The official sign, the stream is done. Happy New Year's to all of you. It is almost 8 o'clock. We are 2 hours earlier than last time. We could have done that. We could have gotten up 2 hours earlier. Get up at 8, start at 8 next year. We'll see you next year. Christy, the booth, you're getting your love.
All right, we'll come over. Say goodbye. This is great. Thanks for watching him.
Thanks for staying.
I'll just click
See you next time.
We'll see you soon.